In this wicked world where everyone's got a little mischief up their sleeve, if you had the chance to send someone you despise straight to the fiery depths of hell, would you do it? If your answer is yes, get ready to shake hands with the devil himself. And where the devil roams, things are never that straightforward. The population of the earth is shooting through the roof, and somehow the living outnumber the dead from times past. And as the population swells, the number of people doing naughty things goes up too, leading to a serious traffic jam down in hell. King Lucifer, feeling the squeeze, asks his assistant if he understands the mess he's trying to explain. Bamar, the supreme devil in charge of tormenting souls in hell, tells Lucifer, "Listen, because we're overcrowded down here, I'm giving you a task. You need to build a brand new hell. And guess what? You're going to be its king." Bamar summons all his junior devils and announces, "Lucifer has handed me a task to create a new hell." A devil asks, "Have you thought about what this new hell is going to be like?" Bamar replies, "We devils don't think too much, and this one's no different. But there's this human who's been on my radar for a while. He's incredibly skilled at crafting hells, and he's the one who can help us out. The society has shunned him, and he's playing a game where he creates a new hell every single day. I've been watching him for quite some time now. His room reeks of leftover food, and he hasn't stepped outside, preferring to pee in a bottle and toss it out. The curtains and windows have been sealed for 3 months with cobwebs plastered across the doors and windows because he hasn't gone out, nor has anyone dared to come in. This kid is sick of living like this, and that's why he hasn't shown up at school in ages." The reason this girl locks herself up in her room is quite specific, and she shares it to avoid being judged. She made this choice because she's been betrayed by everyone in this world. Just then, a knocking echoes at her door. It's her dad, and he's yelling to hurry up and open up. The primary reason she keeps herself locked up, it's her dad. He's outside yelling, "Open the door, you little brat," and he tells the woman next to him, "Hurry it up, my journey is running short here." The second reason she's confined is her wicked stepmother, who clamps onto her wealthy husband like a leech and lives off his riches, constantly making her feel miserable. The woman tells her, "Calm down. He's furious at us because he thinks we were the cause of his mother's demise." Then the dad hugs her and says, "It's not your fault. In fact, you help him live better. You still have his back even when he acts like a total jerk," says her dad. "Let's brighten up your day and grab some food out." His wife chimes in, "Any place you have in mind." He responds, "I've been thinking about the money I saved for Vikram's education. How about I get you a purse instead?" And with a devilish grin, she says, "Oh, I spotted a bag yesterday that I just have to get. Let's go." The third catalyst stems from school days. 3 boys show up and wallop him in the gut, making him stumble backward. One of them taunts, "Get up and get ready to fight. Come on, hurry up." He crawls to his feet, begging, "I'm done with just one punch. I can't even muster the courage to fight." Vikram begs one of the boys, Rajat, "You've been my childhood buddy. Help me out. Why are you siding with these bullies? Now they used to have so much fun as kids. What's happened to him?" Another bully quips, "Oh, so that's why you've been trailing behind, afraid to batter him." A different bully adds, "If you're with him, feel free to join the beating brigade." And at that, Rajat gets furious and kicks Vikram right in the mouth. Rajat returns to beat on Vikram's face, snarling, "I'm not a loser like you, don't drag me into this mess." Vikram, while being pummeled, cries out, "Why are you siding with them? You were my friend." Rajat shoots back, "I was never your friend. I'm not a loser like you, and I'm not sticking around with you. If I associate with you, I'll end up a loser too. You're a filthy mutt who deserves nothing but a beatdown." And just like that, his glasses shatter. The other bullies shout at him, "Keep beating him. If you don't want to associate with him, keep on pounding." A little while later, Vikram's face gets all swollen, and he's lying on the ground sobbing. As they leave, one of them grabs Vikram by the collar and snarls, "Don't you dare say I was ever your friend." At last, it's clear why he's shut himself away in his room. He spends his days locked up in his room crafting new gaming maps every day. He tries to upload his latest creation and gets a notification saying, "Wow, awesome map." He made another Hell Survivor map. It's the only world where he's not afraid of anyone and can keep his cool. He believes as long as he's barricaded in his room, no one can betray him. After some time, he flops onto his bed, tears streaming down his face, knowing deep down he's not happy with his life. Then he realizes his dad and stepmom have gone to sleep, so he hops back to his PC. He checks out what people are saying about his map, and everyone raves about it. Just then, he gets a notification from a user saying he creates fantastic maps and wants to chat. Vikram, shocked, thinks to himself, "Who's this eager beaver who wants to meet up with me?" The writing style hints at a newcomer and who stays up at this hour playing the game. And how did they find out where I live, and what kind of meeting do they want? A strange light permeates his room, but instead of panicking, he merely stares at it puzzled as to what's unfolding. Who's awake at this hour? How do they know where I live, and what kind of meeting could they possibly want? A strange light fills his room. He doesn't freak out. Instead, he just gazes at it, bewildered by the whole situation. In just a few seconds, the place goes up in flames, and he thinks to himself, I haven't been to school in 3 months. I haven't stepped outside, and I'm looking like a total wreck. The first thing he spots is the foot of Bamar as he steps outside. Vikram thinks, I must be going crazy. I'm seeing ghosts. He introduces himself, saying, I'm the Supreme Devil, grabs Bamar's hand and lifts him up, saying, I'm not just any ghost, I'm the Supreme Demon, as he gives him a fist bump that makes Bamar freak out even more. Bamar grabs him and says, if you don't calm down, I'll snatch your brain and devour it right here. Upon hearing this, Vikram decides to chill a bit and pops open a soda can. Bamar tells him, I've got a business opportunity for you. He hands him the soda can, and asks if the user in this game is really a demon. Vikram replies, no, I'm the Supreme Demon, and he nods. He asks, what kind of business opportunity? Bamar explains, you're really good at making maps, and I'll be the king of Hell 20 if I can craft it right, and you're a pro at this. He takes a sip of the soda because he's interested. He shoves the fizzy drink into his mouth, and he likes it. He keeps drinking. Vikram then asks, were you looking at my maps? Bamar says, you're good at making these, but what really stood out was all the traps you've set. You give players hope that they can escape, but they're really just led into more traps, driving them insane with no way out of this inferno. He goes on, and that's the kind of hell I want, painful, yet visually stunning. Vikram explains, I made it just to get revenge on all those people who tormented me. That's the inspiration behind this hell. He claims, my deal is that Lucifer tasked me with needing to create this hell well, and in return he'll make me the owner of Hell 20. There are so many sinners now that hell is overflowing, no room left for more souls. So what I want is for you to build a real-life version of that hell map you made, and maybe make it even better. Vikram can't believe what he's hearing and says, I never thought I'd be building a hell. I really don't want anything to do with the devil, it's immoral. And besides, I'm happy with my life just the way it is. Bamar looks around and shoots back, how can you be satisfied living such a pathetic life? How do you manage to survive here? You don't meet anyone, you have no friends, no one loves you, and you claim you're happy. And I haven't finished my point yet. To see if this hell works correctly, we need to conduct an experiment. Vikram wonders, experiment? But what will we do? I don't even know what hell looks like. He says, if you create a hell where no one can ever escape, then I'll give you the key to hell, and you can send whoever you want there if they sin. Bamar likely knows what Vikram's life has been like, and how much he detests those people. He takes full advantage of it, and Vikram is ready to sign that contract. Just moments ago, Vikram was a weakling hiding from the world, scared of everything, locked in his room, but now he's ready to take on the world. If you were in his shoes, what would you do? Would you reject this offer? Vikram's eyes light up because finally, his time has come. The Supreme Demon is thrilled and thinks, everything is unfolding just as I planned. He tells Vikram, you can create whatever kind of hell you want, but there's a catch. Vikram asks, what are these two conditions? Bamar explains, the first condition is that you must name your hell, and that name must reflect the sins that bring people there. Vikram thinks, like a hell for lies, deceit, and greed. Bamar responds, you're spot on, but greed and lies already have their own hell, so you'll need another idea. The second condition is that hell must mean eternal suffering, for the sinners, no exit routes. He continues, if anyone manages to escape, the consequence is that the Hell's King dies. Vikram interjects, but what if I leave a pit for someone to climb out of, then you'll die. Bamar smirks, exactly right, but I could care less. If I die, so be it, but before that I'll crush your soul. Vikram thinks this monster is truly creepy. What a strange conversation. Batteries from his computer are surging with electricity because he's struggling to handle too much load, and he glances at his screen to see tiny monsters building that hell. He says, as you build on this, my minions will keep constructing the hell. A board is up with construction proceeding under Bamar's vigilant eye, and music plays. Bamar and his little minions are buzzing around managing the chaos to ensure everything runs smoothly. As Vikram creates on his computer, those little minions are joyfully working on that hell 7 days, 14 hours, and 30 minutes have passed during this creative spree. Vikram is really thrilled because he's been at it for a long time, and he's about to get a reward. With all the resentment bottled up inside him, Vikram has worked tirelessly, never sleeping, eating, or taking a break. He was deeply hopeful for a chance to finally take his revenge, and he was overjoyed to know he found the right person for the job. Everything's going just as I planned. He tells him that you can create your own personal hell, but there are 2 conditions. Vikram asks him what those 2 conditions are. He starts revealing the first one. The first condition is that you have to name the hell, and that name must reflect the sin for which people will end up there. Vikram says something like, "So a hell for lies, deceit, and greed." Bamar replies, "Wow, aren't you a genius?" Exactly. But then he reminds him that there's already a hell for greed and lies, so you'll need to think of something unique. The second condition is that hell should mean eternity. For the sinners, they must rot and writhe indefinitely. There shouldn't be any exit route for humans to escape. If anyone finds a way out, the punishment will be that the king of that hell will die. Vikram interjects and says, "What if I just leave one little loophole for them to escape? You'd kick the bucket right then." Bamar retorts, "Absolutely right, but I'm not bothered. If I kick the bucket, no biggie, but before that, I'm gonna squash your soul." Vikram thinks this monster's seriously creepy, chatting some weird stuff. Bamar's face glows as electricity crackles out from his computer because he was struggling to handle the load. He glances at the screen, seeing tiny little demons working hard to build that hell. He says, "The more you create here, the more my minions will go about constructing that hell." And there's a sign up. Construction is in full swing under Bamar's watchful eye while music plays. Bamar is like the mini manager overseeing that everything's up to snuff. As Vikram designs something on his computer, those tiny little minions are absolutely thrilled to be building the hell. So far, it's been 7 days, 14 hours, and 30 minutes. Vikram, feeling ecstatic as he works, is thrilled because he's been grinding for so long, and now he's about to get his reward. It's known that Vikram's got a ton of hate bottled up inside him, and that's exactly why he's been working non-stop for these days. He hasn't slept, eaten, or taken a break. He was just hoping for this chance to get his revenge, and he feels he's got the right guy for the job. He worked non-stop for so many days. He didn't sleep, ate nothing, and didn't pause for a moment. He was just waiting for that chance to get back at everyone, and he was really happy that he had chosen the right person for the job. After Vikram says the job's done, Bamar strolls over and tells him he finished way quicker than he expected. Then he pops the question, "What's the name of this hell?" And Vikram replies, "Deceit. It'll be the hell of deceit. Anyone who's ever tricked someone will end up here." So they both decide to put it to the test and head out of his room where his stepmom was chilling. He steps outside to see what's going on and spots his stepmom lounging on a couch glued to her phone. He thinks to himself that there's no point in overthinking this. It's time for payback. But Bamar reminds him that it's conditional to send people to this hell. They have to commit the very sin associated with the name they picked for hell. It'll only work if they did the sin after becoming hellbound. If they committed the sin before turning hellish, then the key won't activate, and you can't send them to hell. I told you at the beginning of the video, where the devil lurks, nothing's ever straightforward. He hadn't mentioned this to Vikram before. Now, will Vikram get his revenge, and who will he take down? Is he going to sabotage himself on this revenge quest? Find out in the next episode. The key isn't responding because hell has only just begun for an hour, and during that time his stepmom hadn't sinned at all. She tells him, "Why are you out of your room? You stink. Go shower and get out of here. You're just like your mom." She places her purse on the table, snaps a picture of it, and sends it to someone. She doesn't even glance his way, and Vikram is not even bothered by it. Then we get a flashback showing where his mom went and what happened that made her the way she is. She came from a poor background and married a rich guy. But her mother-in-law always hounded her, yet she kept smiling to keep her son happy. Her dad came home wasted every day, and it was always a chaotic scene. More often than not, her face bore bruises. He often covered his ears to shut out the noise. Finally, her dad kicked her out of the house. Not for anything she did, but because he preferred dating younger girls. At that time, Vikram had injured his leg and was present. This same girl, who's now his stepmom, was yapping on the phone. She was gushing about her glamorous life and all those expensive gifts she gets. Her husband, she claimed, was a giant fool. Vikram hears everything, but she says to keep his mouth shut. "If you tell anyone, I'll toss you out just like I did your mom." Now we return to the present and she again asks him why he's out of his room. Vikram asks, "Do you want to get out of this house?" "I know you want to leave." She retorts, "What does that mean?" He counters, "I know you don't love my dad. You're just in it for the money." She laughs and says, "What do you have that I'd want? Whatever I need, I'll get myself. Everything I want is right here. I just have to ask." He says, "My dad saved up 1 crore for my education, and I can give it to you. And if you don't believe me, I can show you. This money can let you live in luxury for a lifetime." She's stunned, wondering if he really knows where the money is kept. Vikram heads to the safe, knowing the code. Meanwhile, she thinks about how she's only been focused on fancy brands and nice houses. But now, getting 1 crore feels like winning the lottery. As he opens the safe, it's stuffed with cash. For her, that stash is a real treasure. Vikram pulls out all the money and says, "Take this cash and go find a good job elsewhere." But she's suspicious, wondering why he's giving her so much money all at once. He should be saving it for himself. After all, it's for his future. The devil watches everything, thinking this lady isn't as clueless as she seems. He asks Vikram, "So what's next?" Vikram thinks to himself that he needs to push her just a little more. Suddenly he starts to cry, saying, "I just want my mom back. And for that, you need to leave this house. I'll do anything for that. Just go." She thinks how naive he is. Does he really think it's that simple? If she leaves, his dad will just marry someone else. She pulls out a big bag and starts stuffing all the cash inside. Seeing this, Vikram gets excited because this will activate the key fulfilling the conditions. She's cheating on her husband. "I need more bank details, passwords, and where else the money is stashed. Give me all the details if I'm to leave." Vikram chuckles. "You won't need any of that in hell." She looks at him. "What do you mean?" He points at the key, which now glows red. This means all the conditions are met, and he twists the key. Suddenly, the door to hell appears, and as he opens it, enormous tentacles grab his stepmom and drag her in. In a matter of seconds, he's sent a living human straight to hell. Once she lands there, she screams, "Where am I, and why did you do this to me?" The devil watches this unfold from his tablet as if it's a video game. He asks her, "Are you going to watch this?" She turns her face away. "I'm not watching anything." He asks, "Are you upset?" Meanwhile, it shows him laughing behind a covering mask. He's having a blast with it, saying, "What sadness, I'm just thrilled." Finally, a month later, Vikram dons his school uniform and gears up for school. The devil chimes in, "Not yet. It hasn't even been 10 minutes, and you've sent 1 guy to hell already, and now you're gearing up for the next one." Vikram says if he has a knife, why not chop all the veggies at once, right? Hell isn't really complete until you hear people screaming. What kind of hell is empty? The devil says, "I know you're just making excuses. Deep down, you want revenge on everyone, but still, you've got a point. You're saying hell is only fun when people are screaming." 3 months later, wearing his uniform, he declares that his training is finally done. Now he's got even more chances to send a lot of people to hell at school. He steps into his school, taking a seat in class, and all the students are staring at him like he's some kind of celebrity. They're whispering to each other about why this loser has shown up here. He hasn't been to school for a month, and the reason is simple. A gang of thugs was harassing him. Now he's back, and those thugs are probably going to show up here again and make our lives miserable along with his. Just as they're chatting, the thug gang comes strutting down the corridor, the same bunch we saw earlier with Vikram's best friend in tow. They enter the class and spot him saying, "Finally, we've got someone to mess with." They approach him and say, "Vikram, you didn't tell us you were coming to school today. Come on, we're friends. At least give us a heads up when you're showing up." The devil's standing next to him saying, "Man, you're super popular in school." But Vikram isn't paying any attention and starts getting ready for class. Just then, his childhood friend kicks his books away and says, "Did you see the scars on my face from our last fight? You have no idea how hard I worked to get rid of them, and now you're going to pay for that. If you don't want us to beat you up in front of everyone, let's head to the restroom." They all go to the restroom and corner Vikram. The biggest guy in the gang, a real bull, steps up and smacks him, saying, "What gives? Did your tongue take a vacation?" The devil sitting there says, "Now I see why people say they beat you like a dog. Looking at you, it's all making sense now." The leader of the thug group says, "You'll have to pay your dues. Last time, you caused us a lot of trouble." The devil chimes in, saying, "You have no leverage over anyone here. How do you expect to get them to betray you?" Vikram ponders this and thinks he's right. "I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I need to be a bit smarter. In the past, when hunters went hunting, they improvised and caught animals much larger than themselves, and I'll have to do the same. Now, music, to catch any animal, you need bait, and when it comes to humans, the best bait is money. He reaches into his jacket and they think he's pulling out a knife, but they're shocked when he pulls out cash. They thought he was going to say, "Take the money and don't hurt me." His childhood friend thinks he's such an idiot. With his head buried in the ground, it's no wonder his brain's fried. "Do you think we can murder you and still get money from you?" Suddenly, Vikram's eyes light up like a true devil's, and he says, "Let me tell you what I'm planning to do with this money. You can't steal this cash from me, because that wouldn't be fair now, would it?" Seeing all this, the devil was thrilled and wanted to see how it all played out. He was enjoying this a lot. Vikram tosses the money on the ground, stating, "I want to make one thing crystal clear." But just then, his friend tells him to shut up and prepares to attack him. However, one of the bullies stops him, saying, "Wait, it's about money. Let's just hear what he has to say." At that moment, Vikram realized they had fallen right into his trap. One guy picks up the cash, and there was a lot of money there. He thought if they did Vikram's bidding, he'd have even more money to spend. The guy who picked up the money goes over to Vikram and asks, "So, what do you want us to do for this cash?" He points at his childhood friend and says, "I'll give you even more money. I've got loads, but you gotta take him out. Hit him as hard as you hit me." Vikram's face turned sinister like a true fiend as he toyed with them, saying, "Now the real game begins. You're about to find out what happens to me." He stands up looking at the wad of bills, thinking now he's an interesting character. The three of them gather around. He pockets the cash, telling them today it's confirmed that you're his childhood friend and you're still playing pretend. You've betrayed your friend, so you better believe karma is coming your way. They move in to attack him, but he shoves them back and says, "Don't you dare come close." He was scared stiff. One guy says, "Hey, don't take it personally, but you did wrong. Something's got to happen to you too." He tries to clarify, saying, "I'm not his friend. I can't possibly be friends with this loser. Why can't you understand that?" One of the bullies yells, "What kind of friend are you? Can't you see? We're just trying to make a little money." Hearing this, he grabs Vikram by the collar and asks, "Why are you turning on us? We were friends back in the day." Laughing, Vikram says, "Today, you're going to see how it feels." He tries to hit him, but the other bullies grab him and pull him away from Vikram, saying, "We've already gotten our money. Now we have to wrap this deal up." They then start kicking him, hitting him with force. Vikram watches all this, thinking to himself, "I thought when they hit me, it made a loud noise." He watches it all for a while before "We're just trying to make a little cash here." Upon hearing that, he grabs Vikram by the collar and says, "What are you doing, man? We were childhood buddies, remember?" Vikram chuckles and says, "Well, today, you'll get a taste of what it felt like for me." He tries to smack Vikram, but the other bullies grab him and pull him away, saying, "We've already got our money, so we gotta wrap up this deal." After that, they launch a hefty kick to his face and start bashing him savagely. Vikram's watching all this and thinks to himself, "When they used to beat me up, I could have sworn it was so loud." He stands there for a moment watching. Then he gets bored and wonders why they always treated him like this every single day. What kind of sick fun did they get from it? And then he pulls out his key, which is now glowing like it's been possessed. They must have really messed up. They had tricked someone, no doubt about it. The fool was absolutely delighted at the chaos, amazed that he had so cleverly driven a wedge among those three, making them all betray one another. Vikram stands up and points his key at them, declaring, "You're just garbage pretending to be human, a burden on this planet. Even sewer ratworms are better than you." Hearing this, they're not impressed. They're thinking, "What's this idiot babbling about? Seriously, did you hit your head or something?" Vikram retorts, "You keep doing what you were doing. You've got all the time in the world. It's never going to run out. Just make sure you do it in hell." He activates the key, and in an instant, a ton of tentacles come flying out, yanking them off to the underworld. One boy, the one who had grabbed the cash, holds on for dear life to the door, trying not to be dragged away. He's completely lost, wondering who Vikram even is, and what the heck. That's when it hits him, the horrible way they used to treat him, stealing his food, sometimes tossing it in his face, and hitting him with their shoes. He'd hide in his room just to avoid going to school and facing these jerks. But now the tables have turned. Vikram lifts his last finger, and off he goes to hell, exactly where he belongs. Now there are just two boys left, Vikram and his childhood buddy. His friend is there pleading and crying while the fool realizes one boy is still standing. Vikram approaches slowly and says, His friend panics and whines, "You're not going to hurt me, right? Come on, I'm your childhood pal. Have mercy." Vikram sees a glimpse of the friend he once knew. They had spent so much time together, and he thinks about how much has changed. They used to play together on the playground whenever they had free time. They played countless video games together. They even went to the same school. But for some reason, he has become such a different person. Vikram responds, "Sorry." Vikram replies, "I get why you did it. Now let's try to restore our friendship to how it used to be." He starts to stand up, and his friend looks at Vikram's pocket where the key was, and lo and behold, a key slips out. He bolts over, grabs it, and remembers what Vikram said about the key. He shouts, "What you think your nonsense talks will change my mind. I wouldn't trust you anyway." He examines the key closely and realizes it's not the key to hell. Vikram turns around and says, "That key is for my room, and you're no longer my friend, so you can't come to my place." Bamar strides in and exclaims, "You're quite the trickster, keeping your cards close to your chest, huh?" But Vikram clarifies, "This isn't a trick. I genuinely wanted him to get better and us to restore our friendship." Vikram, who left thinking about his home life, has achieved what he set out to do and tells Bamar, "The folks I just sent to hell, they were total low lives, scum of the earth. But I didn't want to do that to my friend." Bamar, he notices Vikram growing more mischievous and places his hand on Vikram's throat, advising, "Hurry up, stuff more folks into hell, so the screams and wails can fill the air. That's when it'll really feel infernal." He glances into the mirror, noting his eyes are still dark as coal. Bamar says, "The more time I spend with you, the more I realize how much you're like me." He adds, Wiping his glasses, he says, "I never get swayed by emotions. You thought I felt joy when I sent them to hell. I was just reflecting on how my own life used to be. I was dealing with those idiots for so long being bullied. I was mad at myself for not fighting back. Besides, I don't get caught up in emotions. I'm always planning for the future, thinking about what's next." Bamar tells him, "You don't have a trusting relationship with your dad, just like you don't have one with your classmates. And why would you? If you sit alone in your room for months without talking to anyone, you won't ever trust anyone, and no one will trust you. Plus, that cheesy money trick won't work, because guess what? All that cash was really earned by your dad. So what trick are you planning to use now?" He replies, "I'm not using any tricks." Bamar says, "Looks like our friendship is getting stronger." Vikram explains, "My dad runs an insurance company," and the whole reminisces. "We used to play together at the playground whenever we had free time. We'd dive into video games like there was no tomorrow. We even went to the same school. But who knows what happened to change all that?" Vikram says, "I had to do all this because I needed to teach them a lesson and send them to hell." His friend replies, "I was scared of them too. That's why I did what I did. I didn't want to take a beating either." "Sorry," Vikram says. "I can understand why you did what you did. Now we should try and revive our friendship like the good old days." He starts to get up to leave, but his friend eyes Vikram's pocket, where the key was, and watches as it slips out. He rushes to grab the key and suddenly remembers what Vikram had said about it. He shouts, "What do you think? Will you change my mind with your nonsense? I don't trust you at all." The key catches his attention. It's a different one. That's not the key to hell. Vikram turns around and says, "This key is to my room, and since you're not my friend anymore, you can't come over. You don't deserve to be in this world. You don't want to change at all. You did all this on purpose." He pulls out the key from his pocket, now glowing red. Bamar shows up and says, "You're pretty crafty keeping your tricks close to your chest." But Vikram clarifies, "This is no trick. The key belongs to my room, and since you're no longer my buddy, you can't just stroll into my house. And honestly, you don't even deserve to be in this world. You clearly don't want to change. You did all this on purpose." He had pulled out the key from his pocket. It was now glowing red. Bamar comes along and says, "You're so sly. You save your tricks for the end." But Vikram tells him that this isn't a trick at all. "I'm serious here." Vikram, who stepped out with thoughts from his home, has accomplished his goal and tells Bamar, "Those I just sent to hell were total lowlifes. They were some pretty wretched people, but I didn't want to do that to my friend." Bamar retorts, "In hell, there's no high or low. Everyone's on equal footing. All feel the same agony." Bamar notices Vikram is getting more and more devilish, puts his hand around his neck and says, "Hurry up, fill that hell with more people so it can get that lovely cacophony of screams. That's when it'll truly feel like hell." He glances at the mirror and his eyes are still dark. Bamar says, "The more time I spend with you, the more I realize how much you and I are alike, how devilish you really are." Bamar observes carefully, "I noticed when you sent your stepmom to hell, you were full of hatred, but when your classmates went in, it seemed like you hated yourself." With a cleaning gesture on his glasses, he adds, "I'm not one to get caught up in emotions. You think that when I sent them to hell, I remembered how my life was. I had to deal with these idiots for years, and I was bullied. I was angry at myself for not fighting back. And besides, I don't get caught up in emotions. I always plan where to go from here. He exits the school, and the devil tags along behind him. He enters his house and plops down in his room while Bamar peeks through the window, noticing someone coming up. Bamar mentions that he noticed something when you were sending your stepmother to hell. There was hate inside you. But when you sent your classmates there, it looked like you hated yourself. Then he cleans his glasses and says, I'm not easily swept away by emotions. You thought that because when I sent them to hell, I remembered what my life was like. It's like you absolutely hate yourself. Then he cleans his glasses and says he never gets swept up in emotions. You thought of that when I was sending them to hell, remembering how my life used to be. I had been tormented for so many years by these fools and bullied. I get angry at myself for not fighting them back. Besides, I don't get all mushy about emotions. I'm always planning for the future and what to do next. He leaves his school, and the devil follows him closely. He goes home and sits in his room while Bamar is looking out the window, seeing a person coming up and saying, I keep wondering what my next move should be. He steps out of his school, and the devil follows him closely. He goes home, sits in his room, and the Bamar is looking out the window to see a guy coming up. Bamar tells him that he has no real relationship with his father, unlike the one he had with his classmates. How could it even be real if you sit alone in your room for 3 whole months and don't talk to anyone? Well, good luck trusting anyone or having them trust you back. And that money trick, yeah, that's not going to work because spoiler alert, that money is all from your dad. So what trick are you planning to pull out now? And he responds, I'm not using any tricks. Bamar chimes in, well, look at us. Our friendship is getting stronger by the minute. Vikram spills the tea that his dad runs an insurance company and their job is basically stealing everyone's money and keeping it for themselves. Just then, his dad walks into the room and asks, who are you talking to? He continues saying that, first, you lock yourself in your room and keep playing video games. Have you actually lost it? Honestly, you're just as clueless and weak as your mom. He pulls out a key that's now glowing red hot. He tells the devil, I told you I'm not going to pull any tricks. It runs in my family. Deception is literally in our blood. Hearing this, his dad snaps back, what did you just say? And tries to slap him. Vikram activates that key, and the room fills with crackling electricity. Suddenly, a portal to hell appears. He can't help but wonder how a person can be so low. He had always troubled and deceived his mother and was chatting up other girls. And he pulled the same shenanigans at work, making everyone miserable just for kicks. This had become his standard operating procedure. Vikram, with complete audacity, activates the key, and he gets the same fate as all those poor souls before him. Snakes slither in and drag him down to hell. He mutters, this guy deserves to be in hell. Bamar looks at his tablet watching as his hell fills up little by little. Everything's going according to plan. Just how they envisioned, Vikram glances at his family photo, and right then the devil asks him, so what's the plan now? What's cooking? The devil queries, is there anyone left you need revenge on, or are you just planning to send everyone who sins straight to hell? He asks, seriously, what's on your mind now? Vikram tells him, for now, I've got my revenge sorted, and I'm about to give in. Then he shows the devil his phone. He's dialed an emergency number. We cut to them at the police station explaining how his mom and dad have gone missing. Just then, a messenger rushes in to inform Bamar Lucifer summoned you. He goes, finally, Lucifer knows the hell is ready. That's why I got the call. Just when I thought I was going to be bored out of my mind here. He opens a portal and zips over. In a room, Lucifer has gathered all his servants, and they are anxiously waiting for Bamar's arrival. The door swings open, and boom, there he is, the great demon Bamar, stepping in. On seeing this, Lucifer announces all 12 contestants of the 20th hell, the new hell, have arrived. Bamar scans the table and sees all the great demons he could compare himself with. He wonders why they all got summoned here. They've never been in the same room before. Lucifer stretches out his hand and says, Bamar, have a seat. Since Bamar was the last one to arrive, he shrugs. Can someone explain what's going on here? Lucifer loses it and snaps. Stop the chit-chat. You'll get answers later. Just sit. Bamar realizes Lucifer is not in the mood for jokes and thinks it would be safer to sit down now. Another high-ranking demon Gargamon chimes in, we weren't just here for fun, we were summoned. We're all contenders for the reserve hell, and we're equal. Bamar thinks to himself, reserve hell, never heard of that before. He asks Lucifer, what's up with backup hell? Lucifer explains, a few days ago I gathered 12 high demons and told them to create hells where they could be kings. but I never said I'd accept all those hells as official ones. One female demon pipes up. So now all 12 of us have our own hells, and Lucifer affirms exactly. He goes on to clarify, none of you made hell on your own. You all sought help from humans whom you always regarded as beneath you. Bamar thinks they may seem foolish, but they're not as dumb as they look. They got a human to help them create a decent hell. The best hell created to date was by Dante before. A one-eyed demon interrupts. So what are you implying? What's our next move? Lucifer replies, I'm all for healthy competition, and whoever creates the best hell wins official recognition. The rest of your hells will be destroyed. The 12 demons gasp in disbelief that their hard work could just vanish. And if you recall, when a hell goes down, its demon goes down too. That's why Lucifer isn't seen as just another bad guy. I've already mentioned that where the devil dwells, things are never straightforward. Vikram is hanging out at the police station, stuck in an interrogation room. To create some confusion, he actually went to the police and filed a missing person report claiming his parents had vanished. Meanwhile, the parents of the 4 kids burst into the station yelling, "Why haven't you found our kids yet? What's the holdup?" A detective storms into the interrogation room with handcuffs in hand, demanding, "What have you done?" as Vikram stares down, thinking to himself, they can't pin anything on me. 6 people have gone missing in the same area, and there's one common link, Vikram. He thinks no matter what they try, even if I'm the common thread here, they still can't prove a thing. How are they going to pull that off? What evidence do they have that I opened the door to hell, and those folks ended up there? And honestly, the law isn't so strict that they can throw someone in the slammer just based on a flimsy link like that. Vikram's mind races, sooner or later I'll be out of here. Meanwhile, the detective is yelling at him, but nothing is sticking. He walks out, informs his senior, I don't think this kid did anything. He's just a regular student. There were no weapons, no bodies, no traces. I don't think he could manage all of this by himself. He declares either we need to prove he's a liar. It's all gonna be destroyed. Hearing this, all 12 high-ranking demons gasp in shock, realizing that their hard work could just go poof. And don't forget, if hell goes down, you know their demon side will go down with it. Lucifer isn't called the devil for nothing. I mentioned at the start of this video that where the devil hangs out, things are never straightforward. Vikram was also at the police station sitting in the interrogation room. To confuse the cops, he waltzed into the police station and filed a missing person report claiming his parents had vanished. With this, the parents of those 4 kids rushed into the police station shouting, "Why haven't you found our kids yet? What's taking you so long?" A detective storms into the interrogation room, cuffs in hand, and grills him, "What have you done?" But Vikram just stares at the floor thinking, they can't touch me. 6 people have gone missing in one city, all from the same area, and they all have Vikram in common. He's thinking no matter what they do, even if I'm the common link here, they can't prove I did anything. How will they ever prove it? Do they think I opened the gates of hell and sent them all to a demon holiday? And let's face it, the law isn't that strict where you can just throw someone in jail over a flimsy link. Vikram was just waiting for the moment he'd be freed. The detective yells at him, but it yields no results. He steps out and tells his superior he doubts the kid has done anything. He's just a regular student. There wasn't a weapon, no bodies, no traces. I don't think he could manage all this alone. He says, either we make this a false case. Vikram thought that soon he would be free from here. The detective is yelling at him, but it doesn't faze Vikram. He goes outside and tells his senior that he doesn't believe this kid did anything. Just a normal student. There's no weapon, no body, no evidence. I doubt he could juggle all that alone. Either we pin this on him as a false case, or just acknowledge he's innocent. Vikram calms himself down and asks for all the details about what the rules are. And while I was in the investigation, what all happened outside, he says, "All right, I'll tell you everything, just trust me." Then he digs both skinny fingers into Vikram's eye. Vikram starts to cry from the pain. Should I frame him and send him to jail, or just set him free? Then he tells his junior, I want to have a chat with him, but without any CCTV camera. Turn it off. He walks in and says, "It's really unfortunate that your mom and dad have gone missing, and you have to go through this investigation in the meantime, but we have no choice. We have to do all this to figure out who did it." Vikram insists, "I didn't kill anyone. I am not to blame for this." And he adds, "Absolutely, I trust you completely that you haven't killed anyone. In fact, you've sent everyone to hell instead." Then, he shows him a key to hell, and Vikram accidentally blurts out that he's not the only builder who created hell. He says, "No, I've been watching you for quite a while, and I know what you did." He was so shocked that he forgot to stay in character and confessed right in front of him that he did create hell and sent everyone there. So, what's next? Will Vikram end up in jail? On the other hand, what competition is Lucifer talking about? Remember, where the devil is, things aren't that simple. Vikram was trapped now. A guy had arrived who knew exactly what he had done and how he did it. He then thinks, why not send him to hell too? His challenge was to make this detective commit the sin of deception. Just then, a bright yellow light appears, and he thinks maybe Bamar is back. Sure enough, he had returned, and the detective was no ordinary bloke. If he had made hell, then he must have a devil too. That's when Garg Manga shows up who is his devil. Garg Manga tells him, "Looks like we meet again." The outside world replies, "It's a good thing our people have already met. It means we can end our hostility. After all, we're no longer strangers." Just like before, Garg Manga says that this boy was just talking about activating the key to Vikram's hell. Bamar tells him, "You don't need to worry right now. The game hasn't started yet." Hearing that, Vikram asks, "What game are you talking about?" Then he inquires, "Is there really someone else besides me who created hell?" Bamar responds, "Apart from you and this detective, there's a whole bunch of demons who chose to create some hells as well. Soon, a deadly game will commence, and the most interesting part of this whole quest is that the deadly game is about to start." Vikram asks, "Is there really a need for so many hells?" And he replies, "That was Lucifer's idea. He's all for a healthy competition and wants us all to compete in this game where whoever survives till the end will get to keep their hell. The rest will be, well, destroyed. Let this boy go. If he doesn't leave, we can't start this deadly game. Besides, we can always frame someone else here." The detective shoots back, "I was going to let him go anyway. If he's guilty, then so am I. I've also created hell and sent people there just the same. I was going to let him off the hook regardless." They both head out, and on their way out, Vikram is fuming because now this detective knows what he's done. Garg Manga tells the detective not to worry and says use Vikram like a hunting dog. Once you're done with him, just dispose of him. And anyway, his crimes are so common that there's no need for him to freak out. The detective says, "If I can pull this off and win in the end, maybe I can create a society where everyone is equal and crime doesn't exist." Vikram was still really mad because he had no idea there were other hellmakers out there. He exclaims, "I could end up in jail because of you." Bamar retorts, "Don't take out your anger on me. Besides, you went to the police station and practically handed them a chance to catch you." He screams, "I had no idea there were so many hellmakers around." Bamar loses his patience, grabs Vikram, lifts him up and says, "Remember your place, human. I could obliterate your soul in a split second, and I wouldn't even need to blink. I'm a supreme demon, not some school buddy you're yelling at." And on top of that, Bamar was furious because he never imagined, after 500 years of serving Lucifer, he'd give other supreme demons a chance to make their own hells too. And Lucifer wasn't satisfied with that either. He wanted a healthy competition and had started a deadly game. He was extremely annoyed that after 500 years of service, he didn't gain any advantage. Hearing this, Vikram gets troubled and focuses on the deadly game, saying, "So the one who lasts till the end gets to stay alive." Bamar calms down and says, "Yes." Vikram too calms down and asks, "Tell me all the details of the rules. What happened while I was inside the investigation?" He replies, "Okay, I'll tell you everything. Trust me." And then he shoves his bony fingers into Vikram's eye. Vikram starts crying and feels the pain. Holding himself together, Bamar justifies his actions, saying, "It's better to see it once than to hear about it 1,000 times. Bamar then urges him, "Try to pay attention," and he brushes the pain aside to reveal Lucifer, who is sitting at a ground table with all the higher demons discussing. He tells everyone that this will be a game of sending people to hell. You have no idea what sins the other. They both leave, and as they step outside, Vikram is seething with anger, thinking, "This detective knows exactly what I did." Gar advises the pricey detective not to sweat it and suggests using Vikram like a hunting dog. When he's no longer useful, just dispose of him. He adds that with a name like his sin, it's not exactly a rare case, so there's no need to worry. The detective claims if he pulls this off and wins in the end, maybe he can create a society where everyone is equal and crimes don't exist. Vikram is still super angry, not aware that there are other hell-creating folks out there. I might end up in jail because of you, Bamar retorts. Don't take your rage out on me. Remember, you practically handed the cops the chance to nab you. He screams back, I didn't realize there would be so many hellmakers around. Bamar loses his cool, grabs him, and lifts him up, saying, remember your place. I could tear your soul apart in a second, and I won't even bat an eyelash. I am a supreme demon, not just some school buddy you've been yelling at. Not to mention, Bamar is also pretty riled up because he never imagined that after serving Lucifer for 500 years, he'd just let others supreme. And Lucifer wasn't satisfied with that either. He wanted some healthy competition and has kicked off a deadly game. He was super mad that after 500 years of service, he hadn't gained anything. Hearing this, Vikram starts sweating and realizes it's a deadly game where only the last one standing will survive. Bamar composed, yeah. Vikram also calms down and asks, give me all the details, what are the rules? And as I was in the investigation, what else happened outside? He says, okay, I'll fill you in. Just trust me. And with that, he shoves his bony fingers into Vikram's eyes. Vikram starts tearing up, and his eyes are in agony. Bamar justifies his action, saying it's better to see something once than hear it 1,000 times. He tells Vikram to pay close attention as he dismisses the pain and reveals Lucifer sitting at the ground table with all the higher demons discussing the game about sending them to hell. You don't know what sins the other demons and their humans have chosen. You will have to play the game where you force the opponent to sin and send them straight to hell. This game won't end until every demon who built a hell is... Vikram calms himself down and asks him to spill the beans on what the rules are in detail. And when I was inside the investigation, what was happening outside, he says, okay, I'll tell you everything. Trust me, he insists as he shoves his bony fingers into Vikram's eye. Watching this, Vikram starts to cry from the pain in his eyes. Bamar justifies his actions by saying, it's better to see it once than to just hear about it 1,000 times. He tells him to try to watch closely and brushes aside the pain. Then Lucifer appears to him sitting with all the higher demons at the round table, discussing how the game of sending people to hell would unfold. He informs them that they don't even know what sins the other demons and their humans have chosen, and the game will be to force the other person to sin and send them to hell. This game won't end until everyone who has made hell is sent there. Humans have chosen to play with sin, and you have to play a game where you force the other person to sin and send them to hell. This game won't end until all those who created hell are themselves in hell. Only one person escapes this bus, and whoever wins will be stuck in their personal hell forever, proving that they were the most clever in crafting their own version of torment. And there's yet another demon involved. One demon asks Lucifer what other rules they can follow or must avoid, and Lucifer explains that beyond this, you're forbidden to use any power you previously granted to your humans. However, you can use any sneaky tactics you want, even the shadiest ones. After hearing this, Vikram finally comes to his senses and realizes why this is called a death game. Because he has no choice but to play it whether he decides to just chill at home, doing absolutely nothing. Eventually, someone will find him and drag him into their hell. Bamar chimes in, yes, but this applies to you, not just me. If you lose and end up in someone else's hell, mine will go down too, and so will I. But Vikram thinks to himself, I don't feel a shred of sympathy for this demon. If he dies, so be it. Still, he poses a question. What happens if I end up in someone else's hell and mine gets destroyed? What about the folks I sent there, like their parents and friends who used to pester them? The demon replies that they won't escape, so they'll vanish right along with that hell. Hearing this, Vikram asserts, if that's the case, I'm not giving up. I want them to rot there for eternity until time runs out. Bamar is taken aback, realizing that Vikram is ready to fight for others' pain, yet unwilling to do anything for himself. He contemplates that after dealing with such a psychopath, he might actually have a shot at becoming the new king of hell. This boosts my chances significantly. Bamar reaches out his hand, declaring, from this day on, we are partners, and together we'll conquer this. Meanwhile, a one-eyed demon observes all this, while a sturdy 18-year-old hellbuilder named Rhea stands beside him, taking it all in. Then Vikram shows Bamar a list of all the rules, explaining them one by one. The one human who sends all other hellbuilders to hell will win. Demons can't use their powers, but they have special abilities they can use with their humans. They can employ any trick to send the other humans to hell, and the game continues until there's one last human standing. Bamar reads through this and exclaims, "Yes, exactly, you've got it written down perfectly." Then Vikram asks, "If you can't use your powers, how can you help your humans?" The demon explains that each demon has different abilities, like being able to travel between dimensions. "I can roam in and out of hell and teleport within this world, even unleashing hellfire from my body. I can command my little minions to do whatever, plus every demon is granted one special ability at birth." Vikram remarks, "So this isn't just a guessing game. There's another factor involved, what powers each demon possesses." He inquires about the demon's powers, and the demon replies, "I can sense when someone's about to meet their end." This leads to a flashback of Bamar showing how when he was born, or even when he was a dog, he would sniff out dead people, discovering where death was lurking and fetching them to hell. Vikram demands all the details on how his powers work. Just then, the doorbell rings, leading Vikram to think a cop is back. He checks the intercom and sees an unfamiliar girl standing there, someone he had never encountered before. She's confidently facing the camera, then pulls down her mask, declaring, "I want to show you my face." Along with that, she adds, "And there's a little something else I want to unveil." Then she starts unbuttoning her shirt. Vikram is flabbergasted. What is this girl doing? He hurries, "Get out of here or I'll call the police." Just then, Bamar jumps in, stating, "I smell something fishy. There's a scent of death coming from that girl. She's here to take your life, and we need to tread carefully while dealing with her." Vikram is shocked. "We don't even know each other. Why is she here to kill me? I've been cooped up in this room for the past 3 months. I haven't done anything to warrant her wrath." As he ponders, Vikram realizes she's another hellbuilder. Meanwhile, we see the girl's key glowing ominously. Her sin was peeping at others, and it's now activated. She thinks to herself that she only has to unlock that door, and if he doesn't, well, she has a hammer ready to break in. With that, even one less contestant will be in the game. She asks her demon, "How do you like my plan? I had it all calculated, and your ability to see far is just fantastic, made the target hunting easy for me." She began smashing the door before he could react. Vikram watches in disbelief, realizing that she met the condition to break the door down. But how he thinks, "I've literally done nothing." All he did was catch a glimpse through the intercom, piecing together that her sin is peeping at others without clothes. His key, however, remained unactivated. He looks at the intercom and realizes he's caught in a considerable predicament. Bamar notices he's surprisingly calm, meaning he must have a plan in mind to outsmart her so early in the game. "You already calculated everything ahead of time, and your eye's ability to see far ahead is truly impressive. You found your target for me super quickly and started breaking down the door before I even knew it." Vikram was watching this unfold and thought, so she's already starting to break down the door, which means she met her condition. But how? I haven't even done anything. And he reflects, what has she done? She just saw me through the intercom. And he realizes that her sin is being a peeping Tom and seeing other people unclothed. He glances at his key, and it hadn't activated yet. He checked her through the intercom and realizes he's trapped. He's in a big pickle. Bamar watches him, noting that he's completely calm, so he must have something up his sleeve to deceive everyone so quickly. He realized he was in a tight spot with a huge trouble approaching, but Bamar saw that he was completely calm, meaning he must have some plan to deceive everyone in such a short time. They can't force them because there's no relationship between them. They never signed any agreement, nor have they ever been together, so he'll need to come up with another plan. Vikram tells Bamar that the girl has activated the key. He assumes that as soon as she walks in, she'll have activated that key. So I need to convince her that as soon as she comes in, I can do the same thing. And Vikram yells, "You're going to walk through that door and directly go to hell." But hearing this, she responds, "I don't trust you. You sat in a corner and now you're trying to pull a fast one on me. I've already activated my hell key. Now I just need to walk in and send you to hell." After hammering on the door for a while, she breaks the lock, puts the hammer down, and removes the lock. Now there's a hole in the door through which she can peek inside. Rhea just needed to see Vikram to activate the key. She peeks through the hole and sees him sitting there completely still. He's neither trying to escape nor begging her not to send him to hell. This leaves her a bit puzzled. Vikram was sitting on the other side of the door, looking down at her with his eyes glowing red, like a complete devil. So there's a hole in that door now, and she can totally peek inside. Rhea just had to look at Vikram to activate the key. Peeking through the hole, she sees him sitting there all calm and collected, not trying to make a run for it or begging not to be sent to hell. Seeing this totally blows her mind. Vikram was chilling on the other side of the door, slightly bowing his head to look at her, but his eyes were glowing red like he just came from a Halloween party. He says, "Hurry up and come in, I'm waiting for you." And that freaks her out, making her wonder why on earth he wasn't trying to escape. After processing all of this, it hit Vikram that he had to keep anyone from entering the house at all costs. The invasion hell is just a false promise, he thought, and that creepy one-eyed devil picked this girl because she was super smart. But she thought, 90% chance he's lying, but 10% chance if I step inside, his invasion hell will act. She's caught in my trap. He tells her, "My hell is called invasion. If you force your way into my house, my key will activate, and I've seen you straight to hell. You'll go." The girl stands there thinking if she crosses this door, she might eliminate one contestant. But it could also mean she becomes a contestant herself and ends up in someone else's hell. Bamar stands off to the side watching this unfold and says, "There's no rule against lying here. We can lie as much as we want. Invasion hell. It's a false promise of hell, and she'll get stuck right there." That one-eyed devil had chosen this girl because she was incredibly smart, but she thinks there's a 90% chance he's lying, yet a 10% chance that the moment I step inside, his invasion hell will activate, and I'll go straight to hell. Even if I reach through that hole and activate the key, it'll trigger his invasion hell as well. Now she faces two options. Even if I reach my hand through that hole to activate the key, his invasion hell could trigger. So she had two options: step inside and risk triggering his hell, ending up 6 feet under, or hightail it out of there. But Vikram was already onto her and knew exactly what his hell was about and what conditions needed to be met. He told her there would be real trouble for her in the future if she bailed, so he suggests, "I have an offer that won't screw you over, or me either. Why don't we team up?" The girl hadn't even thought about that, and she shot back. The rules of this game are super clear. Only one person can survive in the end. There's zero room for partnerships here. As soon as I activate the key, the invasion hell will also get activated. Now that girl has two options, either to go in and risk her hell activating directly or... Surprised, Vikram counters, "Yeah, I get that, but at some point we'll have to rely on each other." She raised an eyebrow. "You have no idea about their sins or what conditions activate their hell, right?" That's where Vikram got the upper hand. No matter how slick she was once they teamed up, even if she tried to double-cross him, he could still send her straight to hell. Activating it in the future if she leaves here could mean big trouble for her. Vikram calls out from behind the door, "You're wondering what you're going to do. If you leave here, you won't lose much, but if you try to come in, you're going to be dead meat." Then he says, "I have an offer that won't be bad for you or me. Why not we form an alliance?" The girl hadn't even considered this, and she retorts, "The rules of this game are crystal clear. Only one person can survive in the end. There's no room for partnership here." Upon hearing this, Vikram replies, "Yeah, I know." He tells her at some point, "We're gonna have to betray." She mused, "I could surprise a bunch of hell builders and send them packing to hell." But if she bailed without teaming up, Vikram could blab all over town and she'd lose her advantage. As the competition heated up, sending everyone to hell was going to get trickier. So she asked her demon, "What should I do in this scenario?" The game rules are crystal clear. Only one person can survive in the end. No room for partnerships here. When Vikram hears this, he says, "Yeah, I know." Bamar tells him that one way or another, they're going to have to deal with each other eventually. You have no idea about their sins or what conditions activate their hells. That gives Vikram a huge advantage. Even if they team up and she tries to betray him, he can still send her to hell. She thinks I can surprise a ton of hell builders and send them to hell like this. But if I leave here without teaming up, Vikram can spread the news everywhere, and I could lose my advantage. As the competition, you have no idea about their sins and the conditions to activate their hells, and that plays a big advantage for Vikram. As soon as they team up, even if the girl tricks him, he can still send her to hell. She thinks, I can surprise many hell builders and send them straight to hell. But if I leave here without teaming up, Vikram can spread word everywhere, and I could lose my... Even then, he could still send you to hell. She thinks she could surprise a lot of hell builders and get them sent straight to hell. But if I leave here without teaming up today, then Vikram is in trouble everywhere. And as this competition progresses, sending everyone else to hell will get tougher. She asks her demon, what can I do in this situation? But her demon can't speak. It's just a big eye, so in lieu of an answer, it raises its hand. Vikram gives her his number and says, if you decide to form an alliance, you can call me. Then there'll be no need for you to break into my house and activate my hell. Vikram tells her, you need to head out of here quickly because you've made a whole lot of noise and the police will be here soon. Rhea jots down Vikram's number and he said, you can just call me. No need to break into my house and I have no way to activate my hell. Vikram warned her, you've got to get out of here fast because you've made way too much noise and the cops will be here soon. Rhea made a mental note of Vikram's number and breezed out, wondering if all other hell builders were this. This kid wasn't even sweating it considering this was her first encounter and she was practically a goner. Bamar chimed in, there's a devil out there who can sniff out where all the other hell builders are hiding, but I didn't think you'd be the first target. Bamar added that the second demon's power to hunt down all hell builders was super useful. As she walks away, he breathes a sigh of relief and tells Bamar Man the competition just kicked off. I can't believe that was my first encounter and I was about to die. Bamar informs him, there's a devil who can track down where all the other hell builders are, but I didn't expect you to be his first target. Bamar says that the power of the other demon to locate other hell builders is extremely valuable. That night, Rhea texts Vikram saying, I'm ready to form an alliance with you, but if you betray me, I'm dead. Upon it wasn't working out that this was my first encounter, and just then, I was about to die. Bamar tells her, there's a devil who can figure out where all the other hell builders are, but I didn't think they're... That night, Rhea shot Vikram a message. I'm down to team up, but if you betray me, I'm toast. That made Vikram ecstatic. With just one message, he scored a major win. He wondered, what's keeping you from chilling? Are you hunting for all those hell builders, or what? A willingness to form alliances was there. But if you trick me, I'm done for. Seeing this, Vikram feels ecstatic. Just one message has given him a major upper hand, if he can. That night, the detective was also awake. He was sitting at his computer searching for something. Suddenly, his demon shows up and asks, so why aren't you resting? Are you looking for the other hell builders? Using his position of authority, he's trying to use as many resources as he can from the police. He was all about utilizing his authority and making use of whatever resources he could get from the cops, just like a dog on the hunt. He planned to track down all the hell builders, and in the end, he would be the one wearing the detective hat. Then he asked, can you send me that security footage where all this went down? He was using everyone just to figure out where the most people were missing, so he could track down the rest of the hell builders and see which sins they chose, looking at the data of missing persons like a detective. This guy is saying it's not as simple as I thought, and just then his partner shows up and asks, did you really put in some extra hours, as he brings him some extra clothes for the occasion so he can work even harder. He tells him that the girl Vikram was interviewing was attacked at home by a schoolgirl wielding a sledgehammer, and due to a whole lot of noise, the neighbors called the police. But Vikram said he doesn't suspect anyone and doesn't want to file a complaint. Hearing this, he gets all cheerful because he thinks, hey, we've got another hell builder on our hands, and now I can use Vikram like a hunting dog. He'll track down all the hell builders, and in the end, the detective is going to win. He asks him about that CCTV footage where I need to know where Vikram goes, who he meets, and what he talks about. I need all the deets. He affirmed that it would happen. We then see a high-up point of view, and it's like, you're wasting my oxygen, so be quiet or I'll take you down. Just then, his demon, who was deep in conversation with Lucifer, piped in, no need to kill him, just team up. His partner replies, I'll send it in a bit, but the detective says, I've got one more favor to ask, can you handle it? He asks what else, and the detective fills him in that Vikram needs to be surveilled for a week. Where does he go? Who does he meet? What does he talk about? All the details, please. His partner agrees. He threatened his own demon. You better keep your mouth shut unless you want the same fate. Shocked, the demon realized he'd been caught off guard when he was just chilling and doing nothing for 3 days. Bamar asked, dude, 3 days ago you struck gold teaming up with a hell builder, and now you're just loafing around. Next to him, a little demon appears and says, you're wasting my oxygen by breathing here, so shut up or I'll take you out. Just then, his demon shows up, who was questioning Lucifer, and says, no need to kill this guy. You can build a team and beat the rest. He threatens his own demon, saying, if you don't want to end up like him, you better shut up. He tells her, you're wasting my oxygen just sitting here, so shut it, or I might just put you down myself. Just then, his demon arrives, asking Lucifer some questions, and he says, there's no need to kill her. You can team up and defeat everyone else. He threatens his own demon, saying, if you want to be nothing like that, then keep quiet. He was baffled by all this. There's absolutely no need to kill it. You can team up and defeat everyone else. He threatens his own demon, saying, if you don't want to end up like this, better keep your mouth shut. He's shocked to hear that. Now we see Vikram living the high life, eating, drinking, and sleeping like a king. He hasn't done anything in 3 days. Bamar asks him, dude, you were crushing it a few days ago, creating an alliance with a hell builder, and now you're just lounging around. He was just hanging around and sleeping. He had done nothing for 3 days. Bamar asks him, you did such a good job 3 days ago teaming up with a hell builder, and now you're just lounging around. He replies, as soon as the second half of the game kicks off, there won't be any time for rest or meals. Think about it, if an experienced hunter shows up and starts chasing me, will I have time to sleep, eat, or chill? Absolutely not. That's why I'm resting now, so I don't have to deal with chaos in the second half. There's always some fool who messes up, and when that happens, I'll jump into action. Plenty of people. Do you think I have time to chill, eat, and rest? Absolutely not. He explained. That's why I'm resting now, so I won't get bothered in the second half. There's always some fool who makes a mistake, and when they do, I'll be ready to jump in. There are plenty of people who think they can barge into others' lives, but I'm not that naive. I want to win the war, not just the battle. I'll wait until they mess up, and when they do, I'll spring into action. Many people come to other folks' houses with a hammer to smash them. But I'm not that foolish. I aim to win the war, not fight battles. Then he gets a call from Rhea asking, what are you up to? He tells her he hasn't done anything in 3 days and explains his whole survival strategy. But she tells him, not everyone is like us. Some have already started their games. After that, she sends him a live stream where a guy is yelling about how he started a new deadly game where it's not everyone who acts in that way. Some folks are already starting their game. Then he gets a live stream sent to him where a guy is practically shouting, I've launched a killer game where everyone's out for blood. But the guy was frustrated that if this game is deadly, we should all attack each other, set traps, but nobody's making a move. People are at each other's throats. But he was frustrated because if this is a deadly game, we should all go for each other, attack and set traps. But so far, no one had done anything. He tells her that tonight at 12, he's going to drop his address, name, and location in the comments. So anyone who wants to fight him can come on over. Hearing this, the girl says, we should meet up and strategize because this could be a great opportunity to learn about the rest of the hell builders, what sins they have, and who they are. After all that planning, they set up a meeting in a cafe so Vikram can't activate his invasion hell. Although that's a lie, she believes it's true. The next day, they head to the cafe where they decided to meet, and Vikram, the girl suggested, we should meet up and plan. This could be our golden opportunity to find out who the other hell builders are and what sins they carry. After some back and forth, they set up a meeting at a cafe to keep Vikram's invasion hell from activating. Although it was a fib, the girl believed it to be true. The next day, they met at the agreed spot, and Vikram was already there, looking like all kinds of classy. Rhea showed up and thought, this guy's super royal and cunning. He specifically chose a spot where a crowd would help. They had decided to meet up. Vikram was already there sitting when Rhea walked in thinking, this guy is so royal and sly. He specifically chose a spot where they sit and chat, and Rhea asks him, what are your thoughts on that girl who revealed her address in the stream yesterday? He says a lot of people will see her and get provoked rushing to attack her. This is a fantastic chance for us to gather intel on who the other hell builders are and their personalities. He doesn't want to come off as overly confident, so he says, I'll have to. He claims there are plenty of folks who will get all riled up just by looking at him and come running to him, probably to attack. This sounds like a fantastic opportunity for us to figure out who all the other hell builders are. He didn't want to show off too much confidence, so he said he had to leave because his hell isn't powerful enough. If I only had my... While they're talking, Vikram notices another visitor. It's the detective. The detective strolls up, and he's in a fantastic mood today. He asks them, why are you both here so early having a debate? He snags a chair and plops down at their table asking, can I try your cocktail? For a moment, they both panic. He tells them, don't even think about activating your keys. But Vikram's hand was on his key, only it wasn't activated yet. The detective goes, don't move from here, and he shows off his key, which was activated long before. The detective had finally arrived. He approaches them clearly in a fantastic mood and asks, why are you two up so early meeting here and debating no less? He grabs a chair, plops down at their table, and says, "Mind if I try your cocktail?" For a moment, both of them panic. He warns them not even to think about activating their key. But Vikram's hand was on his key, and it hadn't yet activated. The detective tells him not to move and shows him his key, which had already been activated. Both of them are shocked to see that they haven't done anything yet. What kind of sin could have activated it just by sitting here? Is it possible that the alliance Vikram created is at fault? Nothing has happened yet. They were both astonished to realize that they hadn't done anything so far. What sin could activate right here while we're just sitting? Could it be this alliance that Vikram formed? Just a few seconds later, Vikram and Rhea arrived at the cafe to meet up. And guess what? A detective showed up waving his key like it's a magic wand, saying it's already activated. If you even think about moving an inch, I'll send you straight to hell. Meanwhile, we see this streamer who boldly declared he would publish his address glued to his phone at midnight, completely unfazed by anything around him. Just then, out pops this bizarre creature behind him, its mouth dangling a sack, making him light up with joy as he starts fidgeting in his chair, declaring that he's finally ready for tonight. All the preparations are set. Your powers are a total hack, and no one has a clue. I've installed security cameras everywhere in my house and have prepped a bunch of other stuff too. On the other side, Detective Vikram was laying out the next steps for Rhea, but Vikram couldn't stop fixating on the fact that he committed some kind of sin, which detective's key is activated, and what are the repercussions. He was wondering because last time he was in the investigation room, the key wasn't glowing. This meant it wasn't activated back then. He always pays close attention so he doesn't slip up. So this key isn't because of me, but because of Rhea. But looking at Rhea's face, she too was pondering when she wronged and realizing something was off. Ignoring the detective's chatter, he stands up and tells Rhea, "Let's bounce." The detective, upon seeing this, gets furious, warning, "Take one step forward and I'll send you straight to hell." At that, Vikram's face turns crimson, looking like the devil himself, and he responds, "You're lying. You've brought someone here who's committed your sin, and that's why your key was activated." He remembered when he got here, he had casually said his key was activated without looking. He's so confident because he brought someone else along. Hearing all this, it was time to solve the puzzle of when they sinned, if they really did. Vikram approaches a guy sitting in the cafe asking, "You came here because of the detective, right? He blackmailed you as if on cue." Rhea stands up, fuming. "You're lying. That key didn't activate because of us. You are such a big fraud." The other guy slinks over to the detective, whispering in his ear that he took care of everything you said. "Can I leave now?" He bolts out, and the detective, surprised, admits he didn't realize the guy was that clever. The detective reveals that he hadn't given the guy a chance to prove himself in the investigation room, so this was a test for both of them to gauge their intelligence, because he, after all, can't team up with a fool. Vikram, shaking his head, says, "First you threaten us with hell, and now you're playing nice." The detective motions for them to take a seat. He then says, "I have another offer for you guys." Rhea exclaims to Vikram, "Didn't we say we need to get out of here? Why are we even talking to him?" She just doesn't get why Vikram is still chatting after all the chaos. But the truth is, it's pretty simple. He's both a hell builder and a detective. He can detain and arrest people, interrogate them. He can dig up secret data that the government has, and that could really benefit us. We both have only one card, the hell card, but the detective, he has two, his hell card and the detective card. Vikram thinks to himself, if this guy offers us an alliance, we should at least hear him out. So the detective pitches, "If you tell us what your sin is, maybe we could form a team." Rhea is considering how, as the game progresses, others will have various advantages. So she figures they should hear him out. Vikram responds, "I can't exactly spill the beans about my sin because it's a bit complicated." Rhea countered, "How can you build a team if you can't trust each other?" The detective interjects, "In return, I can offer you something even more valuable. You've sent so few people to hell, probably around 10, but I've sent 117 so far, and I have loads of information about the Hellgate." He pulls out a notebook filled with info detailing how far you can activate a key, how many people can be sent to hell at once, and under what conditions the key works. And I'm ready to share all of that with you. But you gotta partner up with me on today's raid. They leave with the notebook, and finally the detective has formed a team with them. Just then, Gargya shows up and asks the detective if all this info was a piece of cake to obtain. Making an alliance took a lot of work, huh? Was it really worth all your effort? The detective explains the diary he handed over contains a ton of valuable information, but he made a few tweaks. For instance, if sending only 4 people was standard, he inflated it in his notes to 5, ensuring greater impact and advantage down the road. After leaving, they head to a park, where they kill time waiting for the streamer to publish his address. Then Vikram throws a question at Rhea, and she's like, "I'll answer." He follows up, "Could you use your tracking ability, the one that comes from your demon powers? If we can use it now, we could find the streamer before anyone else does." Just then, Gargyamanga shows up and asks the detective, "Did you really work that hard to gather all this information, or did you just easily hand over everything for making an alliance? And let's be honest, you put a lot of effort into forming this team. Will it all be worth it?" He tells him, "The diary I gave them has a ton of valuable information, but there are a few changes in it. For instance, instead of sending 4 people at a time, I said 5 could go, so I'd have a significant edge in the future." After leaving there, the two head over to a park, just hanging out to see when that streamer will reveal his address. Then Vikram asks Rhea a question, to which she replies, "Sure, I'll answer." Vikram then probes, "Can you use your tracking ability related to your demon's powers? If we use it now, we might find that streamer before he knows it. And they can camp there, and anyone who tries to catch him will get noticed." He tells her that he has absolutely no idea about her powers, and this is where the fun begins. The moment she hears this, Rhea starts crafting something on the ground with a stick and explains, "My powers work this way. I can see whoever is closest to me among the Hellbuilders, and this resets every 12 hours. That means every 12 hours I can see a new person, the closest one to me," she adds. Vikram thinks to himself that since he is right next to her, she can't use her powers because that would be a waste. He knows she hasn't seen him leave the house since she's keeping an eye on him. There are high chances she's out looking for more Hellbuilders in different spots. Perhaps she hasn't contacted anyone else since she's become extra cautious after her run-in with Vikram. Vikram asks her how many Hellbuilders she knows about. Rhea doesn't want to spill the beans because this is her only edge, and she's not keen on losing it. But then she recalls how Vikram stood by her when that detective was bothering them, saying they needed to leave. She couldn't do anything alone back then, and she wanted to return the favor. So after a brief moment of contemplation, she admits, "I've spotted 2 Hellbuilders so far. One was coming from the airport, so he's definitely a foreigner, and the other was in a board meeting for a big company. But unfortunately, neither of them looked in the mirror, so I don't know what they look like." She adds, she hadn't shared this with Vikram before because she had no reason to fully trust him yet, but she never thought she would break this alliance. To earn her trust, Vikram reveals Bamor's ability. He explains that Bamor can sense when someone is about to die. If we use this power wisely, we can figure out the future. Bamor can even see when a death flag is hanging over someone. Hearing this, Rhea perks up, realizing their chances of winning just skyrocketed. With this ability, we can do a lot. With just 3 hours left until the address is published, Vikram suggests, "Let's head home and get some rest. We'll meet at the place we decided on before the raid." Then he adds, "I'll send you a picture of the detective's notebook so you can memorize everything before the raid." As he says goodbye, he reminds her, "Those people you sent to hell, you're not planning to make it easier for them, right? So give it your all." He chuckles, recalling who he sent to hell. There's a guy who was with her who turns on the camera and asks, "Why are you filming?" He replies, "Just for the collection." But the next day at school, everyone is laughing at her, saying they had a blast watching that video. After she gets the key, that same guy is begging her not to hurt him. She replies, "All those videos are out on the internet now, and you did me wrong." Then she sends him straight to hell, hoping he rots there till the end of time. So, yeah, I'll definitely put in some serious effort. Vikram heads home where Bamor complains about wanting to come out. Vikram shoots back, "Stop whining. If you keep hanging out with me, everyone will know you're here, and they'll figure out I'm a Hellbuilder." He tells him he can only stay in one place, this house, where no one can see him. Bamor then points out, "You're careful about everything, but today, you revealed what my powers are to that girl." Responding, Vikram says, "That doesn't matter. I lied about the most important thing, which is the condition to activate my hell. That's my sin." Vikram admits he needs her because during today's raid, someone else might form an alliance. I can't take on 3 or 4 people alone, and he knows he's right. Meanwhile, another alliance has formed with 3 more people, one of whom is the businessman. But this alliance is different here. The detective Vikram and Rhea are all equals. As the businessman has treated the other two like dogs, he notices that the streamer has made his address public and asks the hefty guy, "Do you have a driver's license and can you drive?" The guy nods and he tosses him the key, saying, "Let's roll." He tells the girl, "You're going inside first to warm up." She screams and angrily retorts, "Why should I go in there? Why should I be the sacrificial lamb?" The businessman pulls out his key and declares, "Because your life is in my hands. If you want to live another day, you'll do exactly as I say." The guy asks the businessman, "Really, when this is all over, will you let us go?" He replies, "We'll talk about that when you're smart enough to know better. Right now, it's not the time for that. Let's go." On the flip side, the detective Vikram and Rhea were meeting at one spot, while the other three were heading to the streamer's house. Now we know 7 people are participating in this game. Will more people show up? What will Vikram gain or lose from this? Who will die and who will survive? To find out, don't forget to subscribe and like. The streamer threw down the gauntlet, challenging everyone to come and try to throw him in hell. Meanwhile, the businessman and his 2 companions have also left. On the other hand, Detective Vikram and Rhea are huddled together. Then the detective asks, "Did you read those notes I gave you?" Hearing this, Vikram responds, "I've read all the notes. You can send 5 people to hell at once, but after opening the door of hell, there's a minute delay. Why should I be the goat here?" Right after this, the businessman pulls out his key and says, "Because your life is in my hands. If you want to see another day, you'll have to do exactly what I say." The young man asks the businessman, "Will you really let us go once this is all over?" The businessman responds, "We'll discuss that when you're more wise. This isn't the time for those kinds of talks. Let's move." Meanwhile, Detective Vikram and Rhea had met up somewhere, and all 3 of them were heading towards that streamer's house. Now we know there are a total of 7 people participating in this game. Will more people show up? What will Vikram lose or gain from this? And who will die and who will live? Subscribe and like to find out more. The streamer has challenged everyone, saying, "Come here and show me what you got." On one side, the businessman and his 2 comrades have already left, and on the other side, Detective Vikram and Rhea have also met up. Afterward, the detective asks her, "Did you read the notes I gave you?" Vikram replies, "I've read all the notes. You can send 5 people to hell at once, but once the door of hell opens, there's a 1-minute delay. During that 1 minute, you can't reopen that door. The hell gate can pull a person from a distance of 10 meters, but if they're more than 10 meters away, we can't send them to hell." Hearing this, Rhea comments, "Didn't you forget something?" He says, "If someone has sinned, but we can't identify them, we can't send them to hell. The key only responds if 2 conditions are met. 1, they've sinned, and 2, we know they've sinned." Hearing this, the detective says, "You're very clever. You've memorized everything in your mind." Afterward, he says, "Let's go and move towards our target." Next, the detective explains, "First, we need to visually confirm who the other hell builders are, what they look like, and who they are. Then we need to find clues about their sins that activate their keys." He says, "Let's get moving towards our target." And then the detective explains that first, we need to visually confirm all the other hell builders and see what they look like and who they are. And then, don't get stuck on the idea of just reducing the number of hell builders. The most important thing is to survive. In the end, everyone else will send each other to hell. That actually works in our favor. There's no need for us to put our lives on the line. After hearing this, Rhea gets confused and says, "But isn't that our job? Isn't our competition to send the other hell builders to our hell?" The detective responds, "Sending other creators to hell won't give us any additional benefit, so it's better to let everyone fight it out. They'll send each other to hell, and we'll use our powers when only a few remain." Afterward, the detective gives each of them a walkie-talkie and says, "This is a gift from me for both of you. If you notice any unusual activity or have a gut feeling that someone might be a hell builder, inform me." The 2 of them will send each other to hell, and when we're the last one standing, we'll use our powers. The detective then hands each of them a walkie-talkie declaring, "This is my gift for both of you." Meanwhile, the businessman and his team have already arrived, and seeing the heavyset guy, he says, "Is it really necessary for us to go inside and take the risk? Why should we wait for everyone else to fight it out?" The girl chimes in, "Yeah, why take any unnecessary risks?" Then the businessman replies, "I've already sent 1 hell builder to my hell, and I could see what was happening to him on my iPad. When I sent him to hell, I realized that whenever we send a hell builder to hell, we receive an additional power. Hearing this, both of them are taken aback and exclaim, "If that's the case, we must go inside and eliminate him now, because we need those extra powers to break free from this businessman's grip. Otherwise, what kind of life is this being Hellbuilders, but still having to be someone else's slaves? We'll have to get rid of it, because only when we have extra powers can we escape this businessman's grasp. Otherwise, what kind of life is it being Hellbuilders and still having to be someone else's lackey?" Seeing their expressions change, that businessman was over the moon, thinking about how utterly clueless these two were. "I've got two fools on my team that I can easily manipulate however I want. If it were anything serious, their devil would have already tipped them off. Their lives were still in that businessman's hands, but he didn't want to take them out himself or send them to hell. He just wanted to use them as scapegoats to extract information about the next person's hell, their sins, and then turn them into his lapdog. He would keep tweaking his strategy to make a new pawn out of each person, find their weaknesses, and then make them his slave, continuing until he sends the last person to their hell." The businessman passed him a tiny camera and said, "Whenever you go, take this with you, so I can keep an eye on everything and find out what their hell is really like, as well as their weaknesses, names, and faces." On the other side, the streamer was sitting in his room, observing all the cameras to see if anyone was coming, when suddenly a girl crept up behind him, who had just been in that businessman's car, standing there and saying, "What did you think I would just knock on the door?" She informed him that she got there using the fire escape from the upper apartment. The girl looked at her key, which was glowing, and then suddenly her devil appeared and said, "This girl has committed sins, so you can activate her." In her mind, she thought, "After sending her to hell, I'll gain an extra ability to break free from that businessman's grasp." She was thrilled, but as soon as she activated the key, a swarm of spider legs tried to drag the streamer into his hell. A second later, she noticed the key wasn't glowing, leaving her shocked. Why wasn't it activated? I had already opened the door to hell. And then she glanced over at the streamer, only to realize it wasn't him, but his devil, who pulled off his face mask and told her, "You've been looking at the wrong person." The streamer had been hidden in his cupboard, activating his key because his hell was the evil hell. If you invaded his home, his hell would activate. That's why he had invited everyone over to attack him. That's exactly the hell Vikram had lied about to Rhea. Would his lie be exposed? Just then, the streamer's hell activated, binding a rope around the girl's neck and dragging her into his hell. The girl who just entered was trapped in vanity hell, where vanity means being proud of one's looks and flaunting it. This girl was in a dance institute practicing hard and then watching her videos, puffing her chest, thinking she dances perfectly. But she thought, "How long will I just be an intern here?" After years, still, nothing was happening for her. Another girl who was interning alongside her had achieved something, and how she did it would be revealed soon. One guy showed up, and all the girls flung themselves at him as he bragged about cracking a deal with their company. "He's going to lead our show now." The girl was furious, thinking, "But I'm just an intern too. Why does she get the first chance?" The guy responded, "Why can't you congratulate her success instead of sulking? She worked hard for this opportunity, so why don't you just leave? Yours is just to pull others down." Hearing this, she felt crushed and spent days crying, feeling like the universe had conspired against her. As she sobbed on the stairs, the girl who had been selected approached and said, "You've been interning for 7 years and still nothing happened for you. Maybe you just don't have the talent, and you're getting awfully old. At this age, nobody's going to consider you ideal, so why don't you find something else to do?" That girl was extremely vain about her looks. After crying for days, she bitterly concluded that those with luck or intimate connections with seniors advance, and those who are pretty believe it's their talent, when in reality their beauty is merely a gift. "I work so hard, and yet nothing is happening for me." Just then, a devil appeared before her, spilling all the secrets that Bamar and other devils had told their humans. She was overjoyed because now she could take revenge. She started sending many people to hell, and somehow she ended up in front of that businessman trying to activate her hell on him. But her key wouldn't activate, leaving her stunned, thinking, how could the owner of such a huge company not believe in vanity? He laughed and told her, "All of that is for the weak-minded people, those who lack confidence and talent. I'm not one of those pathetic, disgusting lowlives." After hanging with the businessman, she thought she might win this competition. But now she was in hell, which meant her devil would have to pay the price too. Watching this unfold, the streamer said, "At first I thought it was just a theory that the devil with us would die too. But it's real." The devil linked with the streamer had powers that were only seen as a joke. Everyone thought his power was useless, just mimicking and making everyone laugh. But he never imagined his powers could be used in this way. He had to compliment the streamer, saying, "Your mind works fast to think of this." Meanwhile, over where Vikram was standing, a light caught his attention, along with a scream leading him to realize someone was up to no good. She had informed her people and she was over the moon, because now she could finally get her revenge. She sends a bunch of people to hell and somehow ends up at the businessman's. She tries to activate her hell powers, but the switch doesn't budge, leaving her shocked that someone so rich owns such a big company. This elite guy can't possibly not believe in vanity. He chuckles and tells her that all of this is for weak people who don't believe in themselves, who lack talent. "I'm not one of those pathetic, hideous, lowlife folks," he declares. After hanging out with this businessman, she thought maybe she could win this competition. But now she's off to hell, and because of this, even her devil will have to kick the bucket. Watching this, the streamer says, "I used to think this was just a theory, that the devil hanging out with us would also die. But lo and behold, it's true." The devil with the streamer had powers that were treated like a joke. Everyone figured his powers were utterly useless. He just mimicked everyone and made them laugh. But he never thought his powers could be used like this. He compliments the streamer, saying, "Your mind is sharp for even thinking about this." Meanwhile, over where Vikram stood, he sees a light and hears someone yelling. That's when he realizes someone's in trouble. Humanity has officially hit rock bottom. Vikram, using his walkie-talkie, starts interrogating everyone. "Did you see that? There was a light coming from the building?" Rhea, perched on top of the building, chimes in, "Yeah, I saw that light too. And maybe one less hell builder is lurking among us." Then Vikram adds, "According to the detective's notes, that door to hell can't be opened again for at least a minute." He's pondering to himself, "Could I sneak in while the door's still closed, send them back to hell real quick, and then bolt out? But that's a bit risky. I really need to think carefully about my next move." This is exactly what Vikram shares with the detective. The detective had previously said, "If you come across any valuable information, spill the beans." So Vikram fills him in about the mysterious sound and light. The detective responds, "In less than a minute, there's absolutely nothing you can do there. The chances of you getting there, doing something, and coming back safe, 0. The detective prepares to leave while Vikram wonders what the detective plans to do. Whoever opened the hell door won't be easy to beat. If even one police officer goes missing, the entire force will swarm in and take him to jail. Vikram asks, "So what should we do while you're heading home?" The detective replies, "Just make sure no other hell creators wander in here." After that, the detective takes his leave, saying, "I'll handle everything," over at his apartment. Watching all this, Vikram thinks, this detective's got a clever mind and can make decisions quickly, even in tough situations. Initially, Vikram underestimated him, but now he realizes just how sharp he is. He thought today's battles would be overly defensive, waiting for someone to enter the building. On the flip side, he notices a businessman has lost yet another hell builder. This guy was on his team, but he felt zero sadness about it, because once he found out about the streamer's hell, this sacrifice was fantastic for him. Now he decides that the information he needed to launch an attack has finally arrived. It's time for him to play his next move. Meanwhile, the streamer sees through his camera that an unknown guy who happens to be a detective has arrived at the ground floor of his building. He looks at him and thinks, "This can't be one of my building's residents. Must be another hell builder lurking around." He hastily changes his shape. Even in tough situations, he can make decisions. Vikram used to think this detective was a bit of a joke, but now he's beginning to see what a smart cookie he actually is. Vikram initially thought that the whole battle and the takedown today would be super defensive. We'd wait for someone to enter the building, and when we get a chance, that's when we attack. He was eager to send a ton of hell builders to hell quickly. On the flip side, the businessman notices that yet another hell builder has been taken down. This hell builder was from his team, but he felt no sadness whatsoever. Once he realized the streamer was on the job, this sacrifice was a fantastic deal for him. Now, he thinks it's time to make his next move. In the meantime, the streamer sees an unknown guy, the detective, coming to his building's ground floor. He thinks, is this a resident of my building, or could he be another hell builder? He changes his demon form and sits on his seat, hiding in the cupboard, and yells, "The door's open!" As soon as he walks in, my hell powers will activate. He hears a knock on the door, but the voice on the other side declares, "I'm a police detective, and we've received complaints about excessive yelling and bright lights coming from here." Hearing this, the streamer thinks, if I send him to hell too, will that backfire on me? A thought crosses his mind. If I send a cop to hell, all the other cops will swarm in here and arrest. There were screams and a brilliant light flashing about, and upon hearing this, the streamer wonders, if I send him to my hell, will that backfire on me? He thinks, what if I'd send a cop to hell? All the other cops would flood here and arrest me. On top of that, if I engage with the cop, there might be a lot of builders gathering outside, and then... Just hold on a sec. The groomer walks over to the intercom and asks what the complaint is all about. The detective flashes his ID and says, not much, just a little noise complaint from the neighborhood building. Apparently, someone reported that there was a woman screaming from here, and he'd like to have a chat and throw a couple of questions around. Vikram suddenly remembers what the detective said if any human were to try to come in here. Specifically, if any other hell builder makes an attempt, Vikram knows he has to stop them. He had no clue how he'd pull that off until the detective finally catches that groomer. Or until he finishes whatever he's doing, no other person can be given the green light to enter. Then he picks up the walkie-talkie and asks Rhea, hey, where you at? Rhea replies, I'm at the top of the building, and I just spotted the detective going inside a little while ago. Vikram tells her the detective will handle that groomer, but until then, we have to prevent any other hell builders from getting through. Rhea, clearly confused, asks, what can I do to help with that? Vikram shoots back, I hope you didn't forget to use your tracking skills today. She responds, I've been with you all day, so there's really no point in using my powers. Vikram insists you can totally use your powers now, but she counters, it's not going to do anything. I'll only see what you're seeing. That doesn't help us at all. But Vikram counters, I have this theory. Look for hell creators aside from the guy right next to you. That way you can also switch up your target. Hearing this, Rhea thinks that might not work because it's never happened before, where so many creators gather in one spot. If one creator is around the next, could be 10 or 20 kilometers, but now they could all be just 1 or 2 meters apart. So maybe this could actually work. With that, Rhea utilizes her powers, and Vikram adds, there's a building where sneaking in as a delivery guy and hiding the key isn't hard at all. If a hell creator shows up, they'll surely come in quiet. So if your powers work like that, we could identify him quickly and find out who's the hell builder and who's just a regular dude. Once we know who the hell builder is, I can trick him into playing nice, or I'll just pop that hell gate wide open. Hearing all this, Rhea activates her powers and takes a look. Initially, she sees exactly what Vikram sees and was about to tell him his theory was wrong. But then suddenly her target shifts and she starts seeing more. She tells Vikram, your theory is spot on. The guy approaching the building is a hell builder. Vikram squints and spots 2 dudes over there. One is a businessman and the other is quite the chunky guy. Vikram asks, did you check the other guy? Is he a hell builder too? Rhea says, the target keeps changing, so it's possible they both might be hell builders. This sends Vikram into a spiral of panic because managing one person is tough enough. Handling 2 hells at once is going to be like asking to sprint a marathon. He might pull off sending one guy to his hell, but after that, it'll take a full minute before he can send another one. In that minute, I could complete the conditions to activate the other dude's hell. Vikram takes a deep breath and starts striding toward the building. Both the businessman and the hefty guy are glancing at him, wondering if he's just another regular resident or another hell builder in disguise. The businessman whispers to the heavyset dude, if this guy's a hell builder, he'll head straight for the groomer's room. If he's just a regular, he'll steer clear of there. We need to leave him alone since our lives are already too complicated. Watching this tense situation unfold, Vikram thinks, should I make a run for it? The detective will be with that groomer and they'll go in. Whatever happens, I can spin it in my favor. I can bail with Rhea, and besides, only 2 guys can go in at the end. But then another thought hits him. I've dodged criminals and bullies all my life, and I finally decided to stand my ground and send them to hell. I can't go back to being a coward now. Vikram steps up and tells both of them, you 2 cannot go into the building. You need to stay put right here. At that point, he realized he had to think fast before his enemies figured out if he was a hell builder or just a regular guy, and what exactly he was doing here. He needed to halt their thought processes right there and cut down their suspicions. The businessman muses that this might be the groomer's partner, but he quickly dismisses that thought because the groomer's hell is about invasion hell. It doesn't make sense to have a guy blocking the entrance telling another dude he can't come in. Then he thinks maybe this guy could be another hell builder from a different team. But again, he brushes that idea aside because if there's another group in play, they'd let us in and allow us to fight alongside that groomer. When the opportunity arises, that guy would just stab us in the back. It doesn't add up to keep us here. Vikram then addresses everyone. This whole building is under police control. We received a complaint here about a woman screaming. Upon hearing this, the businessman's eyes light up with clarity. That partner of his must have screamed loudly enough to get the neighbors to call the police. Any dispatch officer in the area must have rushed here. That's when Vikram's mind kicks into gear, although there are still a few tricky questions they could throw his way. Vikram looked a bit too skinny, his skin pale as a ghost, and he certainly didn't look like any police detective from any angle before. So maybe we should just let this ride and leave him alone because our lives are already way too complicated. Watching the tense situation unfold, Vikram thinks, should I just run away? The detective would be in cahoots with the streamer, and both would head inside. Whatever happens, I can take advantage of it. I'll just slip away with Rhea, plus only 2 can leave at the end of the day. But a fresh thought strikes him. I'd always been running from criminals and bullies, but I finally decided I'd fight them and send them to hell. So now running away isn't an option for me either. Vikram tells them both, you can't go into the building, you need to stay put. After that, he realizes he has to think. Vikram's thinking, should I just bolt? That detective is going to team up with the streamer and both of them are heading inside. Anything that happens, I can turn to my advantage. He remembers how he managed to get away from criminals and bullies before and had finally resolved to take them on and send them to hell. He can't back down now. Vikram tells both of them that they can't go into the building. They must both stay here. After that, Vikram realizes he needs to hurry. The businessman grumbles to himself, maybe this guy is the streamer's partner. But then he dismisses that thought because the streamer's hell is an invasion. Hell. It doesn't make sense for him to leave anyone at the entrance of his building saying, you can't go in. After a moment, he thinks, this could also be another hell builder from a different team. But he tosses that idea out too. The businessman muses, maybe this guy is the streamer's partner. But he quickly dismisses that thought, realizing that the streamer's hell is an invasion hell. It makes no sense for him to keep someone outside his building and say they can't enter. Then he thinks, wait, this could be another hell builder from a different team. But he dismisses that thought as well, saying, if any other group were here, they wouldn't stop us from entering and fighting the streamer. When the time comes, they'd stab us in the back. After that, Vikram announces to them all, this entire building is under police control. We've got complaints about someone yelling. Hearing this, the businessman suddenly connects the dots. His partner must have screamed so loud that the neighbors called the cops. All the dispatch cops in the area show up. Just then, Vikram's brain starts cranking away. But there are still a few hurdles they can ask questions. She had screamed so loudly that the neighbors called the police. A dispatch officer arrived in the area. That's when Vikram's brain finally started churning. But there were still some difficulties they could question him about. Vikram was extremely thin, his skin pale, and from any angle, he did not look like a detective at all. Those two folks couldn't have asked more questions or doubted anything if they tried. He tells the detective over the walkie-talkie that controlling this building has become an absolute circus because the residents are throwing a tantrum to get in, and you can tell by the look on that detective's face that he's in for a wild and tricky ride because Vikram just gave him the heads up over the walkie-talkie. He says he's just wrapping up the investigation and cleanup because this wasn't exactly a major incident. It was just some guy watching scary movies way too loud. He goes on, I'm just coming down the stairs. And from this experience, Vikram figures out that when you're in a really sticky situation, just change the subject. Don't give your enemy a second to think. With a grin, Vikram adds, if you want to know what went down, ask my partner who's about to show up in a hot minute. To which you just have to hang tight for a smidge longer. A short while later, the detective arrives and apologizes to everyone for making them wait, but it turns out it was just a routine call, and nothing more than that went down. The guy was simply watching horror movies and cranking up the volume. I went ahead and told him to dial it down a notch. The businessman is thinking, a detective is coming. That wasn't part of my plans. And now, everything they do has to be done with extra caution. The detective remarks that in today's world, noise levels have hit an all-time high, and he thanks the residents for their understanding. Once they all disperse, Vikram takes a deep breath, and the detective asks him how he figured out that this guy was a hell builder. He tells him they tapped into Rhea's powers and used them in a way that helped them figure out who else around them was also in the creepy business. And he tells him that it wasn't just one guy. Both were hell builders. Then Vikram asks him what happened with that streamer. Did you manage to beat him? What went down there, he asks, and the detective explains that he had very little time, so the mission didn't pan out, but they did gather intel on more hell builders. They discovered 3 new builders in just a day. He jots down the names of all the hell builders, telling Vikram that out of 12, they've already identified 7. At this point, we can consider this mission a success. Vikram agrees, stating that getting that much information in a single day is no small feat. After that, they all decide to hit up a restaurant for a meal, thus wrapping up today's epic showdown. Vikram lets them know this deadly game has just begun. In this game, Vikram's team has learned to understand the information far better than just outright attacking. So they headed home taking all that info with them, and before that, they all shared a meal together. They sat around the table enjoying their food, while all 3 devils lurking around them remained quiet as a mouse. After Vikram and his team left, the businessman approached the streamer's apartment and said to him, "I've got an offer for you." To which the streamer scoffs and asks, "What kind of offer?" The businessman smirks and says, "My offer is for you to be my little lapdog and take out all the other hell builders for me." The streamer is taken aback, thinking, who would even dream up such a plan? I work for you, kill others for you seriously. The businessman retorts, "The girl you sent to hell not too long ago, she used to work for me. I know you're deep into some hellish invasion. As long as I'm not allowed inside that room, you can't do anything. And I can keep my security guards around the clock here. Eventually, you'll have to step out. When you do, I'll be ready to catch you and send you back to hell. How long do you think you can just chill in your house? Eventually, you'll have to venture out unless you want to live off delivery food forever. Guess what? Your house will turn into your own prison. You're going to have to throw in the towel sooner or later." But the streamer thinks to himself, I am not going down that easy. He sticks his finger up at the businessman saying, "I'm never going to be your little dog." The businessman just walks off, saying, "You'll come out sooner or later. A month, 2 months, your resolve will eventually crumble. And when you do, you'll surrender to me and work for me." After that, the streamer explains to his devils, "We will not give up. We'll figure something out. Sure, time isn't exactly on our side, and defeating him will be super tough, but we'll come up with something." He was filled with optimism, thinking things might take a turn. But unbeknownst to him, his life was about to turn into a hellish nightmare, way quicker than expected. The food he ordered always came mixed with garbage. When he tried to call the cops, they ignored him. After 3 or more calls, they just thought he was pranking them and would advise him to visit a hospital if someone was after him. Weeks later, the water he was drinking began to taste like sewer water. Slowly, he was spiraling into madness because he had nothing to eat, and all the food stock he had was gone. His money had run out, and the food he ordered was still coming with trash. Then a card slipped under his door with a note saying, "If you want to surrender, call this number." Finally, the streamer breaks down and gets ready to throw in the towel. He dials the number, and at that moment, the businessman is in a meeting. His secretary informs him, "You have a visitor." He tells her to bring the visitor in, and when the streamer walks in, he looks a total wreck. The businessman comments, "You took longer to surrender than I expected." And on the other side, he takes a deep breath and prepares to surrender. Then he dials a number, but at that point, the businessman is deep in a meeting. His secretary approaches him saying, "You have a visitor." He responds, "Bring them in." When the visitor walks in, the streamer's in really bad shape now. He glares at him saying, "You took way longer to surrender than I thought you would." And on the other side, we see a guy is in a basement-like setting yelling, "Let me go, forgive me." In front of him stands a muscle-bound bodybuilder, a seriously stacked dude wielding a weapon. It looked like he was torturing the poor guy, repeatedly saying, "You have 2 choices, pick one." And the man, panicked, replies, "I don't want to do anything, I just want to go home." And the guy goes on to say, "You can either die by my hands or hit the highway to hell." He whips out a hellish scene showing people screaming in agony. Then he insists, "You better decide fast. You're either taking a dirt nap or booking a one-way trip to hell." The guy keeps shouting, "I don't want either of those. I just want to go home. I don't deserve this." Suddenly his key starts glowing and he warns, "If you don't choose, someone else is going to make your choice for you." He twists his key and a bizarre creature drags him into hell. Seeing this, he rushes over to his demon saying, "This is way more fun. Why didn't you show up in my life sooner?" He was over the moon until his demon chimes in, "If you don't start hunting those hell builders soon, they'll be coming for you faster than you can say busted. They're out to ruin you." And he nods. "Yeah, I know I need to take care of those hell builders. But first, I need to wrap up my business here." He continues, Now I can finally start going after these hell builders since the hunting season for humans is done. Now it's time for the hell builders season to kick off. This deadly game has been rolling for quite a while, and Lucifer is enjoying every update like it's a popcorn flick. Meanwhile, we see Vikram has completely transformed his lifestyle. Now he's munching on healthy food and has started exercising to tone up, gearing up to tackle whatever stress comes his way. To keep fit, he's taken up running. One day, while running, he bumps into a detective who informs him about two guys spotted near the streamer's house. The detective tells him that one of them is a big shot on a major corporation's board and managed to take over the entire company by the age of 31, coming from a totally normal family. That's all the intel they had. This makes Vikram realize that this dude is dangerous. He reads situations like a pro and figures out what's up in no time. It's like he's flipping through an open book with anyone he meets. And the scariest part, he's cold-blooded. He couldn't care less about who lives or dies. All he cares about is hitting his goals. Vikram plans to send this hell creator packing from our world, but there's a chance others might be after him since this guy is a heavyweight contender. The deadly game has just turned a whole lot scarier. Now he's got to be extra careful about every step he takes. The detective then adds that this guy's got status power and money. He's going to be a huge headache for us. And about the other guy, the detective has some intel on him too. This one's an architect who loves making miniature versions of the whole city. Once Vikram hears this, he realizes the businessman must have intimidated him, bullied him, and dragged him into his crew for his own ends. The detective is curious why he thinks that, and Vikram explains, usually people like that form alliances this way. While I was talking to him, this chubby dude kept glancing at the businessman to see how he would react. Was he happy, mad, or ticked off? It seemed like he had no free will, like he couldn't decide anything on his own. The detective says, if that's the case, you did a great job letting me know, because later we could use this info to break their alliance. Vikram replies, I'm taking this info with me and sharing it with Rhea too. He thanks the detective, but the detective notices something. You look different. When we met, you were pale as a ghost, thin as a rake. Vikram chuckles. Now my brain's functioning better? I used to think, what's the point of staying alive or moving forward after getting revenge? But now all my anxiety is gone, and I see the world from a whole new perspective. When he gets home, there's Amar telling him, you've wasted so much time. When are you sending others to hell? If you don't do it, someone else will. Jokingly, Vikram says, you're a demon, but you're talking like a human. It's like saying you can win 1,000 fights, but lose just one. This isn't martial arts where I have to beat my opponent in a brawl. The best victory is the one where you don't even have to fight. He tells Amar they're in a knowledge war now. Whoever has more info and resources takes action. And everyone else is gathering their info too, hoping to strike at their enemies when the time is right. I can't lose this game. Otherwise, I'll be rotting in someone else's hell for all eternity. It would be a foolish move to go poking around for adventures while the clock's ticking, like when that streamer slipped up and got burned. Then he adds, before the storm hits, there's a calm you should wait. A massive storm is coming with lots of chances to take out other hell builders. Then Bamar asks him about the girl in his group. What's she up to? Vikram informs him she's still out hunting. She can use her abilities twice a day. And just as he says this, Rhea's name pops up. Bamar quizzes, what's up with the girl in your group? Vikram tells him she's still roaming around hunting, can tap into her abilities twice a day. And just like that, Rhea's on his mind. Winning is all that matters. The best victory is when you barely lift a finger. And he tells him that we're in an information war now, and the one with the most data and resources will be the one making the big moves. Meanwhile, everyone else is scooping up information too, just so they can ambush their foes at the right moment. And he says, I can't lose this game, otherwise it's eternal damnation in someone else's hell for me. It would be downright childish to wander off in search of adventure at this critical time, attacking people without any information and ending up in their hell, just like that streamer did when he messed things up. And he tells him it's calm before the storm. Hold on a bit longer. A huge storm is brewing and it'll give us loads of chances to knock out the other builders. After that, Bamar asks him what the girl in their group is up to. Vikram tells him she's still out hunting. She can use her ability twice a day. And just like that, Rhea thinks about him. He asks about the girl in their group, and Vikram responds that she's still out there hunting. She can tap into her ability twice daily, and as he says this, Rhea contemplates it. The phone rings, and she tells him that she's found another hellbuilder. As soon as Vikram hears this, he goes all serious and asks where in the world she met this other Hellbuilder. She gives him the address. She explains, I'm right in the heart of the city where I spotted a demon which made me realize he's another Hellbuilder. Vikram says, I'll pass this info to the detective. You keep an eye on him and wait for us. But the girl insists, I'm gonna end it right here. Vikram tries to talk her out of it, saying it's super risky. Rhea snaps back, this is city center, not a residential building. She tells Vikram, I'm lost in a crowd and he has no idea I'm a Hellbuilder too. Finally, I have a chance to send him down to hell. Vikram thinks about what she said and realizes she's got a point, but the risk is still sky high, and they can't afford to lose a teammate with such a killer skill to find other Hellbuilders. But Rhea tells him, you should think it through, but you're just being a coward. My blood's boiling because I feel helpless doing nothing. I've been bored for days, and if I have a shot at sending another Hellbuilder to my own hell, then I want to do it now. She follows the Hellbuilder, and as he turns into a narrow alley, she smirks and says, Perfect, you've just done my job for me. She starts undoing her buttons and adds, if I did this in public, my scene wouldn't work and the key wouldn't activate. But now, you're in a private spot, so I'm gonna unbutton my shirt and you'll fall right into my trap. As she holds her key in hand, suddenly, he turns around and says, Hey, are you here to play? Rhea glances at her key, realizing it hasn't activated yet, and wonders why it's not working. The guy she was chasing says, Are you here to play? And jumps on her. Her eyes open in an old warehouse, the same warehouse where that masked man was torturing someone else and saying, You've got to choose one thing. There were wooden boxes, torture equipment scattered around, and a bit of blood here and there. Rhea tries to remember how she ended up here, flashes of events screaming in her mind about how that guy had covered her mouth. And now, Rhea can't even blame anyone because Vikram had warned her not to follow him. Now the detective and Vikram would have to find her and save her. She calms herself down, saying, Panicking won't help. I need to think. She checks her pockets. Neither her Hell Key phone nor wallet are there. Absolutely nothing. Without her key, she feels completely useless and examines the walls. The only thing in sight was a metal door that only opened from the outside. She calls for her demon asking, Can you do anything? But he tells her, I can't interfere among humans. I can only use my abilities, but I can't talk to another human. He starts crying, lamentating how now he might have to die because of his stupidity. Calming her demon, she mentions, As long as we're alive, Vikram and the detective will definitely come to find me. At least, she wanted to believe that they would come to save her, even though their alliance had been a bit rocky. But she tells her demon, Our alliance has been formed. We've worked together. His ability isn't something that can be replaced in just one day, or by anyone else. She was the eyes of the group and the most helpful in researching. Without her research, they couldn't do anything, so they would definitely come for her. Just then, she hears noises from outside and picks up a brick. After trying to call Rhea multiple times and getting no response, Vikram spills everything to the detective. He relays, The last time we spoke, Rhea said she found Vikram continues. There's a huge possibility that she might have gone down to hell by now, but there's also a chance that someone kidnapped her after realizing her powers to use them for their own benefit. The detective takes notes and says, We have to find her ASAP because she's the trump card in this game. Her ability to track anyone is crucial. Plus, if she reveals our identities, Vikram becomes anxious about all this because he's been focused on information throughout this entire game, thinking he could win just through that. Meanwhile, Bamar is thrilled to see Vikram finally stepping out of his house and taking action. Vikram tells him, We're going out for a walk so you can hide. No need to come out. But he adds, But the real question is, by the time Vikram and the detective get there to find Rhea, will she still be alive? Will that psychopath give her the same choices to either die by his hand or end up in his hell? Meanwhile, we see that psychopath, that masked man, lifting Rhea with one hand, blood streaming down her face, saying, Why did you even need to pick up a brick? We could have just talked nicely. Despite Rhea's protests, she ends up going alone after the psychopath trying to get him to send her to hell, but gets herself kidnapped instead. I can use my ability, but I can't talk to anyone else. And with that, he starts to cry, realizing he might have to face death because of his foolishness. While calming his demon, she says, We're still alive, and Vikram and the detective will definitely come looking for me. At least she wanted to believe they would show up to save her, despite their alliance being a bit rocky. But she reassures her demon that their alliance is solid, they've worked together, and her ability is not something that can be replaced in a single day, or for anyone else. She was the eyes of that group and contributed significantly to the research. Without her research, they couldn't do anything, so they would surely come for her. Just then, she hears a sound from outside and picks up a brick. She helped with the research more than anyone else. Without her research, they couldn't do anything, so she'd definitely come here. That's when she hears some noise from outside and picks up a brick in her hand. After countless attempts to call Rhea with no answer, Vikram spills everything to the detective. He informs him that last time they spoke, she mentioned finding another builder she was going to eliminate. Following that, Vikram exclaims there's a strong possibility she's already in hell, but there's also a chance someone might have kidnapped her wanting to exploit her powers for their own gain. The detective had now gained information that she was going to eliminate herself. Vikram then states that there's a huge possibility she's already in hell, but there's a chance she was kidnapped because they wanted to use her powers for their own gain. The detective notes all this and says they need to find her quickly because she's the trump card in their game. Her ability to track anyone is extremely crucial. Plus, if she reveals their identities, it could spell disaster for them. Vikram, feeling the weight of it all, becomes anxious as he had assumed he could win this game solely through information. Meanwhile, Bamar is absolutely thrilled because he has focused on information throughout this entire game, and he thought that with just information he could win the game. And Bamar was thrilled to see all of this unfold, that Vikram is finally stepping out of his shell and taking action. Vikram tells him they're going for a walk so he can hide and doesn't need to come out. But I've found a new way to utilize your powers effectively. However, the real question is, will she be able to stick around long enough until Vikram and the detective track Rhea down? We've got something useful allowing us to utilize your powers effectively. But the real question is, by the time Vikram and Detective Rhea get there, will she still be breathing? Will that psychopath give her the same choices, either die at his hands or be sent to his hell? On the flip side, we see that psychopath holding Rhea up with one hand, blood dripping from her face, saying, "What's with the brick? We could have just talked it out." Next episode. He could have just been lounging around with a bleeding face, saying, "Did you really need to lift that brick? We could have chatted nicely." Next episode. Cue the dramatic music. Music. Applause. Music. Despite Rhea trying to resist, she follows that psycho alone, hoping he'd send her to hell, but instead he kidnaps her. He takes her, and who knows what he's going to do with her now. But Vikram gets wind of all this and gears up with the detective to save her. But will he actually pull it off? On the flip side, we see Rhea telling the psycho, "You're one crazy dude too," which he replies, "Being called a psycho is like getting a medal for me." That psycho's demon is messing with Rhea's, saying, "You can't use your powers. Lucifer told us without your basic powers, you're pretty much useless. I've knocked you out within the rules, so quit the crying. Enjoy your last few moments before we have some fun with your human." He hangs her on a hook and ties her hands so she can't escape. Rhea says, "My friends will definitely come to rescue me," and he leans in close, saying, "If they show up, I'll be ready and waiting." Rhea bites his ear, but shockingly, he's not mad at all. He just cuts off his own ear with the knife and says, "Sharing is caring, buddy." He tells her, "I know all about your friends. I heard everything when you were stalking me." Hearing this, Rhea figures out why he's kept her alive for so long and why she's hanging there like some animal. He's just biding time until her friends show up. Then the psycho gleefully says, "I'll send them all straight to hell," and starts dancing around, claiming, "My plan is flawless because I've got bait. Now all he has to do is wait for her friends." Meanwhile, Vikram has reached the same spot where Rhea was talking to the psycho, but with all that crowd and people finding her is gonna be a major headache. But Vikram's already got a plan and tells Bamar, "Use your death sensibility." Bamar starts using it, and Vikram says, "This is just like a jigsaw puzzle. The only twist, it's not about avoiding death, it's about going right to it. The thicker the smoke, the closer they are to death and to Rhea. This way he can track her down because she's got death dancing all over her." Bamar digs this, realizing he's turned a protective ability into a tracking one, eventually landing in an old building. Now he has to think about how to get inside undetected. Meanwhile, Rhea is still hanging on that hook, feeling pretty grim. As she opens her eyes, she spots a bunch of tools covered in blood. They're torture tools, and she thinks, if this psycho's anything like the ones in the movies, the only way to survive is to show zero emotion. He attempts to lift her, but Rhea keeps pretending to be asleep. Then the psycho thinks, man, her friends are taking forever. But he figures Rhea's gonna get bored soon. So he starts picking up the tools, musing, what should I use? Then he yanks her hair, and she can't help but tear up, wondering if her friends have really ditched her. Are they just gonna leave me here to die? Just as he's about to scoop out her eyes, he hears a police siren. His demon comes over saying, "The police have tracked you down." He scoffs. "No way, I never leave a clue behind." He drops his tools, thinking maybe a heli-creator has sniffed him out and called the cops, or maybe one of those officers is a heli-creator himself. Either way, his demon tells him, "You don't need to worry. My powers are just that great." He says, "No, it was just an anonymous call." Meanwhile, he's thinking to himself, Vikram may look thin and weak, but he's super smart. He found Rhea so quickly and stayed back to avoid getting caught. This stuff is no game for kids. Adults handle this sort of thing. The detective's partner comments, "This place is totally like a haunted house. No lights, just pure darkness." The detective tells him, "According to the informant, there's a girl here who was dragged in. We need to get to her before anything happens." Vikram watches from a distance, feeling things are going well, but he can't figure out why the death scent is getting thicker, like all the police are also on the death list. Those officers start splitting up to search for the girl, but one officer is scared to death in the darkness. He thinks, "I should check out what's over there." This psycho rips his head clean off. The psycho is already dangerous, and wearing his demon's armor makes him even stronger. Now he can crush humans with his bare hands. He's having the time of his life, but his demon warns him, "This power will shorten your lifespan, so stay sharp and don't get distracted." The detective walks alone, shocked at how massive this building is, sealed tight with no lights in sight. Afterward, he radios, "We need backup here." Something coming from his left side. He jumps and fires off 2 shots. There stands the psychopath, protected by that armor, and thanks to it, he's unharmed. He just stands there grinning like a Cheshire cat. Don't react. He tries to lift her, but Rhea keeps pretending to be asleep. The psycho wonders why her friends are taking so long to arrive, but he figures, by the time they do, Rhea will be bored. So he starts picking up his tools, figuring out what to use on her. He then yanks at her hair, making Rhea tear up as she wonders if her friends have ditched her. Will they just leave her to die? After that, he's about to poke her eyes out, but suddenly the sound of police sirens rings out. His demon comes up to him and says, he hasn't left her for dead just yet. They're not going to leave her here to die without a rescue mission. He was about to dig into her eyeballs, but then he hears police sirens. His demon is on a roll. "The police are on to you," he replies. "That's impossible. I never leave a trace." He puts down his tools, contemplating if a hell creator had tracked him down and reported to the police, or maybe one of those officers is a hell creator. Either way, his demon tells him there's no need to worry. After all, my powers are just... The creator found him and reported the police. Or maybe one of those cops is actually a secret creator. Anything could happen. But his demon says, "No worries, buddy." The detective's partner asks if he knows the person who reported this. He replies no, it was just an anonymous call. Meanwhile, Heaven reflects on how Vikram was so thin and weak-looking, but incredibly smart. He found Rhea so quickly and kept his distance to avoid getting caught up in all this madness, because these things aren't for kids. Only adults can handle this. The detective's partner says it resembles a haunted house. It's pitch black in here. The detective informs him that according to a source, a girl had been dragged here. We need to save her before anything happens. Vikram watches from a distance and thinks everything is going smoothly. However, he can't shake the feeling that the death scent is becoming thicker. It's as if all those cops are about to bite the dust. The officers scatter, searching for the girl and one of the police officers. I'm totally freaked out by the dark. I keep imagining there's something lurking around. I thought I should go check it out, but fear had me in a chokehold. And to top it off, someone was standing right behind me. That's just fantastic. In one swift motion, he yanks my head right off my shoulders. This psycho was already dangerous and super strong, but after putting on that devilish armor, he was like Hulk on steroids. Now he could just squash humans with his bare hands. He was having a blast, but his demon warned him that this power could shorten his life, so he better be careful and not get too carried away. Focus on the task at hand. The detective was walking alone and was blown away to see how massive this building was, all sealed up with zero lights. He then grabs his walkie-talkie to say he's in desperate need of backup. Someone go out and call for backup pronto. He gets crickets in response and senses someone approaching him. He turns on his flashlight to check the front, and it's pitch black. But then he feels something creeping up on his left side, so he jumps and fires off 2 shots. And there stood the psychopath in that armor, practically invincible. He just hung out there like he owned the place. Call for backup. No response. Detective feels a presence approaching. He flips on his flashlight and scans the area. Nothing is visible, but then he senses someone creeping up from his left. He jumps and fires off 2 shots. There's the psycho just standing there in his armor, like a sitcom character who forgot his lines. The detective is eyeing this mysterious figure and wondering, who the heck is this? Is it a demon? If so, what is it doing stirring the pot among humans? He calls upon his demon and asks Gargamunga, who is this weirdo? Gargamunga spills the beans that it's a demon, and the detective gets all fired up. What's it doing messing around with humans? Gargamunga chimes in. Just look closely, it's sort of like an armorer giving humans a power boost. But there's a catch. It zaps some years off one's life in exchange, he says, and the detective narrows his eyes, noticing the psychopath beneath that tough exterior. Okay, maybe this is way crazier than I thought, he muses. He realizes the gun's already spent all its bullets, so now it's just a fancy paperweight. Grabbing a stick instead, he readies himself for a showdown, declaring to the psycho, "You're about to meet the fiery gates of hell." The psycho smirks and says, "Nah, I'm having a blast, and the fun's just getting started." He kicks the detective so hard that he crashes through the wall and tumbles outside. The psychopath muses there might be other heavenly builders around. He yells out, "If anyone wants to save this guy, come on down, and once I send him to hell, I'll be right behind you." Hearing this, Vikram freaks out. Should he jump in or not? The situation isn't looking good. He could buy the farm too, or worse, the detective could bite the dust, and he still wouldn't be able to save Rhea. Flashback time. We see the detective's backstory. His dad was a cop too. They weren't rolling in dough, just living an average life, so Dad would work overtime a ton, leaving the family in the dust. His mom used to say, "You need to hit the books so you don't have to work as hard as your dad." His dad was a total workaholic glued to his job, but the detective thought his dad was the coolest, thinking that with a job like that, they could enjoy some good chow. One day, when his dad finally came home, all the kids were over the moon, because he always brought treats and spun the most epic tales. But then, tragedy strikes. A whole bunch of gang members take out his dad, who was peppered with over 60 to 70 stab wounds. In court, he learns that a gang had colluded to kill his father, but it gets thrown out due to a lack of evidence, and they walk free. He was shocked that no one on the news cared that a police officer had been murdered. He realized that there's a huge injustice festering in society, so he decided, I'm going to become a cop too. He did just that, but as he tried to wrap up his dad's work, he clashed with a ton of resistance. Senior officers tried to shut him down, and he discovered that those in the highest positions didn't give a hoot about justice. They were just pocketing the bribe bucks. Justice was just a myth. So he resolved to be a detective. Then he learned his dad wasn't the only victim. Many cops got whacked by gangsters, and their cases were similarly tossed aside. He saw a load of loopholes and realized the whole system was rotten to the core. Someone had to stand up and fix it all. Just then, Gargamunga arrives with an enticing offer. You can send anyone to hell. Fast forward to the present, where the psycho taunts the cop. Why so weak? Can't even move. Where are your taxpayer dollars going? Not getting fed. The detective thinks this is such a raw deal. Bad guys shouldn't win. The hero should always emerge victorious. With determination, he channels his eerie, glowing health power, aiming it like a glowing laser. But the psychopath grabs his hand mid-move and says, I'm not done playing with you yet. He snatches the key and flings it, making the detective watch in horror as it goes flying away. I want to help him, but that's against the rules. I can't meddle with humans. The psycho relishes the game he's playing in the detective's head, retorting, no matter how advanced civilization gets, there's always a prey and a predator. Right now, you're the prey, and I'm the hunter. He's about to inflict some serious harm on the detective. But in the nick of time, someone yells, Hey, didn't your mom teach you anything when you were a kid, or did she just bail? The psycho turns confused. Who is this? A faint voice chimes in. This is just another hellmaker. The psycho taunts him. You're a rabbit. Why are you out here scared to die? The detective glances over and sees Vikram standing there, quaking in his boots. He realizes Vikram's just faking bravery because his legs are shaking like crazy from the fear of the psycho. It's all a ruse, but then Vikram wonders if he's got any clever tricks up his sleeve to take this guy down. Vikram's approach in real life is all about brute force. He has zero techniques, no plans, just bulldozing through, thanks to his powers. The psycho needled Vikram again. Why aren't you talking? Did your tongue take a vacation? Surprisingly, Vikram was truly terrified, but he got into a boxer's stance, staring down the psycho. You're like a turtle, all shielded up. A real hunter only needs his claws. Vikram calls him out. If you've got guts, come at me, and this catches the psycho's attention, who shifts focus from the detective to Vikram, just as Vikram wanted. Now the detective's got a chance to breathe. Trying to move, but the psycho grabs his hand and says, I haven't even finished playing with you yet. He swipes the key from his hand and chucks it away like it's a hot potato. The cop watches the expensive key go flying and feels a surge of frustration, thinking, I want to help him. But hey, rules are rules, and I can't interfere with the humans. He's stressing out thinking I want to help, but these rules are like my overly strict teacher. That psycho is toying with the detective's mind, and he's like, wanna play. No matter how advanced civilization gets, there's always prey and a hunter. And right now, you're the prey, and I'm always the hunter. He was about to shred the detective with his claws when suddenly someone shouted from the back, Hey, didn't your mom teach you anything when you were a kid? Or did you even have one? The psycho turns to the detective confused, and a tiny voice pipes up, He's just another hellmaker. Suddenly a voice yells from behind, Hey, didn't your mom teach you anything as a kid? Or maybe you didn't have a mom. The psycho turns and asks, Who's that? An almost inaudible voice replies, Just another weirdo. It goes on to mock, Are you a rabbit? Are you itching to kick the bucket? Why'd you even step out here? The detective sees Vikram bravely standing there, though his legs were shaking with terror from the psycho. It was all just a facade standing there, but then he wonders if Vikram has any plan to take this guy down. Vikram relied solely on brute force in real life. No technique, no plan, just bulldozing through everyone with his powers. The psycho looked at Vikram again and said, Why so quiet? Did your tongue take a vacation? But Vikram was terrified, yet he squared up in a boxing stance and said, Vikram's relying solely on brute force in this real-life scenario. He has no strategy, no plan, just plowing through with his super strength. The psycho again prompts Vikram, Why aren't you talking? Did your tongue get stuck in your stomach or something? Vikram was truly terrified, but he still gets into a boxing stance and retorts back at the psycho. You're like a turtle completely covered in your shell. A real hunter only needs his claws, so if you've got the guts, come ahead and fight me. Vikram challenges the psycho, and at that moment the psycho shifts his focus to Vikram leaving the detective behind. That's exactly what Vikram wanted, to have the detective out of the way, and all eyes on him. Seeing this, Mr. Psycho shifts his focus towards Vikram and leaves the detective alone. Just what Vikram wanted, Detective Solo, and all eyes on him. Challenge round time. Along with that, he tells Bamar to max out his death scent ability, and just before that, he had thought of a strategy and discussed with Bamar that if he uses his death scent ability in a fight, it works in such a way that wherever that person is going to die, the fog is at its thickest there. So Vikram puts on his thinking cap and thinks if I can use this in battle, I can totally predict where he's going to attack next and dodge it. Plus, after all those workouts and healthy meals he's now got, the stamina and the power to dodge those attacks. And after the first punch, the psycho is already dumbfounded, thinking, how did he manage to dodge that? Even the cop wasn't able to dodge it. Vikram dodges punch after punch, like it's a game of timing. He has to dodge at the very last second. And while he's throwing those punches, remember his demon's ability makes him more powerful, but cuts down his life and tires him out really fast. After all those punches, he too starts to feel fatigued and thinks he needs to wrap this up quickly, and his demon keeps telling him repeatedly to finish this in one punch. The psycho says, I'm trying, but this guy is scampering around like a rat. I can't even catch him. This little back and forth continues for a while. Vikram dodges punch after punch while the psycho's strength, stamina, and life force keep dwindling. The psycho gets more and more anxious, wondering how he can block his attacks so effectively. He's got armor and should be super strong, so taking him down should be a piece of cake. Vikram knows that if he takes even one punch, he won't be getting back up again. He knows he can't really attack because of the armor, so he's relying 100% on defense. Bamar asks Vikram what the plan is saying, that eventually he's bound to get tired, and I've got a partner who's heading towards his key. The detective is also gradually making his way to his key because he knows Vikram won't last long. His bones are already broken, he's got tons of injuries, yet he's still inching toward that key. And outside, Bamar notices all of this and says that distracting the psycho until your partner reaches. So what's your plan? You aren't attacking me. You aren't a hunter at all. What are you even doing here? Just trying to show off how agile, fast, and athletic you are. Just then, the psycho's gaze lands on the detective again. The detective is crawling toward his key, and there's hardly any distance left between him and the key. The psycho realizes his mistake and says, "I'm going to wipe you all out in one go." But the cop leaps for his key, and he's faster than the psycho. He grabs that key and makes a move to open the hell gate, leaving the psycho with a one-way ticket to hell. The psycho buries his hands into the ground to prevent himself from going to hell. The cop looks at him and says, "That's not going to help. You're bound to go to hell anyway." The psycho says, "There's still so much left in this world for me to do." Then we see a flashback of his childhood, revealing he was born into a rough environment where nobody paid him any attention and no one brought him up. People would hit him and toss him around. His mom worked there and his dad was a pimp. What does all this mean? You might find some info online or give it a search. His dad would continually beat up his mom, and seeing all that, how could any, sometimes killing rats or other animals? As he grows, he becomes more of a monster. Eventually, he turns into a brute against humanity, showing that there are indeed monsters living among us. Vikram yells that his very existence was a mistake and sends him crashing to hell with a kick. The detective collapses there, utterly exhausted and injured to the point where he can't even move. Bamar, "There's no time for a nap. We still need to rescue Rhea." The detective looks at him, clearly thrilled, and praises him for how far he's come. When they first met, he was just a skinny, scared kid, and now he's powerful enough to take on a psychopath all alone. He lifts him up, and they head toward Rhea. In a room deep inside the factory where Rhea was held, they're shocked to see her in such bad shape. Seeing them, Rhea is astonished, wondering if she's truly saved. She had thought her team would never come for her. The detective reassures her, "We're okay, almost unharmed. We've won the fight." After which Vikram unties her ropes. Rhea struggles to stand, and Vikram gently helps her to the ground, saying, "You usually look stunning. Right now, though, you're a bit worse for wear." She hugs him, begins to cry, and says, "I thought you wouldn't make it here." Vikram replies, "As long as you're I'm going to wipe you all out in one go." The cop lunges for his keys faster than the psycho could blink. He snatches the keys and makes a quick move, popping open his hellgate. Now the psycho was facing a one-way ticket straight to hell. He digs his hands into the ground, desperately trying to avoid that fate. The cop smirks and says, "That won't work, buddy. You're going to hell one way or another." And the psycho laments, "There's still so much for me to do in this world." And right then, a flashback shows us his childhood, born into a dysfunctional family. Nobody paid him any mind, and he got beaten up left and right. His mother worked while his father was a pimp. What a charmed life, huh? His dad was always beating up his mom, and any kid growing up in that environment can't turn out normal. He inherits his dad's violent tendencies, picking off rats and strays. The older he got, the more of a monster he became. Eventually, he turned into a butcher for human society, exposing just how monsters cohabitate with humans in this society. Maybe we can find something written, or you could try looking for him. His dad was always beating up on his mom, and seeing that as a kid, yeah, that's a recipe for a nightmare. He starts off torturing mice, then moves on to other poor animals. As he grows, he becomes more of a monster, eventually evolving into a true nightmare for human society. Vikram screams that his very existence is a mistake, kicking him down to hell. The detective collapses utterly exhausted and beaten up to the point where he can barely move. Bamar and Garg Manga chat confident they've won this fight. Then Vikram approaches the detective. He's wiped out so beat up that he can't even move. Bamar and Garg are chatting, convinced they've won this fight. Then Vikram goes to check on the detective, saying, "There's no time to rest. We still need to save Rhea." The detective beams at him, proud of how far Vikram has come. When they first met, he was just a frightened little guy. Now he's so strong that he can take on a psychopath alone. He picks him up and heads toward Rhea. Inside the factory, they reach the room where Rhea is, and they are stunned to see her in such a bad state. He was a frail little guy before, and now he's so powerful that he can take down a psycho on his own. He scoops him up and heads towards Rhea. The psychopath had tied Rhea up to a pole, blood dripping from her face. It looked like she had given up on life and was utterly exhausted. When she spots them, she's shocked, thinking she had been left for dead. The detective reassures her, "We're fine, almost unscathed. We won the fight." Shortly after Vikram unties her, Rhea struggles to stand, so Vikram gently lowers her to the ground and says, Rhea's there in a room, totally drained and giving up on life. When she sets her eyes on them, she's shocked. Did they actually save me? She thought her team wouldn't show up. Detective reassures her, "We're fine, almost unscathed. We've claimed victory." Vikram starts cutting her ropes, but she can barely stand. He gently lays her down. "You usually look so good. You're just having a rough day, that's all." And suddenly she burst into tears, hugging him, saying, "I thought you wouldn't come for me." Vikram replied, If you had just listened, none of this would have happened. From now on, you'll always heed my advice and stop trying to do everything on your own. And by the way, the ambulance is outside, ready to take you if you'd like. Otherwise, you can join me." He was just trying to fix her face. After that, he took the ambulance, the detective, and everyone else who got hurt there, including Rhea, to the hospital. Vikram made sure to stay far away because he didn't want to get tangled up in all this mess, and being there would have raised too many eyebrows. This whole news story was being broadcasted on television. It was reported that a psychopath had kidnapped a schoolgirl who had been rescued by that police officer. Sadly, wait a minute. Didn't I see that cop in front of me just a few days ago? Is this some sort of a twisted circular pattern where the same guy was first at a builder's house and now he's tangled up with a psycho? This guy was way out of his assignment area. He wondered if that psychopath might also be a builder and whether this detective had sent him down the inferno. The dude didn't run away, so he called the police chief to arrange a meeting with this detective. He explained that his company wanted to give their heartfelt thanks. They had kidnapped someone, and this police officer came to the rescue. In the process, he got seriously hurt, and one cop even bit the dust. They show a picture of the detective on TV, which the businessman is watching, and he's thinking, is it just me, or has this cop popped back into my life again in such a quick turnaround? Could it be that there's a regular builder involved? First, he was at the streamer's place, then he got tangled up with the psycho. Clearly, he was way off his usual beat. He wonders if maybe the psycho was also just a regular builder, and this detective sent him straight to his own personal hell. He didn't run away. Instead, the businessman calls the chief of police to request a meeting with the detective. He tells him that his company wants to give that detective a big old thank you for doing such great work for society, saving a poor schoolgirl and all. At the hospital, Rhea was lying on the bed with Vikram sitting nearby, reading documents about the businessman and other architects that the detective had shared with him. Rhea opened her eyes and noticed him sitting there. Vikram noticed too, and he greeted her, but Rhea got so excited that she leapt onto him, knocking him off balance and sending him crashing to the floor. Watching this unfold, Vikram exclaimed, "What just happened? Are you okay? Did a ghost just possess you?" She sobbed and said she didn't believe she would survive. "Thank you for saving me." Vikram started to snap back into reality and said, "You don't need to thank me, just do me a favor from now on. Also, you shouldn't be getting off that bed just yet." After that, he handed Rhea the folder and said, "What's this, my test results?" He then clarified that no, it contains information about the two builders we encountered outside the streamer's house. "I wanted to give this to you earlier, but you know the craziness that just went down." He told her to read all those documents carefully. As he left, he wished her a speedy recovery and added that he would come back soon to check on how she was doing. When Vikram went to meet the detective, he couldn't help but complain, "Okay, this feels a bit unfair. I sent that psycho to hell, and you got to meet Rhea first." Hearing this, Vikram remarked, Here, take this. When I was on the verge of dying, I realized something important. We shouldn't chase after the creators because we really don't know how the rest of them will turn out. Just like that psychopath, any person could be anyone. They could be loaded with cash or ripped like a bodybuilder. Vikram thought it was just a regular key, and the detective reminded him that it was actually the key to the police station. They had a special security system there, and not even the shadiest of shoddy characters would dare step foot inside the detective's home, so it's way more secure than your place or Rhea's. Hearing this, Vikram nodded and quietly thought how nice it was having a detective on his team. He told him that as soon as he moves or settles down, he'd be crashing there. When he started to leave, the detective stopped him saying, "Wait, I have something else to give you." He handed him a diary and said, "You remember when we all first met and started forming this alliance? Well, I had shared some numbers with you." Vikram responded, "Yeah, I remember." The detective continued, "I slightly modified those numbers to keep an edge, but since you've proven yourself to be a good and honest person, their alliance might be coming to an end because the thing he had always been waiting for had finally arrived." The detective had played him, and now his key could activate easily, sending the detective to hell. But should he really do it? The detective said now he had no reason to hide anything from him. Meanwhile, Vikram was internally debating with the detective having so many sources. This guy fights really well. He's super smart and has all the inside info from the police, which could really come in handy. But wait, he could also be a dangerous and powerful opponent. It's pretty likely, or maybe he won't. He was quiet for a while, and the detective asked, "What's wrong, you okay? You look like you're about to explode with rage." But Vikram was feeling the complete opposite. He was actually super excited. He tried hiding that excitement and said he had to leave. After that, he went to the bathroom and noticed his key glowing. It dawned on him. After that, he hands Raya both folders and says, "What's this, my test results?" Then he informs her that the info about the 2 builders they encountered outside the streamer's house is in there. "I wanted to give this to you sooner, but you know how things went down." He tells her to read all the documents carefully. As he leaves, he adds a "get well soon," along with a promise to come back and check on whether she's okay. When Vikram goes to meet the detective, he complains, "This totally isn't fair. I sent that psycho to hell, and you went to meet Rhea first." Hearing this, Vikram is like, "Are you seriously jealous right now?" The detective responds, "I'm not jealous, just reminding you who did all the heavy lifting and who sent him to hell." Then he pulls out a key and hands it to Vikram, saying, "Here you go." He explains that while he was almost dying, he had a realization: we shouldn't go after creators because we don't know what other creators could be like. Just because this psycho was one way doesn't mean the next dude won't be rich and muscular. Vikram thinks it's just a normal key and points out, but this is the police guy's house key. There's a special security system that not even the nastiest criminal could dare enter. So it's way more secure than your and Rhea's places. Hearing this, Vikram thinks it's awesome that the detective's on his side. He tells the detective that as soon as he moves in or sorts stuff out, he'll be on his way. He starts to leave, but then the detective says, "Wait, I have one more thing for you." He hands him a diary saying, "Remember when we first met and started forming this alliance, I gave you some numbers." Vikram nods, and then the detective adds, "I tweaked those numbers a bit so I could keep an edge. But now that you've proven you're a good, genuine person, I'm giving you the real numbers." Upon hearing this, Vikram feels shocked. It hits him that the detective just pulled a fast one on him, and Vikram wonders if their alliance is over, since the thing he'd been waiting for has finally happened. The detective had duped him, and now that key could activate to easily send the detective to hell. But should he really do that? The detective tells him now he has no reason to hide anything from him. Vikram is also considering that the detective has lots of resources. He fights well, is super smart, and has all the police intel. But he's also a deadly and powerful opponent. The 2 of them could end up being the last standing creators left. Vikram hesitates, a bit unsure of what to do, thinking, is this cop really going to be helpful or not? He's silent for quite a while, and the detective asks, "What's up, you okay? Are you mad?" But Vikram feels the complete opposite. He's actually super excited. He hides his excitement and says he needs to leave. Afterward, he heads to the bathroom and notices that his key is glowing, meaning that detective really did pull a fast one on him. He could send her off, but should he really? The detective says there's no reason to hide anything from her anymore. Vikram's pondering. The detective has a ton of resources. He fights smart. This guy is clever holding all the police info, plus he's a strong contender too. It is possible that this cop might prove useful, but he's also a dangerous and powerful foe. Vikram is one of the last few creators left standing. He hesitates, unsure of whether to trust this cop or not, thinking, will he really help me out? Or will he just be a dead weight? He's been quiet for so long that the detective asks, "What's up? You okay? You mad or something?" Meanwhile, Vikram feels the complete opposite. He's super excited but puts on a poker face. "I gotta go." He heads to the restroom and sees his key glowing. Looks like that detective was pulling a fast one on him. Vikram thinks that before I get too attached to him, I need to take care of him. Bamar tells him that creating an alliance and lying to them is a good plan since they have no clue about your fibs. But still, what will you do since that cop totally punked you? Vikram replies that the cop could come in handy for me, so I'll let him slide. And as soon as he hears this, Bamar jumps in. "It's not like you've gone all soft and getting attached to all this. The first time I met you, you were just a bundle of hatred, which is why I picked you for the Hell Creator gig. But I've done real life. Ever since you joined this alliance, you're slowly morphing into a different person. You had other goals, but now it seems your only goal is personal growth and building relationships with people. And these antics of yours might just make me disappear from this world too. And if that's the case, remember I told you that if I go, your soul's coming with me." And he says, "There's no need for you to worry about that. I'm sending them all straight to hell myself." Vikram goes back to the detective and asks when and how this treatment is going to happen. Just then, Rhea shows up. She's holding an IV bottle looking like a walking pharmacy. She comes over and says she wanted to thank the detective and was super happy that all three of their teammates were there and close to the hospital. The businessman has arrived holding a gift meant for the cop, and the detective had already been informed that Mr. Information was coming in. As the businessman walks into the room, he spots Vikram and says, "So you were outside that streamer's house, and now you're here too. How convenient that now we have two hell creators together." Hearing this, Vikram and the detective glance at each other, wondering how to tackle this. The detective straightens up and says he has no clue what the heck you're talking about, and what's this hell creator business. The businessman retorts that you're good at acting, but your partner is as stiff as a board and can't act for beans. I saw your news and talked to your boss, and I'm here to say thank you for saving that girl from school. I came to make it official. But unofficially, I'm here to offer a new alliance. And he can't figure out how he knows we're hellmakers. He starts analyzing everything, thinking where we might have messed up. Where could I have exposed myself? And seeing Vikram's facial expression, the businessman says, "I know you're working that brain of yours, wondering how I figured this out. It's pretty simple, really. The detective crossed paths with me a lot. First, at that streamer's house, then his news station wasn't that far off. And I did a little digging on you both. And as I thought, you don't look like a detective, and you're not exactly old enough to have any job. And if you still insist you're not hellmakers, I've got two questions for you. First, why would a detective hang out with a high school girl? Second, why did he go so far from his station to save her? And third, why would a high school kid pretend to be a detective? The only answer is that you both are hellmakers and part of the same alliance. You hit up the streamer's house to scout out what other streamers looked like and gather intel on them. And that's how you got tangled up with that psycho. Then he says you guys make a pretty solid alliance since you've come this far." Vikram's mind is racing, thinking about what to do. Should I confess to being a hellmaker, or see if the detective has a plan just then? The detective raises his hands and says he's been caught. "Is that what you came here to hear? You exposed us? What do you want us to do? Grovel at your feet, or become your slaves like your architect friend?" Hearing this, the businessman thinks they have info on that too, and their alliance is completely different from mine. They're both on equal footing. There's no senior or junior, no one's more powerful or weaker. And he replies, "That's not how it is. If I wanted to make you my slave, I'd attack you or send a threatening letter. I'm here to offer an alliance that benefits all three of us, and we'll be equals in it." The detective raises his hand and says he doesn't need your alliance. "I don't know how you can help us, and I've seen how you form alliances, so I'm rejecting your offer." The businessman thinks, is this detective pulling my leg or plotting something? But then he reveals my architect's gone missing. Either someone sent him to hell or he's dead, and I want to find out who did it, who has the guts to take my slave away. And I'm not promising this alliance will last forever, but neither will you. They were looking for streamers gathering info on what they look like, and that's how you got that close to the psycho. Then he adds, "You two are a pretty solid alliance since you've made it this far." Vikram's mind is running a mile a minute, wondering what he should do. Should he confess to being a builder? Or does the detective have some ideas up his sleeve? And then the detective raises his hands and says, "I'm caught. Is this what you came here to hear? You exposed us. Now what do you want? Should we surrender, or do you want us to be your slaves like that architect friend of yours?" Hearing this, the businessman thinks, so they have information on this too. Their alliance is totally different from mine. These two are equal players. Neither one is a senior or junior. There's no excess strength or weakness, an equal footing. He replies, "That's absolutely not the case. If I wanted to make you my slave, I'd simply attack you. Send a threatening letter. I'm here to offer an alliance that benefits all three of us." The detective raises his hands again and says, "I don't need your alliance. I have no idea how you could be useful to us. I've seen how you form your alliances, and I'm rejecting your offer." Now the businessman is pondering whether the detective is just playing him or sincerely trying a trick. But then he adds, "My architect has gone missing. Either someone said, I don't see the need for your alliance. I don't get how you can even help us. I've seen how you form alliances, and I'm declining your offer." The businessman hears this and contemplates, is this detective lying, or is he just trying to pull some trick? But he goes on, "My architect has gone missing, either sent straight to hell by someone or just vanished into thin air. Or maybe he's gone to meet his maker, and I'm here trying to track down the genius who did this. who had the audacity to take my slave away, and I ain't promising this alliance will stand the test of time, but you better believe it. You're not that naive to reject my alliance offer, and when Vikram sees the businessman, he realizes just how dangerously nasty this guy is. Initially, he was just contemplating sending him to hell. He thought he might need a ton of tricks or some lies to pull this off, but fortune smiled brightly for him today, gifting him the opportunity to create that alliance. Vikram strides up to him like a real man, extends his hand and says, "I need all the dirt on the guy we're hunting for." Meanwhile, we see that the architect is tied to a chair, arms and legs, bound a gag in his mouth, with the villains who nabbed him looming over him. Just then, a girl rolls in on a wheelchair, and all the surrounding villains bow down, calling her Big Sister, because, well, she's the boss lady with a dark shadow trailing behind her. She turns to the goons and insists, "Get that gag off him. I need to talk." As they remove it, he yells, "What's going on? I don't know anything about any sins, I swear." But he quickly realizes his screaming isn't making a dent. This situation is way more serious than he imagined. The girl behind him tells her goon, "Keep an eye on him." He fuming approaches the architect, who starts screaming at the top of his lungs, "I don't know anything." Help but with a swift glare, the goon snaps a finger back, causing him to cry like a baby. He's sobbing and begging, "Please don't hurt me. I know nothing about any sins." After a bit of finger-breaking fun, he finally says, "I'll tell you everything. Just don't kill me. I promise to." Which the girl replies, "Keep going. Snap another finger." He does just that, and tears roll down his face. Water drips from his mouth too, and he finally confesses it's negligence. Afterward, she asks, "Do you know of any other Hellraisers?" And he responds, "I don't know anyone else." Just then, her bodyguard grabs his finger, and he screams, "Okay, I know about the businessman." She then asks, "Is there anything else?" And he can barely whisper, "No, I have no more life left. I'm about to pass out." He reminds her that she promised if he spilled the beans, she'd set him free. She says, "I needed more information than just a name. I need the whole package." A sudden spark hits his mind upon hearing his name, prompting her to look him up. Exposing scandalous information, she discovers he's a big shot, running a major company, and a public figure, making it incredibly hard to hide beneath the radar. She gazes at his picture and remarks, "This guy is definitely going to hell." Her eyes blaze with fury as she orders her man, "Gather everyone. We need to pay him a visit." Vikram had asked for every last detail about this man, but he's like, "I don't have any info." He muses if they torture the architect and press him about where they can find him, he can only be found in public, and that's when they will ambush me. Meanwhile, she galvanizes her crew and asks, "Are we ready to fight to the death?" And they all shout, "Yes." Just then, a flashback shows us a parking lot filled with guys sprawled out bleeding. Looks like a gang brawl went down. A dude in a brown suit yells at the guy with the baseball bat, "You're not escaping punishment that easily," while brandishing a bloody knife. "When the boss finds out, you're all toast," he adds, slapping the baseball bat guy right in the mug. "Shut it. I know exactly who I'm up against. I need to settle the score with your gang leader, and if you stay down, you might just live through this. Some minor bumps and bruises might just be your souvenir." Just then, a car rolls into the parking lot, and out steps his boss Nick, who was earlier on the ground. The baseball bat guy snaps at him. "Finally, you showed up time to settle the score." Nick is cool as a cucumber, not an ounce of fear on his face, and asks, "What are you doing in my territory?" followed by, "I just have a quick question for you." He instructs his assistant, who wheels in a boy in a wheelchair, and the batsman is horrified. "Why did you do this to him? His legs are shattered into 1,000 pieces, and he'll probably never walk again," he quips. And the gang leader's assistant shoots back, "Had he behaved properly, this wouldn't have happened." Then he gets slapped for speaking out of turn. Upon hearing this, the baseball bat guy thinks this whole situation is going to cost someone dearly. The gang leader offers, "I'll give you a fortune enough to drown in it. Clear out your turf so you can reign free at least for the next 30 years. Hearing this, he contemplates, but then recalls this was their heir, and now he might never walk again. Can you even afford that much? Or do you want to take on another gang? It's a direct threat. The gang leader commands his assistant, "Go fetch that girl," and one wonders why he's summoning her. The assistant returns with a little 7-year-old girl, his daughter. He steps over to her saying, "Your dad needs to settle some scores. You might forgive him, or maybe not, but eventually you will come to understand." He pulls out a knife, running it down her legs. "We'll settle this with the eye for an eye rule. I've sliced off your successor's legs, and the same fate will befall my successor." Boss Nick is just lying there on the ground. Seeing this, the dude with the baseball bat says, "Finally, you've made it here. Time to settle some scores." And this guy was as cool as a cucumber with no hint of fear on his face, just chilling. He asks, "What are you doing in my turf?" and then says, "I just have one question for you." He tells his assistant something, and the assistant wheels in a kid in a wheelchair who is... And when he sees this, he goes, "So care to explain why you did this to him?" The kid's legs are all smashed to pieces and may never walk again. Hearing this, the gang leader's assistant chimes in. If he had acted right, none of this would have happened. And right then, he slaps him and says, "Kids shouldn't talk back to adults." After hearing this, the baseball bat guy thinks, "Oh, this is going to cost someone dearly." The gang leader tells him, "I'll shove so much money in your pockets you'll drown in it. You could wipe out all the other gangs in your territory and reign supreme for at least 30 years. Hearing this, he thinks, "Sure, we can do that, but that was our heir, and now he's probably never going to walk again. Can you legit throw down that kind of cash? Can this be compensated, or do you want to be a gang lord?" That was a straight-up threat. The gang leader tells his assistant, "Go bring that girl," and he wonders why on earth he's calling for her. The assistant brings in a little girl around 7 years old who happens to be the gang leader's daughter. He walks over to her and says, "Your dad has some settling to do. You may or may not forgive him, but one day you'll get it." And then he pulls out a knife and gets ready to slice her feet and says, "We're going with the eye for an eye rule here. I messed up your successor's legs, and now it's time for mine." He was the gang leader's daughter. He approaches her and says, "Your dad has some debts to settle. You may forgive him or not, but you'll understand someday." He pulls out a knife and slices her feet. "And we'll settle this eye for an eye, just like I did to your predecessor." He says he's used to it punishing his successor just the same way. The guy with the baseball bat thinks, "I've been in this crime scene for 20 years, but I've never seen someone as ruthless as this dude right here." His father standing there is capable of taking out all these guys with his own bare hands. The girl grows up, but she never learns to walk and is always stuck in a wheelchair. After getting an offer from Dream, she accepts it, and Dream says to her, "I could take out your dad if I wanted." There are still more than 50 folks who haven't subscribed, so hit that subscribe button. The link to the series chapter is in the description. Share it with your friends so they can enjoy the fun too. But she says, "First, I've got some scores to settle," and insists, "Take me to his room." He takes her there, and as soon as she sees him, her father warns, "Stay away from me. Don't come near." She tells him after all these years, it's time to settle scores, pulls out her key, activates it, and sends him straight to hell with all his loyal servants standing around. She takes them all out and becomes the leader of the gang. That businessman was a king of a clean and normal life because he had money, fame, and power. But the girl in the wheelchair, she was the queen of the underground. She could control anyone. She had a hand in every crime, and her guys were ready to do anything for her. Because of her physical condition, she couldn't do much herself, but boy, could she run her gang like a pro. Nobody dared to disrespect her because they all feared she'd send them to hell. Just then, one of her boys comes in with the businessman's schedule, detailing when he might be vulnerable to an attack. She notices there's a social party where a lot of rich folks will be, and that seems like the perfect opportunity to strike. But she realizes her henchmen won't be able to pull off anything sneaky with all those reporters and guests around. So she tells everyone standing around, "Get as many guys as you can for the big night." One of them asks, "What should we do? Should we kill him?" Hearing this, the architect yells, "You promised you'd let me go." She walks up to him and says, "If I let you go, then you'll owe me big time, and you'll have to do everything I say." He has no other choice and says, "I'll be your loyal servant. I'll do anything you say." Gathering all her boys, she asks, "Are you guys ready to do anything for me?" They all reply in unison, "We'll do anything for you." They pile into a ton of cars and head towards the businessman's party. The party was at an upscale country residence filled with wealthy and famous people. The businessman makes small talk with all of them, just chit-chatting away, when in walks Vikram and the detective who he thanks for showing up. He invites them in, saying, "You two can hang out here. You know you're not involved with the bodyguard stuff." The detective quickly clarifies, "I'm not his bodyguard. I just came because I agreed to." Vikram claims, "Yeah, he'll be my bodyguard here so he can keep me safe." Vikram asks the businessman if he's sure about today's guest list, and the businessman admits nothing is definite, but if they're going to attack, this will be the moment. Outside of this, I'm always surrounded by media or bodyguards, or I'm in my highly secure building. If they've tortured the architect, that's how they got this information. The girl in the wheelchair and her gang have finally arrived at the destination. She takes out binoculars and sees that the bodyguards look tough, but she figures taking them down won't be a problem for her. Her brother is sitting next to her and asks, "Should we move in?" She affirms, "The target is confirmed. You can go now and show no mercy to anyone who gets in your way. I'll handle the rest." He hops out of the car and approaches the bodyguard. The bodyguard stops him saying, "You can't come in here without an invitation." He replies, "Oh, I have something," and pulls out a knife. Before the bodyguard can react, he slices his throat. He does the same to the second bodyguard. It's like chaos hasn't even begun yet. Just 10 seconds later, and there are 2 corpses on the ground. He whispers into his walkie-talkie, "The coast is clear. The car can come in." The girl in the wheelchair starts giving orders, and suddenly 2 sleek black cars come roaring in, slamming on the brakes. The businessman hears the ruckus and notices something's off. Just then, the girl speaks over a loudspeaker, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you value your lives, face the wall and stay put, don't look." But nobody listens. Meanwhile, the businessman realizes they've been expecting trouble. He thinks about escaping, but the girl announces again, "Last warning, turn to the wall and don't look." No one moves, and then he suddenly hears a thud, a baseball bat smashing into someone's head, dropping them to the ground. The thug who did it shouts, "Everyone face the wall, or I'll do the same to you." Guests scramble, turning to face the wall in a panic, and then the thug calls out the businessman's name. Vikram and the detective have turned to the wall too, trying to avoid getting involved, and the detective sighs. "This alliance isn't worth it." Vikram responds, "Sure, there are way too many thugs and we're outnumbered, but maybe that lion just met his match." The businessman inches closer to a serious situation. He spots the businessman, noticing he's already here, and they were exactly who we were waiting for. He thinks of bailing, but then the girl in the wheelchair pipes up. She announces, "This is your last warning. Face the wall and don't look back." No one listens, but suddenly the businessman hears a sound. The baseball bat guy's weapon connecting with someone's head. And down they go. The thug who swung at him shouts, "Everyone face the wall, or I'll break your head just like his." All the guests start scrambling and turn to face the wall. And that's when the thug calls out for the businessman by name. Vikram and the detective had moved to the wall because they wanted no part in this mess, with the detective saying, "This alliance isn't worth the trouble." Sure, there are a whole bunch of thugs, and we can't take them all on alone. Hearing this, Vikram responds, "Yeah, we can't just take them down, and it seems a lion has found its lioness." The businessman is... In a world where everything is clean, tidy, and follows the law, there's a king, and his enemy is the underworld. Now, what can he do here? Will he escape or not? Let's find out. Next episode, music. All the gang members have crashed the businessman's party. They threatened everyone, saying, "Head to the wall or you're toast." All the guests scurried in that direction. Vikram and the detective were over there too, and the detective tells him, "Right now we're on the winning side, but maybe this alliance is not as solid as we thought. So for now, let's stay calm because we can't beat them." Vikram agrees too, figuring they're outmatched. Meanwhile, that thug spots the businessman and says, "So it's you, huh?" The businessman doesn't panic one bit. He approaches him calmly and says, "Oh, you caught me, such a shame. Now I honestly have no clue what to do." The thug leader asks through his walkie-talkie, "Have we located him? What's the plan? Do we capture him or just take him out?" And the girl answers, "No point in capturing him. It'll just create unnecessary trouble. He's a big-time businessman. The cops will be on our tails quick. Just finish him off and don't waste time." The demon sitting nearby says, "Aren't you going to send him to hell? Because that's what he was interested in." The girl responds, "Lucifer never said it was crucial to remove other creators from the equation. You must send him to hell. You could take him out anyway, but sending any human to hell openly is way too risky. The whole world could find out who we are and what we do." That girl knew the businessman had recruited another health creator who was a streamer because the architect spilled all the beans. If they went into the house, his men would get wiped out. She was aware of all this, yet she still sent everyone to their doom. Now she watched from a distance through binoculars. But Devin said, "I honestly couldn't care less. I just need a bunch of souls in my hell so they keep screaming for my peace." Hearing this, she replied, "Don't worry. Once this is all over, I'll send all my men's souls to your hell because they witnessed me in such dire conditions when we were kids and did nothing." The businessman with the smile says, "Looks like all the guests are here and the party is about to kick off." The thug, baffled, responds, "What are you talking about? Have you lost it?" When he looks to the side, he realizes a massive lineup of armed bodyguards have come to the businessman's rescue, and they weren't ready for this. They shout, "We'll take you all down." They yelled and clashed using whatever they had on hand. Someone's head was cracking, bones were popping, blood was flying in the air. Meanwhile, the businessman thought, man, these enemies are smart. They've been tracking my entire schedule and saw where they could hit me. But they made one mistake. They didn't check which guests I invited. If they had, they'd have known just how many bodyguards I had. He had dressed his bodyguards as guests, telling them, have a drink mingle and keep an eye out for anyone suspicious. Playing chess is a favorite of mine. It's a great opener. Now the real match is on, and no one can stand against my opponents. I've set it up this way, so let's see what their next move is. During the brawl, the leader talks to the girl through the walkie-talkie saying, we've been surrounded by his bodyguards. We need backup. She replies, reinforcements are on the way. She also orders her demon, bring me his head and I'll fill your hell. After that, the businessman sees even more thugs arriving. His demon steps out from a car and navigates through the chaos towards the businessman as he becomes the target. The demon possesses the power to control anyone's body. Just then, one of the businessman's bodyguards spots him heading toward the businessman and yells, he's coming for you, and starts attacking him. The bodyguard gives him a swift kick, breaking his arm. Seeing this, Devin thinks, I can't use this body anymore. To top it off, that bodyguard smashes a hammer into his head, causing him to realize, I can't catch the businessman like this. He decides he needs to switch bodies and begins searching for a new one, seizing the man who just attacked him. Once inside, he realizes this body is much stronger, younger, and can fight well. The body he controls cannot manage his mind or body anymore, and he doesn't know who is friend and who is enemy. After taking control, he goes on a rampage, attacking even his own bodyguard friends and yelling at the other thugs, you all get inside. That's where our real target is. I'll handle these. All the bodyguards smash the door and head inside, while the girl in the wheelchair thinks, no matter how prepared the businessman is, it won't be enough. One of the senior gangsters yells, turn the whole house upside down, search everywhere, check every room, but bring his head to me. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can get home. And he adds, now it's a fox hunt, and I'm really good at this. Then all his buddies start searching in different rooms, and one of them says, thinking that this body is stronger, younger, and can fight like a champ. The Devin whose body he's controlling then loses grip and can't even tell friend from foe. Once he gets free, he starts wreaking havoc. He starts going for his own guards, taking them out, and tells the remaining thugs, get inside the house. That's where our real target is. I'll handle these clowns. All the guards smash through the door and head inside, while the girl in the wheelchair thinks that no matter how prepared the businessman is, it won't be enough. One of the thugs who's higher up in the ranks orders flip this house upside down, check every room, but bring me his head. The faster we finish this, the faster we get to go home. He then declares, this is a fox hunt, and I'm really good at it. After that, his crew splits up into different rooms to search, and one guy exclaims, this is so ridiculous. It'll be quick before we get home. He says, now it's a fox hunt, and I excel at that. So his crew splits up to search the place, and one of them says, this whole house feels like a giant maze. Do all rich people live like this? How on earth are we going to find the dude here? And then he starts rummaging through every closet after he cracks one open. Inside, there's a streamer chilling, and the key is glowing like it's been touched by a magician. He yells, hey there! And the thug looks on in shock, wondering why this kid is lounging around. The streamer then waves goodbye and says, I definitely won't wish you all the best. Then a ridiculously bright light floods the room through the windows along with a scream. We flash back to when the streamer first crashed at this businessman's pad. During their first meeting, the businessman said, welcome aboard, you're living here now, and boasted that he'd prepared all the documents to make it official. To top it off, he even let him redesign the place however he liked. The house is packed with secret doors and hiding spots, making it the perfect hideout for his powers. Anyone who dares to enter uninvited here is definitely gonna get messed up. Meanwhile, the businessman is chilling in a separate room, watching everything unfold on CCTV while munching on popcorn. He sees his demon take down all the other bodyguards, while the few remaining are taken captive. But those goons have no clue where the businessman is hiding, and one by one they're vanishing inside the house. All of this is being picked up by the girl in the wheelchair because whenever she tries to chat, nobody responds. It's all thanks to the streamer, who's now using his powers like a pro and having the time of his life. He swiftly ushers all his guys out of the house, knowing that the key outside can't be used inside. That's what the architect told him. Watching all the thugs head out, the businessman ponders what the next move will be. He has no clue what they'll do once all those goons are out. The streamer reassures him, you don't need to chase anyone right now. There's no rush. But then he has a slight regret about not being able to call the cops. As of now, the match is pretty much even. However, the only ones who could shake things up are Vikram and the detective standing off to the side. Right then, Vikram gets a phone call. He shoves an earpiece in his ear, answers the call, and realizes it's from Rhea. She tells him she has spotted another creator and they're right outside the house. Vikram asks, "What are you doing here?" She replies, "I wanted to help you. I've spotted some hell creators here, one of whom is you, detective. Oh, and say hi to the detective for me. Besides you, there's the streamer, the business." Vikram tells her she'll have to help them, but they don't need to use her powers right now. She just needs to follow his instructions and they can turn the tables. Her hell is not universal, and she can't use it on that creator yet. The girl in the wheelchair is pondering how they can wrap this up quickly. They can't go inside, but the longer they stick around, the riskier it gets with the cops showing up, and they'd have to call off the operation. Just then, the door of her car swings open, and there's Rhea standing there. She tells her it's freezing outside and that she needs to talk. The girl is stunned and asks, "What are you doing here? Who are you?" Someone must have given. Vikram tells Rhea to head over to that hell creator who's controlling everything outside this building. She walks over to him and displays her hell. The girl freaks out thinking, is she here to send me to hell? But Rhea reassures her that since her glow isn't working, there's nothing to worry about. When she asks, "So why are you here?" Rhea tells her someone else wants to talk to you. She hands her an earpiece and Vikram says, "I'm also a hell creator and I'm part of this party." The girl asks, "What do you want from me?" She realizes, "So, you know that businessman and you're one of his guests." Vikram confirms, "Yes, and we both have the same enemy. If you're up for it, we can take him down together or send him to hell." The girl is unsure of Vikram's true intentions and she's confused thinking, should I trust him or not? Then Vikram gives her an ultimatum. You need to decide whether you'll follow my orders or not. Meanwhile, he thinks to himself that she'll have to become his puppet. She finally agrees. "Okay, I'll go along with your plan, but what's the game plan?" Vikram tells her. "You can call me Majun." Then the girl gives orders to her thugs, and one of them takes all those orders, telling the other guests, "If you want to stay alive, you have to follow my orders. Form a line and head into this mansion so you can meet the one who organized this party." They all shuffle inside, and once they're in, their leader declares that every single person needs to bring a guest to find the businessman. He disabled the streamer's powers. Now, he can't send these goons or those guests to hell because they're super important and powerful. If just one of them goes missing, it could cause chaos nationwide. Seeing this, the streamer frantically calls the businessman asking, "What should I do? Should I send everyone to hell?" The businessman goes absolutely bonkers. "This had never happened before, and I already told you I'm not the one you're looking for." He shows off his halo and asks, "Does this ring a bell?" Vikram tells Rhea to head over to that halo creator who's controlling the entire building from outside. She gets there and shows him her halo. To that, the girl gets scared thinking, is she here to send me to hell? But she reassures her, since my halo isn't glowing, you have no reason to worry. Then she asks, "But why are you here?" Rhea tells her, "Someone else wants to talk to you." She hands over an earpiece and Vikram tells her, "I'm a halo creator too, and I'm here for this party." The girl asks, "What do you want from me?" She says, "Let me guess, you know that businessman and you're one of his guests." He confirms, "Yep, and we share the same enemy. If we team up, we can take him out or send him to hell." The girl is clueless about Vikram's true motives and finds herself confused about whether she should trust him or not. "Yeah, and we both have the same enemy. If we want, we can take him out together or send him to hell." The girl is clueless about Vikram's true intentions and confuses herself, am I in or not? Just then, Vikram puts her on the spot. "You need to decide whether you'll follow my orders or not." And he thinks you're going to have to be my puppet to defeat him. He says, "Sure, I'll go along, but what's the plan?" Vikram responds, "You can call me a genius." After that, the girl starts giving orders to her thugs, and one of them takes the info and warns the guests, "If you want to stay alive, you have to follow my orders. Form a line and get inside this mansion to meet the party organizer." They all head in, and their leader says, everyone needs to bring a guest and find the businessman. The one who came up with this plan was Vikram. He had deactivated the streamer's powers, so now he couldn't send these thugs and the guests straight to hell. If even one of them goes missing, that was a party I organized. They all go in, and their leader says, everyone needs to bring a guest to find the businessman. Vikram was the mastermind behind this. He deactivated the streamer's powers. Now he can't send these goons alongside those all-important guests to hell because they're too significant and powerful figures. If even one of them goes missing, it's game over. There's going to be a total uproar across the nation. Seeing this, the streamer calls the businessman and asks, "What should I do? Should I send everyone to hell?" The businessman totally loses his marbles at that moment. For the first time, something is jeopardizing his grand plan. He's yanking at his hair in frustration, thinking, what should I do? Because the businessman knew very well he was super famous and powerful. He's the most cunning and clever one in the game. The businessman is complaining and mulling over whether he could send this streamer to the hell he's been talking about. But now it's time for him to taste my hell. Instead, I'm going to test this out. No one can be missing from this crowd. If anyone spots him using hell, explaining it to the police would be a real pain, like trying to explain why your cat is wearing a tutu. Plus, his past sins might come flaring up like a bad rash, and jail time could be on the menu. Vikram had clocked that these thugs could find the businessman hassle-free now, and he knew from the start that the guys come to take down the businessman aren't really a threat to Vikram. If there's a major danger in this whole shebang, it's the businessman himself. Vikram had just one mission. Now send that businessman straight to the inferno. Meanwhile, the businessman starts to realize that something's off. Not too long ago, those thugs were like a bunch of headless chickens scrambling everywhere without a clue, no organization whatsoever. But with time, they started pulling off moves that were downright strategic. He now thinks to himself, something's definitely amiss. I need to figure out what changed. He knows someone's pulling the strings, but who remains a mystery, leaving him clueless about where they are and how powerful they really are. Then he thinks, hey, I've got tons of allies around like Vikram, his crew, and the streamer. Could any of them be playing me dirty? He brushes the thought off and wonders who the heck could do that to him. The businessman never wanted to tap into the demon's power because he didn't trust it and figured he could handle things solo. But now he's left with no choice and calls on his demon asking, can I write a poem about the future? His demon replies, well, color me surprised. You want to wield my powers. The businessman insists, I didn't mean to waste your powers, but let's be real. You only get to use them 3 times. It was then that he activated his power, and with it, he could catch glimpses of the next hour in fragments. But remember, just 3 uses he watches as someone bursts through his room door and a bunch of unfamiliar faces flood, in one of whom he recognizes Vikram. It dawns on him that Vikram is pulling a fast one on him. He frantically tries to activate his key, but it's a no-go. The gang that Vikram brought along all had knives ready to make sure he couldn't use his hellish powers. Next thing you know, he gets a fatal stab to the chest, and he bites the dust right there while they leave him behind. As soon as everything wraps up, his rage explodes, his eyes turning red and blood boiling because he realizes it was Vikram in his own team who betrayed him. Vikram's demon provides him with the ability to see if death is knocking at his door, while the businessman's demon lets him see what's coming in the next hour, all in little clips. With both powers combined, they can shift their fates. The businessman instructs the streamer to do whatever it takes to send Vikram into his hell, stating, I don't want him around. To which the streamer responds, well, he's brought a guest along, so if I off him too, I still can't send Vikram to hell because you invited him here. It won't count as an invasion, and my hell powers won't work. Hearing this, the businessman panics even further. He thinks to himself, what am I going to do now? From the start, Vikram knew he was safe in this situation. The businessman, on the other hand, lacked enough intel to throw Vikram into hell or even fully scout out what was happening, because he never thought Vikram would betray him. Meanwhile, Vikram's got teammates he can count on, like the detective who's always ready to save him, and Raya, who's got some stellar abilities to assist from the outside. The businessman glances out the nearby window and sees Vikram mingling with yet another person who has been hunting him down, realizing there's no way to win this information war against Vikram. He knows he can't overpower Vikram or force him to follow orders. In his musings, the businessman concludes that today's just not his lucky day, and whatever plans he had, they're just kaput. His demon then asks, are you confused? The businessman responds, not confused, just realized I was totally wrong. I thought the ones who attacked me and kidnapped the architect were the biggest threats in this game. But turns out, Vikram is the dark horse. We underestimated him, and he's the most cunning and smart of the bunch. While the businessman is whining and wishing he could send Vikram to the streamer's hell, he flips the script. Nope, bucko, you're going to my hell. He decides to test his incompetence and tells the streamer, "You can send all the guests to hell, but be quick and careful about it." The streamer then instructs his devil to morph into the businessman, after which they can skedaddle. His devil transforms into the businessman and starts racing in front of all those thugs who leave their guests and chase after him, each yelling, "We've caught up, he's in the lobby." That streamer sends 4 thugs to hell at once, but he can only pull this off in one specific location. Vikram's thug gets the message too, that the businessman is in the lobby, so all they need to do is ditch the guests and head on over. The thug bolts off and Vikram calls out, "Did you find the businessman?" "Yep, he's in the lobby." Hearing this, Vikram thinks, why would he be there? Why would he leave his bunker and take such a risk? He tells the incompetent one, "You can send all the guests to hell, but you've got to do it quickly and with precision." After this, the streamer turns to his devil and says, "You need to look just like the businessman, and then we can make our escape." His devil transforms into the businessman and takes off running in front of all those goons who drop their guests and chase after him, informing each. The streamer then zaps all 4 of those goons to hell at once, but he can only do it from one single spot. The goon who was with Vikram also gets a message that the businessman is in the lobby and they can go look for him. Now that they have no use for the guests, they just leave them there and head over. The goon starts to leave, and Vikram asks him, "Did you find the businessman?" He replies, "Yeah, he's in the lobby." Hearing this, Vikram thinks, why the heck is he there? Why would he leave his bunker and take such a risk? To his surprise, he finds out that his key hadn't activated. The businessman is flustered, wondering why the key isn't working. "I predicted the future perfectly fine, so why is this happening?" He grumbles to himself, thinking he's way too capable for this nonsense. But listening to this, Vikram chimes in, "If a person hasn't committed a crime yet, are you really going to call him a criminal? You can always change the future by altering just one little thing. That's why you couldn't predict the future. In the future, all the conditions would have lined up so you could send me to hell. But right now, not a single one of those conditions is happening." The goons were sprawled out all over the mansion, and if they crossed paths, they'd start taking each other out. The police Vikram had called have arrived and surrounded the mansion from all sides because Vikram realized something had to be done about those goons, or they would either kill someone or abduct them, neither of which was a good situation. Why would someone want to off themselves or get sent to hell? And just then a businessman pops up out of nowhere. The businessman has always hated those above him, and his demon asks him, "What's up? Do you have a plan to put an end to this? And why did you even need to get out of there? This is a huge risk, and guess what? I could get killed too." He responds, "Don't you want Vikram to just get out of here?" And he's like, "How are you going to handle this?" Then he shows his key and says, "I'll judge how competent he is versus how incompetent. With your powers, I can totally see the future. I can see the future, and my demon can catch a glimpse too, but he's not as sharp as me, so he'll definitely be the incompetent one, and I'll send him straight to hell." Then we have a flashback showing how the businessman's life kicked off. He was just a little kid with no family apart from his grandma. She absolutely adored him, took care of him, cooked for him, and would ask him what he wanted to be when he grew up. And he'd respond gleefully, "When I grow up, I'm going to make tons of money to pay off my dad's debts, buy a huge house, and I'll even have my own dog eating bananas every day." Hearing this, his grandma was over the moon to see him dreaming big. She reminded him, "Success is great, but aside from money and fame, there are plenty of important things in life. Those things aren't the most important." She told him, "Whenever I'm with you, that time is priceless. No amount of money can buy that. Even if you become a big shot, there are things in this world that can't be bought." His grandma was super wise and warned him to always remember not to sell his soul for riches like his dad did. And he still couldn't shake off her words. They were ingrained in his brain. One day when Grandma went to the doctor, they found out she had cancer and she needed a pile of money for treatment. He tried everything to take care of her, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't have the cash for her treatment, and slowly with sorrow and agony she passed away. After the funeral, all he had left were her ashes, for which he also needed money, but he was broke. And the guy told him, "If you don't pay up, you can't take these." He protested, and in all the struggle, the ashes fell to the ground. Now he had absolutely nothing left. Growing up, he made a vow not to waste time, develop his skills, and earn money. One day, while walking in the rain, he stumbled upon a bunch of stuff lying in the alley. Broke as a joke, he couldn't buy anything. He scooped it up and took it home, attempting to improve himself. He wanted to be famous and successful more than anything, and he absolutely despised incompetence. But still, every now and then, his grandma's words would haunt him. He climbed to be a leader in a company, and her advice still echoed in his mind. One of his juniors was begging for forgiveness at his feet, promising he would work harder from now on. But he brushed him off, stating, "From now on, don't even touch me. I have zero tolerance for mediocre career folks, and having you around is a hard no for me. I don't ever want to step back in that dump where I was born. I can't tarnish my dad's name or my family's reputation. I'd rather kick the bucket than face that or fail again. And do me a favor, never show your face around me." He absolutely could not stand people in high positions who didn't lift a finger. They were there just for the boss's praises and slathering flattery, and he wanted to toss them into hell. One day, while walking down a path, a demon approached him and asked, "Do you really want to send these folks to hell?" Of course, he accepted that offer with a grin. Now we see Vikram standing there, and the businessman is coming up behind him. When Vikram spots him, he's stunned. Wait, he was just in the lobby. What's he doing here? He then confronts him. "How dare you try to belittle me? You thought I was weak and incompetent. That's your biggest blunder." He steps up and pulls out his key. "And now you'll rot in my hell for eternity." Businessman came here with all the confidence in the world, thinking he could take down Vikram as long as this case was open. After that, he would send all the others to hell as well. He was convinced Vikram's hell wasn't universal. It couldn't apply everywhere. When they were at the streamer's house, he didn't use his hell. He didn't use it when I went to see him at the hospital either. And even today, when all those goons showed up, he didn't pull out his hell. Furthermore, he never took out his key in the first place, meaning his hell isn't universal. And he can't use it on me. Attacking a creator like me without thought is totally incompetent, which is why I can send him to my hell. The businessman declared, "You're such a loser, thus straight to my hell. You go." He took out his key, but surprise, surprise, it didn't activate. The businessman was freaking out. "Why isn't my key activating? I saw the future coming clearly. It must be possible." Hearing this, Vikram calmly replied, "If someone hasn't committed a crime yet, are they a criminal? You can always change the future with just one little tweak. That's why you couldn't predict the future. All the conditions to send me to hell might have lined up down the road, but not one has been fulfilled yet." Businessman was left speechless. Surprise, his key didn't activate. The businessman is puzzled as to why the key isn't working. I had predicted the future accurately, so why am I facing this absurdity? And I'm more than capable. But upon hearing this, Vikram says, "If a person hasn't committed any crime yet, would you call them a criminal? And you can always change the future with just one little thing. That's why you didn't predict the future. All the conditions lined up that could send me to hell, but none of them have happened yet." The businessman is in complete disbelief. He thinks for a while, then says, "Yeah, he's got a point." But the businessman is like, "If my key isn't activating, no biggie. I can just off you anyway." But just then, surprise, Vikram pulls out his key, which is glowing because they made an alliance, and that scummy businessman had already double-crossed him and tried to take him out, which is why Vikram's key went into overdrive. The businessman is totally confused, like, how is this happening? It's not supposed to be working since I saw the future and changed everything. But the biggest blunder he made was double-crossing Vikram after peeking into the future, which got Vikram's key glowing. Now he's screaming like he doesn't want to go to hell, but Vikram shows zero mercy, sends him straight to hell. Vikram totally outsmarted that businessman, and he's thinking that his decision not to send a detective to hell was a genius move, though there's still a ton of trouble left. Super rich and famous people were around, and there were also loads of goons. Meanwhile, there were streamers and the detective whose health had already been activated, and they could send all the goons to their hell, but it would create a whole lot of chaos. Vikram steps before the CCTV cameras and wonders what he's going to do next, because if the police show up, who knows what could happen? Who would they put on the wanted list? To find out what happens next, stay tuned for the next episode. Finally, Vikram has defeated the businessman, and now his demon has vanished too. Bamar sticks out his hand and says, "You've become way too confident," to which Vikram replies, "Don't ever think I was more confident when we got here. I was terrified." Vikram shakes hands with him and says, "There are still plenty of creators left, and all this stress has scrambled my brain. After we get out of here, I'm just going to sit at my PC for a few days and game. That's all I'm doing. If any normal person had been here, they wouldn't have handled this much stress." And hearing this, Bamar realizes that Vikram is not a normal guy. He wasn't normal back when I met him, and he's definitely not normal now with all these amazing things he's doing. And Vikram says if any normal person were here, they'd have bolted by now. Vikram snaps himself back to reality and declares there's no time to cry. There are still plenty of guests around who are rich and famous, plus a lot of goons who haven't gone for the streamer's health. These are prime conditions to activate the detective and streamer's health, but they can't do anything. With all these things in mind, Vikram decides he will take charge and clean up this mess somehow. Standing before the CCTV camera, he calls the police, putting on a voice as if he's terrified and panicking, saying a bunch of goons have shown up and taken all. The police operator tells Vikram to calm down and just give them the address so they can come rescue him. Vikram, keeping up the act, gives them the address. Now all the creators spread out in the mansion, and if they run into each other, it's going to be a brawl. The police Vikram called have arrived and surrounded the mansion because Vikram has realized that something must be done about the goons, or they'll either kill someone or haul them off somewhere, which is bad news for both of them. And the goons have no clue that the police are coming, so the surprise factor works in Vikram's favor as they swoop in and nab them all. The police, armed to the teeth, cuff them one by one and start leading them out. And among them is a demon that's trapped in the body of that girl in the wheelchair. Now, this demon finds itself stuck in that body and can't escape due to the handcuffs. It's never faced this kind of situation before and realizes that to get out, it's got to pull off a body switch, with the perfect body being that police officer dragging it away. And just like that, the demon switches bodies with the officer and then starts thinking, what the heck happened here that made it fail its mission? What is the police even doing here? They shouldn't be here. I need to find that idiot who talked to the girl in the wheelchair and set this whole plan in motion. It unhooks the machine gun and drops it to the ground, then takes off running to locate its creator. And Vikram is watching all this on the CCTV camera and instantly realizes that this is some kind of demon. He quickly messages Rhea, warning her that the demon is coming straight towards her. Get out of there. He also mentions that the businessman has gone straight to hell. Upon hearing this, she replies, if he's gone to hell, then I'm done here. She says goodbye to the girl in the wheelchair. If we meet again, we'll definitely talk. With that, she bolts because she doesn't have a second to waste, and just seconds later, her demon arrives. She thanks her demon for getting there so fast and is super curious about who this bomb is that took down the businessman so quick without any of the goons even noticing. The girl remarks, whoever this is, they are seriously dangerous. Then her demon says, now we've got nothing to do here, so let's get out of here. And as they leave, she thinks to herself, whoever this bomb is, I seriously underestimated them. I need to gather every scrap of information about them so I can figure out who they are, what they do. In the mansion, things are getting heated, and if they face each other, they will start attacking. The police Vikram called have arrived. They've surrounded the mansion. Vikram realized that those thugs had to be dealt with, or they would either murder someone or haul them off to who knows where. Both scenarios were bad news for them. The thugs had no idea the cops were on their way. Thanks to that surprise factor, they show up and capture everyone. The police are armed, putting everyone in cuffs and dragging them out one by one. Among them, there is a demon that belonged to the girl in the wheelchair. Now that demon is stuck in that body and can't escape due to the cuffs. He's never faced anything like this before and realizes he will have to switch bodies to break free. The perfect body for that job is the cop dragging him away. He switches bodies with the cop and thinks about what went down that made him fail his mission and what the police are even doing here when they shouldn't be. He's got to find that goofball who talked to the girl in the wheelchair and set this whole plan in motion. He unhooks the machine gun, drops it on the ground, and bolts to find his creator. Vikram is watching all of this on CCTV and instantly figures out that it's a demon. I needed to find that guy who chatted with the girl in the wheelchair and executed this entire plan. He unhooks the machine gun and chucks it to the ground before bolting off to locate his creator. And all of this was being monitored by Vikram through the CCTV cameras, and as soon as he saw it, Vikram figured out that this was some kind of demon at play. So he texts Rhea that the demon connected to this girl is up to no good. He quickly texts Rhea that the demon of that girl is running towards them. Get out of there. He also lets her know that the businessman is now in hell. Hearing this, she replies, if he's in hell, then I have no reason to stick around. She waves bye to the girl in the wheelchair, saying, if we ever meet again, we'll definitely chat. After that, she take off because time is not on her side, and within seconds, her demon shows up. She thanks her demon for getting there so fast and is really curious about the bomb who managed to take down the businessman so quickly, despite so many goons around not spotting him. She speculates that whoever he is, he's extremely dangerous. Then her demon says, "Now we've got nothing to do here, so let's beat it." She thinks to herself, because whoever the bomb is, I underestimated him big time. I need to gather every shred of information on him to find out who he is, what he does, how he operates, and scale of it all. The team is packing some serious heat, and on the flip side, Vikram makes the executive decision to dispose of all the CCTV footage like it's last week's leftovers, so nobody finds out that we have the power to send anyone straight to hell. He smashes those hard drives and computers, then pretends there was a fire, extinguishing it with a fire extinguisher, making it look like, oops, we caught a fire and someone heroically put it out. Now all that's left for him is to shuffle back into the crowd and blend in like he never left. Outside, Vikram is asked if there's anything else on the agenda. Meanwhile, we see the streamer has managed to worm his way into a mob of people because he couldn't get a hold of the businessman. And with the police around, he knows he can't send anyone to that fiery inferno just yet. So for now, it was best for him to stick with the crowd and head out. And a cop offers him a ride in a police car saying, "Just hop in, buddy, and I'll drop you home. I'm guessing today was a bit rough for you." He gratefully agrees and hops into the back seat of the police car. As he hops in, the officer checks him out in the rearview mirror, asking for his address. Without missing a beat, he gives his address, and the officer reassures him, "Don't worry, I'll get you home safe and sound." He looks ahead and realizes this is the same detective the businessman warned him about, and he's part of the businessman's team. Plus, he's one of the hell creators. He thinks the businessman's ghosting me, and I have no idea where he is. And just like that, they've all decided he needs to disappear. He notices that the car is heading in the opposite direction. Why are we leaving the city? My house is... And on top of that, he realizes the car isn't speeding at all. He thinks, I'm just going to jump out at the next corner. But as he tries the doors locked, the cop chuckles and says, "This is a police car. All doors are locked. This isn't a caper, so sit tight." With nothing to lose, the streamer threatens, "I'll just open a hellgate right here, right now." And the detective replies, "Why don't you give it a shot? All those threats about opening hellgates won't work on me. And, quite frankly, you're in no position to threaten me." He's confident that if he can get the streamer out of his house, he won't be able to flex his powers. Then the detective shows him his keys and says, "You've sent a lot of folks to hell, your heart's been tainted. So either sit quietly or get a crash course in the underworld. And if he ends up there, he can scream for all eternity about how he can do this and that. So just chill and start answering questions," he says. The detective pulls up to a hotel where Vikram has been waiting like a kid on Christmas morning. He's like, "I sweet-talked the cab driver into giving me a speedy ride, doubled his fare, and wow, I was going a little fast. You're not going to ticket me, are you?" The detective just brushes it off, saying, "I brought you a little gift." He flings the door open and the streamer bolts out, throwing himself on the ground, begging, "Please don't kill me. I chose the wrong side to survive. Whatever you say, I'll do it. Just don't kill me or send me to hell." And seeing Vikram there freaks the streamer out, because as the businessman told him, Vikram was the detective's sidekick. But from what he's witnessing, it feels the other way around. Vikram is pulling the strings and the detective is his trusty puppet. Vikram had outsmarted every player on the board, and suddenly it clicks why he couldn't get a hold of the businessman. If some goon had taken him out, his life... Vikram asks the streamer, "So what are we going to do with you?" The streamer shoots back with, "I've got an offer for you. If you let me go, I'll do anything you ask." Vikram smirks and says, "First, you need to prove that you can actually do something." But in his mind, he's thinking how handy the hell power could be. It's the best defense ever, and ignoring it would be plain dumb. It's like having a... Plus, he has a unique ability that can clone another person's face. Johnny, his devilish buddy. Vikram knows he can use this to trick anyone. As for the streamer, he's now the very same person who was all set to eliminate Vikram, but now he's his willing servant. Meanwhile, a devil from one of the nearby buildings is watching this all unfold, thinking the police must be here now, and that means it's game over. Beside him is another person called Jane, who's a hell creator too. He nudges her and asks, "What do you think, who's gonna win?" She replies confidently, "The businessman has..." This throws the devil for a loop. Wait, he was a powerhouse. How could he possibly lose? Jane calmly explains. If the businessman had won, we wouldn't have the police swarming here, right? He would have done everything in his power to keep whatever went down in his mansion under wraps, and the police arriving raises way too many questions, which could land him in jail. So it essentially means he's made a pit stop in hell before hitting the slammer. If he needed to bury the evidence, he'd have called a private firm, not the cops. The devil declares. So if that's the case, it looks like all the thugs came out on top. Jane replies, you don't know the half of it, because just like the businessman told her, Vikram is a sidekick to the detective, but what she witnessed felt like something entirely different. She thinks the detective is just manipulating all the players and realizes he couldn't contact the businessman. If any thug had killed him, his dead body would be there now. But all this is Vikram's doing. Vikram asks the streamer, what should I do with you now? And he responds, I've got an offer for you. If you let me go, I'll do anything for you. Hearing this, Vikram replies, before you do that, you need to prove you can actually do something. And secretly, he thinks that this hell of his could really come in handy. It's the best defense mechanism, and ignoring it would be utterly foolish. It acts like an automatic defense mechanism. If anyone steps foot in his territory, they're toast. Plus, he has another incredible ability, which is his devil Jinky Johnny that can take anyone's face and clone itself. It's quite a catch for defense, the best hell you could imagine, and not using it would be a major blunder. It was like an automatic defense mechanism. If anyone intrudes on his territory, they're as good as toast. Plus, there's another mind-blowing ability. He has his devilish little buddy Johnny, who can take anyone's face and clone himself. Vikram knew he had to use this trick up his sleeve. Anyone can pull a fast one on someone else. Vikram knew that in the end, he would take care of that streamer. But for now, he decided to use him. Not so long ago, the same guy was itching to take him out, and now he's become his loyal servant. And right next to that mansion, there was another devil watching the whole scene unfold, thinking that the cops had finally arrived. So it looks like everything is about to wrap up. And beside him, there was another character. Her name was Jane, and she was another hell creator. He asks her what she thinks who's going to win, and she straightforwardly tells him that the businessman has already lost. That leaves the demon absolutely flabbergasted. How could someone so strong have lost to? Which she replies, if the businessman had won, the cops would never have shown up because he definitely wouldn't want anyone to know what went down in his mansion. The cops showing up raises a lot of questions that could get him into serious hot water, possibly even land him in jail. So this can only mean one thing. He must have gone to hell before going to jail. If he wanted to hide the evidence, he'd call a private company, not the cops. Hearing this, the devil said, so this means all the goons won. And Jane replied, oh, it's not like that at all. He had been to hell before using it. If he were hiding evidence, he'd call a private company, not the police. Hearing this, the devil says, so that means all those thugs won. And Jen remarks on this matter. It's all quiet here because if those thugs had won, they would have bolted long before the cops showed up. But guess what? There's a third guy in the mix who walked away victorious while the other two tripped over their own feet. Hearing this sends his devil buddy into fits of laughter. He chuckles and says, so we're shifting our focus to that third guy, huh? After all, we only go after the strong. And that was exactly Jane's plan. Now Vikram found himself on the hit list. Meanwhile, we see the architect back at his crib, wrapped up in his blanket like a burrito. His devil smirks and says, if we just keep lounging around like this, we'll never win. He yells, don't bug me. Everyone who swings by tries to give me orders. First, it was that businessman, then those thugs. And look at me, I'm a wreck. My fingers are all broken. I don't even look human anymore. I'm just going to chill at home, order food, and munch on that. Then he goes on to say, I only signed that contract because I wanted to send those guys to hell. I had no idea I would have to play this game too, and I never agreed to that. Then his devil buddy chimes in, dude, why did I pick this loser? I must have lost my marbles when I met him. At that moment, the doorbell rings, and he thinks his food has arrived. He kicks the blanket off and shouts, just leave the order there. Then he tiptoes to the door like he's sneaking up on a kid's surprise party. He's convinced it's dinner time, but when he opens, it's a small kid standing there with another demon. The mystery continues. What do you think happened next? You can guess in the comments. Meanwhile, on the news, a report keeps rolling about a billionaire who has gone missing, and following the whole incident at the villa, this deadly game has slowed down a bit. The detective is just doing his routine at the station, playing games and having a blast with his streamer buddies. Rhea is her usual self, soaking up the spotlight and not doing much else. There's that kid 10 years old and living life like any regular kid going to school. And the girl in the wheelchair is fully involved with her gang members, overseeing their antics like a queen bee. Jane is taking her time, not doing much of anything either. Since the businessman's departure, the situation has settled down, everyone's at ease, and there's no fear of another chaotic creator barging in to wreak havoc. A ton of creators have already vanished into hell, and now, after all this time, they're finally starting to get the hang of the game's rules and how to play. This is making the whole game pretty boring for Lucifer, who's watching this scene unfold and is like, why aren't they doing anything? The struggle for survival has basically hit the brakes, and the middle-ranking demon assistant is asking him if he expected this. Because in multiplayer games, alliances pop up all the time to balance the weak players with the strong ones. Lucifer scoffs and says, the deadly game I played 700 years ago was nothing like this. Back then, we barely had time to breathe, and there was always the tension of a new creator. We were constantly scheming on how to send the other creators to hell, while finding ways to save our own skins. Hearing all this, his assistant suggests, well, if that's the case, why not spice things up a bit and throw a few rule changes into the mix? Lucifer actually likes that idea. The assistant then proposes that they call in the guy who's putting the brakes on this whole game to have a little chat, and he's gone quite a distance. Bamar, trailing closely behind, is finding it exhausting and asks, what's with the sprinting? Vikram replies, when you're face-to-face with a creator, it's life and death. Having extra stamina is never a bad thing, and who knows what kind of creators I'll run into in the future. What powers will they have? What demon essences will they possess? So, watching all this, Bamar replies, I'm glad I picked you, and I didn't make a mistake choosing you at all. Vikram then asks, did any of the people I sent to hell try to escape? To which Bamar replies, obviously anyone who ends up in hell always tries to break free. Lots of folks have attempted it. But you and I both know that there's no way out of that hell. There's only one path that leads deeper inside. Vikram worked hard to create a hellscape where nobody could escape. Bamar continues, right now, no one is trying to take you out, so you don't need to worry. The ones you sent to hell will just rot there, screaming and writhing in pain. Then he tosses in another question. How long are you going to keep playing nice? We're already in the thick of the game, and the deadly game is getting very serious. If you don't get rid of them soon, it's going to be a lot harder in the end. You're going to get too attached to them. Your feelings won't let you send them to hell, or maybe your team will decide that they're sending you to hell first. Perhaps Ria will say it's nothing personal, but I just have to send you to hell, or the detective could whip out his key and one day send you there. Vikram places his hand on his shoulder and says, participating in the event wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Back then, we didn't even have time to catch our breath, and there was always that pressure hanging over us, worrying about when another creator would take the opportunity to take someone out. We constantly thought about how to send that other creator straight to hell, all while trying to save our own skins. After hearing all this, his assistant suggested that if that's the case, why not? They kept thinking about how to send the other creators to hell and how to save their own skins. After hearing all this, his assistant advises that if that's the case, we can spice things up a bit. Lucifer thought the idea was pretty cool. His assistant suggested that maybe they should call in the person who has slowed down the entire game for a chat. After that, his assistant pointed out Vikram and said, this is the central pillar of our alliance. The entire game revolves around him. Vikram was still jogging, having run quite a distance. Bamar was following him everywhere, and it was starting to get tough for him too. He asks Vikram, why do you need to run so much? Vikram replies, when we're face to face with a creator, that's when it's life and death, and having more stamina is never a bad thing. Plus, I have no clue how I'll encounter different creators in the future, what powers they'll have, and what abilities my demon's powers will pass. Then Vikram asks, have any of the people I sent to hell tried to escape or get out? To which Bamar replied, obviously any person who ends up in that hell always tries to escape, and many have tried to slip away. But you and I both know there's no escaping from that hell. There's only one way out, and that's deeper in. Vikram worked hard to create such a hell that no one could escape. He then asks him another question. How long are you planning to keep playing nice? We're deep in the game now. This deadly game has reached serious mode. If you don't shake free from all of that, it's going to get really tough in the end. You could get attached to them. Your feelings might not let you send them to hell, or your teammates might decide on their own to send you straight to your own hell first. Ria might tell you that it's nothing personal, but she has to send you to hell. or the detective could pull out his key and send you there one day. Vikram placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "You made a wise choice picking me, and I have no regrets about choosing you." Then Vikram asks if anyone he sent to hell has ever tried to escape or break free. To which the assistant responds, "Well, duh. Anyone who goes to hell always tries to get out, and plenty have tried to bust out. But you and I know that you can't just waltz out of that hellhole. There's only one way to get in, and that's through the inner path." Vikram had worked hard to craft a hell from which no one could escape. Bamar remarks, "As of now, no one is trying to take you out, so you don't need to sweat it. Those you've sent to hell will just rot there screaming and writhing in agony." And then he throws another question asking, "How long are you going to keep playing this buddy-buddy game? We're deep into this, and it's getting deadly serious. If you don't shake those attachments off, it's going to get really tough down the line. Your feelings won't let you send anyone to hell, or your teammates might just decide to send you to your own hell." First, Rhea could sense this. You'll get all attached to them. Your feelings won't be able to send you to hell, or maybe your team will just decide to toss you into their hell first. Rhea might just be, "Let's just say nothing personal, but I might have to send you straight to hell," or maybe the detective will whip out his keys and throw you into hell one day. Vikram pats him on the shoulder and says that, "You don't need to worry. I told you you'll be the king of hell. No need to fret about it." Hearing this, he responds, "I know and I trust you completely. But I just wanted to confirm, you're not here for some useless human emotions, right?" And he replies, "I think you're the one Bamor's favorite Vikram." Vikram greets him with a hello and simultaneously glances at Bamor thinking, "Who is this guy and what is he doing here and how does he know my name?" His assistant chimes in, "Human names really throw me off." Bamor asks him, "So, what are you doing here?" Vikram says, "Do you know him?" Bamor retorts, "That's Lucifer's assistant." Upon hearing this, he gets scared, thinking, "What on earth is Lucifer's assistant doing here?" Then he reads the message Lucifer had sent him and informs Vikram that Lucifer is extremely curious and can change the rules at any moment. Upon hearing this, Vikram starts panicking. Can he really change the rules? He asks his assistant. The assistant says, "I'm here to take you to Lucifer." Why not just go speak to him directly? And just like that, they arrive in hell. In front of Lucifer, he says, "I'm so glad you both made it here." It's like he thinks they even had a choice. Lucifer gives Bamor a warm hello and welcomes him, adding that he's thrilled Vikram is also here. Vikram senses that nothing good will come from this meeting. He hadn't really prepped himself for this kind of thing. He was prepared to face off against humans, not the king of hell. Then Lucifer remarks, "I knew this guy had talent, but he's so talented he's got 4 out of the remaining 7 creators on his team already, and he booted out the most powerful and dangerous creators beforehand." Hearing this, Bamor responds, "Thanks for the compliment. We're just enjoying the game you crafted so well." Lucifer, fuming, snaps back, "That was a compliment. You and your human are ruining my fun. I expected bloodshed, people taking each other out, and chaos, not alliances forming, like it's a school project. You guys in a kindergarten class or what?" Watching Lucifer get mad, Vikram thinks, "Man, I'm done for. Today's my last day." Bamor also suspects that his dreams of being the king of hell are crumbling. Looks like life might end today. Suddenly, Lucy approaches them, making Vikram's knees weak and Bamor's courage vanish. He looks up and says, "I could replace you in a heartbeat, but that wouldn't be fair. You guys are playing this game a little too carefully. It's not against the rules, but it's certainly not entertaining for me, and you've annoyed me, so you're going to be punished. For the next week, you need to send either Rhea or the detective to hell." Hearing this, Vikram goes into shock. He knew he'd have to do this someday, but wasn't ready for it now. He'll have to send one of his 2 strongest team members to hell, and after the shock, his first emotion is anger. He yells at Lucifer, "Why? Why should I do that? I haven't broken any rules, so why am I getting punished?" Bamor calls out from the sidelines, "Control your tongue. This is the king of hell, not some kid from your school. There's no one worse than him here." Vikram tries to adjust his tone, but keeps on the same topic, reiterating to Lucifer, "I haven't broken any rules, so why the heck should I do this? This is personal for you." And it felt like a little kid complaining to his parents. Lucifer snaps back, "This entire thing is my stubbornness, and this whole game is too. You're either going to make a choice, or I will replace you. And keep in mind, you have 1 week. No one asked you what you wanted or didn't want. You have to send one of those 2 to hell." "I'm done with all this rubbish." And with that, Lucifer teleports them back to where they came from. Once they're back on Earth, Vikram looks down at his hand where there are some numbers written, and they're not just any numbers, it's a 1-week timer. Now he has to decide which one to send to Hell, Rhea, or the detective. Can he complete this task, or will Lucifer change him instead? Or hit that like button and subscribe. Bamar and Vikram arrive on Earth, and as soon as they do, a timer has started on Vikram's wrist, counting down 1 week. Now, he must send one of his partners to Hell. He knew he'd have to do this someday, but he didn't expect it to be so soon, and was not ready for it at all. Vikram heads over to the detective's place where he's been staying for a while. Vikram plops down on the couch, pondering how utterly unfair this is. Then he turns to his demon and asks, "I have a question for you. Who do you think is more useful between the two?" He clarifies, "I'm talking about the demon sense, and I also have some questions about Lucifer." Hearing this, Bamar freaks out. "Why do you want to know about Lucifer?" Vikram then goes on to ask how Lucifer became the king of hell, and if he could take Lucifer's place. He begins his story. 700 years ago, there was a game just like this involving many higher beings. Lucifer spoke to a human named Dante, and he shared all the details. He has to decide whether to send Rhea or the detective to hell. Will he manage to complete this task, or will Lucifer change the game completely? Or is something even more interesting going to happen in this whole series? To find out, like and subscribe to the next episode. Bamar and Vikram arrive on Earth, and as soon as they step there, a timer starts on Vikram's wrist that counts down. Now he has to send one of his 2 partners to hell. He knew he would have to do it eventually, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon, and he wasn't exactly prepared for it. Vikram heads over to the detective's place, where he had been staying for some time. Vikram sits on the couch, deep in thought, thinking how this is just not fair. He clarifies, "I'm talking about demon sense, and I also have some questions about Lucifer." Hearing this, Bamar freaks out, wondering, "Why do you want to know about Lucifer?" Then Vikram says, "How did Lucifer become the ruler of hell, and can you possibly take his place?" He begins to share a story about how 700 years ago there was a similar game where many higher beings participated, and Lucifer spoke. He heads over to the detective's place where he's been crashing for a bit. Vikram flops down on the couch and starts thinking how this is totally unfair. Then he turns to his demon and says he's got a question for you. Who do you think is more useful, those two? And he makes it clear he's talking about the demon who's always got his back, plus he's got some questions for you about Lucifer. The moment Bamar hears this, he freaks out like, "Why do you need to know about Lucifer?" Vikram then casually asks how Lucifer became the king of hell, and if he could take his spot. He then begins his tale about an epic game that went down 700 years ago involving loads of high-ranking demons, where Lucifer had a chat with a dude named Dante. Lucifer spilled all the details that were supposed to I had told you, and gave him permission to create a hell that nobody could escape. And Dante crafted a hell that nobody could leave. It was a masterpiece. No one had seen a hell like that before. The entire hell was packed with so many souls that Lucifer gained power and quickly ascended to the throne. Vikram interrupts him, questioning what happened to Dante, and fills him in on this situation. As a reward, he had been granted eternal life and is now immortal. Vikram says this means he's still alive. At this, his demon remarks that it's hard to believe, but it's one possible scenario, and that's when Vikram states, "What if I send Dante to my hell? What would happen to Lucifer?" A priest in a grand cathedral in the city is telling everyone that they have to believe in God and his knowledge. Anyone who doesn't believe in these things will go to hell, and this priest's name is Dante, the creator of Lucifer's hell, the hell of non-believers. Dante was the one who signed the contract with Lucifer. If you send him to hell, then Lucifer vanishes too. And that's when Bamar chimes in saying, "I'm just speculating here. I don't know for sure. And Lucifer is the king of hell. Messing with him is no walk in the park. It's probably better if you just choose one of the two, and you can win the game. For now, the best strategy would be to choose one of them, and let's move on with the game." Vikram had his head down, but then looks up and says, "No, you really don't understand what's happening here. What will you do if Lucifer changes the rules again? These rules were made for a reason to keep the game going, and Vikram absolutely hated that Lucifer was calling the shots and asking him to break and change the rules. Nobody can stop Lucifer from changing the rules, and as far as I can tell, he will do this again in the future, so he can toss me around, making my chances of winning completely zero." And when he hears this, Lucifer says, "Oh yeah, why wasn't I thinking of this sooner?" Lucifer is incredibly cunning. To keep the powerful higher demons out of his way in this game, he set it up so that no one can get powerful enough to take his throne. And all of this has now made Bamar furious because he could now use more than one trick to stop his human from winning, which in turn puts his life in jeopardy too. Bamar asks him, "So what do you want to do now? Gather all the other demons and form a group to take Lucifer down tonight." And he says, "Why not if we manage to do this? Our survival rate will be 100%. Anyone who's with us will survive, and nobody will have to die." After this, the two of them shake hands, and Vikram says they can't just blindly attack him. They need to gather plenty of information about him first and plan. And I need to know one more thing from you. Is Lucifer really invincible? Can nobody actually kill him? Or is he just really powerful? And Bamar replies, he's really powerful. He is the king of hell. Vikram says, I didn't mean hell. I meant how powerful is he on earth? Can Lucifer kill me in an instant or break my arms and legs? Upon hearing this, Bamar starts to think about how powerful he would be here. He says, we demons don't usually interfere in the human world, which is why demons use potions, sweet talk, or contracts to interact with humans. And that's why Lucifer summoned us to hell. He didn't come here. Then Vikram asks Bamar if he once threatened him, saying he could destroy his soul. Hearing this, Bamar laughs and says he was just kidding. He needed to motivate you to participate fully in this game. And hearing this, Vikram feels totally duped and says, what else can I expect from a devil? After that, he says, why not change the subject? Vikram then asks, my second question is, can Lucifer see us, but can he hear us? Bamar exhales smoke, revealing a creature above them that Lucifer uses to keep an eye on them. He explains that lower demons do their work. Lucifer can see them, but cannot hear. And if he could hear us, we wouldn't still be talking right now. Vikram analyzes all this and declares that he can see us. And if we pretend to be puppets dancing to his tune, we might just pull this off. But we don't have any direct way to kill him, and he feels that now he can turn the game around. All that's left is convincing the other creatures. Vikram tells Detective and Raya that they're having a meeting at their place today. They both arrive right on time, bringing along lots of snacks for the meeting. They ask, so did you finally throw a party for the victory over the businessman? Just then, a streamer walks in and takes the food right out of their hands, leaving Raya stunned. Where did you get this, and why are you keeping it at your house? She gets mad at him. Did you form an alliance with this thing without telling us? Vikram responds, I'll tell you everything, but first you need to calm down and listen to me. Vikram knew the best way to win them over was just to be honest and lay it all out. He tells them both to save their questions for later. If you keep asking questions in between, I won't be able to finish my story. Rhea was just about to ask her first question when Detective covers her mouth and says, let him speak first. Vikram knew that the best way to persuade them would be to reveal all his cards. He first tells them what his true hell is, the hell of betrayal, and how he sent the businessman to his hell, how he then recruited the streamer into this alliance, and how Lucifer had given him time. The alliance he had formed without telling us. Right, Vikram tells him, I'll tell you everything, but first you need to chill and listen to me. Vikram knew the best way to convince them was to lay everything out as it is. He tells both of them to save their questions for later. If they keep interrupting with questions, he won't be able to finish his story. Rhea was all set to ask the first question, but then they'd be kept under wraps. He tells them both to save their questions for later. If you keep interrupting with questions, I won't be able to finish my story. Rhea was about to fire her first question, but then the detective covers her mouth and says, let him speak first. Vikram knew the best way to convince them was to lay all his cards on the table. First off, he tells everyone about his real hell, the hell of betrayal, and how he sent a businessman straight to his own earth. Then he recruits a streamer into his crazy alliance, and even Lucifer has the nerve to check his watch. They said to take one of the two out, and upon hearing that nobody had a word to say, everyone was so stunned that they needed a whole lot of time to process that information, and Vikram chimes in. That's exactly what I wanted to tell you, and now you can fire away with your questions. Raya was the first to jump in. She got up and threw a punch because she was super angry. So does that mean everything you told me up until now was a total lie, and that invasion of hell, it's not yours, it's his? You're the real criminal, aren't you? The streamer raises his hands like, whoa, whoa, to avoid getting punched. He replies, yeah. Vikram insists again that my hell is not the invasion of hell, but rather the hell of betrayal. Raya clocks him with a punch and says, you fool, you've made hell for yourself. What a fraud. The streamer tells the detective, "Aren't you going to stop him? Vikram's girlfriend is going to bury him 6 feet under." The detective shrugs and says, "No matter how smart they are, they're all kids after all." He grabs Ria's hand and says, "Stop acting like a child. Taking him down won't do us any good. We need to think calmly and plan." And Ria snaps back, "Why doesn't this even faze you? He has fooled you too. You could take him out just like that. We risked our lives to gather intel for him, and he's been using us all along." The detective counters, "He's the one who risked his life to save you from that psychopath. He could have left you there, but he made sure to save you. And still, he's standing against Lucifer to protect us. He could have tricked us into hell at any moment, but he's still fighting against Lucifer. I have no idea what his plan is, but afterwards..." The detective straightforwardly asks him, "So what do you want to do?" He replies, "I don't want to send you to my hell. You don't deserve to die. You don't deserve to go to my hell. You deserve to live a good life." Hearing this, both their hearts melt, and he lets them know that Lucifer has one weakness, his creator Dante. If we can send him down to hell, we might have a shot at beating Lucifer. Vikram jumps in with the offer that if we band together, we could take Lucifer down. That's when the streamer chimes in, "Count me in for this game." Suddenly, everyone goes quiet and huddles together. Then they ask him, "What's the plan?" He explains that we can't just attack without a plan. But before we dive into specifics, I want to tell you 2 things. First, we're still in a deadly game where any other creator could send us to their hell anytime. No matter how brilliant our plan is, even if we find Dante, we'll still face the threat of other creators coming to attack us. Always remember that. And now the second, Lucifer will always be watching us, so we'll have to keep playing our parts and pretend we're in this deadly game. Raya interrupts again, repeating all that. Out of all this, how will we take him down? Vikram explains there's a way to do this. We can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. One of us will look for Dante while the rest get ready to send the other health creators down to hell. Raya responds, "Okay, but Lucifer will be watching us the whole time. So how will we scout for Dante?" Then he informs her, "From what I gathered in my conversations with Lucifer, he loves to watch shows 2 people fighting until their last breath. He gets a kick out. If we put on a really good show and stage an epic fight, Lucifer might focus his attention on that, allowing you to find Dante easily. In this way, we can eliminate all the unnecessary risks from the equation and take down the rest of the health creators, plus give you time to find Dante without Lucifer keeping an eye on you." He puts his hand on Ria's shoulder and says, "You are the main character." He turns to the streamer and says, "You're also part of this game, and you'll do what you do best. Be the sacrificial lamb. You will act like bait and bring any unsuspecting human to us, enabling you to activate the invasion hell." Vikram asks the detective, "What do you think of this plan?" The detective responds, "Sounds good in theory, but we'll only know how practical it is when we try it." The streamer adds, "Whatever you instruct me to do, I'll follow through, if it's within my power." And Ria interjects, "You saved my life once, so I trust you now. I'll do whatever you say." They've drawn the plan together when suddenly their 3 demons show up and say, "What are you all doing? We don't need your opinions. You've all lost your minds. How can you go against Lucifer? You can't defeat him." One of the demons interjects, saying, "There's a lot at stake. All our lives are on the line." Then the streamer's demon pipes up, "Thanks for saying that. I thought only the rest of them were losing it." Suddenly they step forward, pushing Vikram aside and say, "We are the archdemons. We don't understand human logic. There's no logic in this world, no language that can explain how going against Lucifer would benefit us." Then he enlightens the rest of the demons on what Lucifer really doesn't care about. He doesn't give a lick about the rules. He changes them whenever he wants, and he certainly doesn't worry about us. This entire game isn't about choosing a new hell. It's designed for higher demons like us to turn against each other so we can fight and ultimately kill one another. And the truth is, only one of us can survive. Lastly, Johnny shouts, "What if the streamer wins?" That's when Vikram pulls out a key and everyone gasps. It's not even activated. It's just unnecessary risk. We can get rid of all those other health creators, poof, gone. Plus, we'll even give you time to find Dante, and Lucifer won't be watching your every move. He's busy sniffing Ria's shoulders. He puts his hand on Ria's shoulder and says, "You're the main character in this saga. You need to find Dante, and it's the most important thing." Then he turns to the streamer and says, "You're in this game too, so just do what you always do best. Be the sacrificial goat. You'll act like bait while we drag any poor soul towards you so you can activate the invasion hell." Vikram asks the detective, "What do you think of this plan?" The detective replies, "It's a theoretical plan, but practically, Who knows, right? The streamer says, I'll do whatever you tell me. If it's within my power. Raya pipes in. You saved my life before, so I trust you again. They've got a plan, but just then those three demons barge in and go, what on earth are you all up to? You've saved my life, so I'm trusting you again. I'll do whatever you say. They've got a plan set, but just then their three demons show up asking, what are you all up to? You don't need our opinion. Have you lost your marbles? How can you even think of going against Lucifer? You can't beat him. One of them, Dev, chimes in. There's a lot at stake here. Everyone's life indeed. And then the streamer lets out a hearty laugh. Thanks for that insight. I thought only everyone else here was losing their minds. Then he steps aside, pushing Vikram out of the way, and says, we're archdemons. We don't quite get human logic. So let me explain it in a way you can understand. There's no logic in this world, no language that could explain why going against Lucifer is a good idea for us. Meanwhile, he explains to the other devils that Lucifer doesn't even worry about rules. He changes them like he changes socks, and he doesn't care about us. This entire game isn't about choosing new health. It's designed for all us high demons to fight each other until we wipe each other out. After all, only one of us can survive. Then Jinky Johnny asks, what if the streamer actually wins? We're just concerned. And this whole game isn't about picking a fresh hell. It's actually set up for all of us high demons to go against each other so we can duke it out and take each other down. Because we're all... Vikram suddenly pulls out his key, causing everyone to gasp. It wasn't even activated. Just then, Bamar turns to him and says, just focus on finding Dante. All we know now is that after leaving the unbelievers, Dante started his search. He says that your human isn't going to survive at all, and for the first time in our lives, we have the chance to step out of Lucifer's shadow and make something of ourselves to beat him, to push him out of the picture, and finally, we are higher beings. We are not some street mutts to just fight each other and knock each other out. Besides, Lucifer has been in power for way too long. It's time he gets the boot. I mean, I've served him for 500 years. And what did I get in return fighting against all of you? I might win, but I could also lose. You all have been serving him for over 100 years. What have you gained from it? In the end, we may be demon royalty, but we're still weaker than humans. Despite being demons, those humans have more rights than we do. All three humans and all three demons stare at each other in complete silence. Then the detective demon chimes in. For the first time in Hell's history, demons are rising against the king. He also mentions how Bonaro gets his money since his dad left him tons of cash for his education. So he and the streamer hit up a bunch of hotels acting like a couple so they can score a double room. They book those hotels for 7 days and register under their names. The whole thing was a trap just in case trouble comes looking for them in the city. They'd have a safe spot to hightail it to. And once anyone gets on their tail, the streamer activates his Hell, backtracking to wipe out all the other Hell creators. And among the remaining 3 Hell creators, we can find one quickly, the girl in the wheelchair, since her gang members are still locked up by the cops. Rhea gives the detective a sketch of the girl's face, the one she saw in the car. This might just help. The detective then heads to the jail where her gang members are trying to blackmail them into cooperating. Meanwhile, Vikram reminds him to keep a close eye on the airport arrival sheet. Rhea had also spotted another foreigner when she was looking for the other creators as she was coming in from the airport, so we'll need to track her down too. Rhea explains, I saw her 3 days before the streamer incident, around 2 in the afternoon, and I made a sketch of her. She had a certain bag. If we check the CCTV footage at the airport, we might just find her. Detective, you're the only one who can figure out where she's from and what passport she has. Hearing this, the detective says, I can handle all that. He heads to the airport where he requests to see the security videos, but the woman tells him there's no way he can take any photos or videos. With the date and time he manages to spot, I heard the woman Raya mentioned. He quietly snaps some videos and photos. The woman starts shouting, but he coolly replies, it's been great doing business with you. We'll definitely meet again. He leaves, and thanks to the detective's help, he found the last 2 creators. Now just one more creator to go. And then the plan kicks in, which is Rhea's part. Vikram sets up an environment where she can hunt down Dante. They arrive at a hotel with top-notch security. Nobody can enter without permission. Rhea asks Dante, where did you get all those bucks? He replies, I only have enough for the last 7 days. There's a security room downstairs running 24/7. No one can reach the penthouse unless they have this plastic key. The security guards won't let anyone else in besides us or our friends. Before saying goodbye, Vikram assures Rhea, forget about everything else. No other creator is coming for you. You don't have to worry about a thing. Just focus on finding Dante. That's your one and only task. Rhea worries. Are you and the detective going to manage all this without me? I don't want to lose you two. Vikram pats his chest and says, don't worry. We'll perform so well that even Lucifer will forget what he's supposed to do. We'll finally take him down. And do you really think I could lose to anyone? Plus, the deadliest player in this game was that businessman. I took him down solo. He adds again, just put all your focus on finding Dante. For now, we know that after leaving the unbelievers, Dante triggers Rhea's search. She feels the pressure mounting because the more people believe in her, the heavier that pressure gets. She wonders if she made a mistake by stepping up, but as she leaves, she thinks, we've already taken the first step. Backing out now would be tough. Remember the story's beginning. Vikram was this kid scared of going to school. He used to stay confined to his room and never came out. And now he's all set to face the king of hell, Lucifer. His journey has been nothing short of fabulous. But what will happen next? Find out in the next episode. If you subscribe, there will be longer videos and they will come out faster. Lucifer tried to summon Vikram, threatening him that if he doesn't take out someone from his team, he'd either kill him or eliminate him from the game. So Vikram and his team crafted a plan to take out Lucifer, and the first step of that plan is already checked off the list. Now Vikram's feeling the weight of everyone's expectations, because as more people believe in him, that pressure just skyrockets. But he knows it's not the time for doubts. The first step is done. One night, the wheelchair girl stays late at her office, calling her demon to ask, "Where have you reached?" Her demon replies that he has become the police commissioner of the Western District. Rhea feels immense pressure. As the more people believed in her, the more the weight grows. She thinks, what if I've messed up this time? But then she remembers, hey, we've taken the first step, backing down now. Yeah, that's a hard pass. Remember that in the beginning, Vikram was this scared kid afraid to even step outside his room. And now, he's gearing up to challenge the king of hell. If you subscribe, you'll get longer and faster to release videos. Lucifer tries to call Vikram up and threaten him, saying, if you don't take out someone from your team, I'll be the one doing the taking out. Vikram, along with his team, has concocted a plan to take down Lucifer and the first step complete. But now he's feeling the heat because the faith people have in him just keeps piling up. But he knows there's no time for worry. The first step is done. One night, the girl in the wheelchair stays late at her office, making a phone call, asking her demon, where are you on the case? Her demon replies that he's now the police commissioner of the Western District. A bunch of scaredy cats. He used to hide in his room all day, never stepping outside. Now he's ready to take on Lucifer, king of hell. His journey has been wild, but what will happen next is a mystery. Until the next episode, if you subscribe, there'll be more long and speedy videos coming your way. Lucifer tried threatening Vikram by saying, if you don't take down someone from your team, I'll take you out instead or kick you out of this game altogether. Vikram, teaming up with his crew, has hatched a plan to take Lucifer down, and they've already completed the first step. Now Vikram is feeling super duper pressured because the more people believe in him, the heavier the pressure gets. But he knew it was no time to dwell on that because step one was already done. One night, a girl in a wheelchair stays late in her office, makes a phone call, and asks her demon where he's hitched a ride. Her demon replies he's become the police commissioner of the Western District. The girl in the wheelchair stays late in her office, makes a phone call, and asks her demon where he's at. Her demon tells her he's gotten to be the police commissioner of the Western District. It's just as you wished, and the demon's powers are unbelievable. He can pose in anyone's body, which means he needs to find the right human body to pose in before jumping into another one. So he posed in the body of an important person and strutted right into the Western District Police Commissioner's office, touching the guy and seamlessly taking over. Just then there's a commotion from the office as his juniors come barging in and ask, "Sir, what's going on here?" The demon, now in the commissioner's body, replies, "Everything's under control. No need to worry, folks." And the girl in the wheelchair knew exactly how to use this power, but she wasn't doing it because she was preoccupied thinking about her life post this deadly game. She picked up the phone and called the Western District Police Commissioner, and the demon answered. The demon's powers were indeed impressive, but they were also kind of unfair. He had an enormous edge, but his powers left behind a ton of traces. If the world figured out that a demon was working on virgin territory, things would never be the same again. Meanwhile, the news was buzzing about how many high-ranking officials were fainting and waking up without a clue of what they'd done or how many days had slipped by. They were spouting bizarre nonsense, but nobody realized this was all the work of one sneaky demon. He posed so perfectly that nobody suspected it was his handiwork. The girl in the wheelchair realized her gang had been utterly wrecked since most of her crew was captured by the police, and the remaining members were on the wanted list. She figured with the current situation, surviving this deadly game might just be out of the question, let alone winning it. Her team member reminded her, "We have to use this position to find all the healthcare creators. If we go any higher up, we'll be at an even greater risk of getting caught." Then the girl in the wheelchair asserted, "This is how we need to gather information and track down all the healthcare creators." The demon responded, "I've jotted down everything you said. I can start tracking them down now." She then added, "Oh, and I have one more request. Don't forget to send me to jail." You all must be puzzled about why she wanted to jail herself. With the help of her demon, she had gotten herself falsely framed for a crime that wasn't criminal in existence. Like tax fraud. The demon told his juniors keep a close eye on her. She's a dangerous criminal. Keep her away from the others and watch her closely. Now, who could provide better security than the police? You're in a jail where cops are on duty 24/7, 30 days a month. Nothing's getting through here because there's bound to be a cop or a camera around. Even if a creator tried to show up, they wouldn't be able to open their hellgate here. The girl was feeling pretty happy thinking about how whoever, no matter how slick or clever he was, she felt completely safe here. Now, all she had to do was wait for her demon to track down all the creators and take care of them. Meanwhile, her demon, still in the commissioner's body, called for a meeting and told everyone, "Our city is experiencing a spate of kidnappings and missing persons cases. We need to solve these ASAP and prioritize them. I'm giving you the green light. Use whatever resources necessary, but get these cases wrapped up quickly, since I'm going to be a part of the investigation. If you find anything, run it by me directly." "What about the other cases?" someone asked. "Those are secondary. We need to address the high-priority cases urgently. These are my personal orders, and I'll take full responsibility." After this meeting, all his juniors were chatting on their way out. "This old guy has lost his marbles if he thinks we should ignore all the other lousy crimes and focus only on missing cases." But they had no choice but to comply. On the flip side, the demon was mulling over, "No matter how much I study human language, I'm still a bit behind in understanding how these guys will find all of them in a week." Meanwhile, the girl in the wheelchair was comfortably reading a book in jail, feeling quite relaxed, since she didn't have to worry anymore about a healthcare creator showing up to send her to hell. And on the other side, her demon was fully utilizing his powers, mobilizing the entire police department to hunt down all the creators. The girl in the wheelchair had laid out an awesome plan. She was armed with a sword to attack and a shield to defend herself. So she was ready for anything. Her demon, as the police commissioner, was controlling all the officers and could also attack the other healthcare creators. He had chalked up a very clever plan. But no matter how well thought out a plan is, there's always a margin for error. If that margin gets too big, your perfect plan could just become a perfect trap. And that was the mistake the girl made. She never stopped to think that one of those healthcare creators could also be a cop. Meanwhile, a detective was visiting another police station to catch up with a friend. In the course of their chit-chat, his friend casually mentioned that the police commissioner had mobilized his entire force to find the missing persons. The detective thought that was a bit odd. This couldn't just... Then he spotted that one of the criminals they had in custody was a girl. That girl was still there reading a book with no idea someone from the police could be the mastermind Bahaman met. The detective was taken aback because the sketch Rhea had provided matched her to a T. He asked his friend, "Why is this girl here?" "Don't solve them all. Just focus on the missing cases." But unfortunately, they had no choice but to follow these orders. Meanwhile, her demon thinks, "No matter how much I study human language, I'm still lagging behind, a bit wondering if these humans can actually find everyone in a week." The wheelchair girl is now peacefully reading a book in jail, finally easy. On the other hand, her demon is using all his powers, mobilizing the entire police department to hunt everyone down. The girl in the wheelchair had come up with a great plan. She had a sword to attack and a shield to defend herself. She was in a police station surrounded by patrol officers perfectly capable of defending herself. Her demon in the body of the... She had an impeccable plan. However, no matter how flawless a plan is, there's always a margin for error. And if that margin grows too big, your perfect plan can turn into a perfect trap. And that's exactly the blunder she made. Never did she consider that a health creator might just be hiding in plain sight, posing as a police officer. Meanwhile, the detective stops by another police station to catch up with his buddy, where his friend casually mentions, "Dude, the police commissioner has deployed the entire police force to track down missing cases." The detective thinks, this can't be right. This is a little too coincidental. And then he sees one of the criminals who is in jail. It was the girl who's still chillin' and reading her book, completely oblivious that one of the cops might actually be the great mastermind behind it all. The detective is stunned because the sketch Rhea provided matches her to AT. He turns to his buddy and asks, "What's this girl doing here?" Even with the most perfect plan, there's still a margin of error, and if that margin gets too big, your perfect plan could turn into a perfect trap. That's the blunder our girl made. She never once considered that a hell creator could actually be a cop too. The detective heads off to another precinct to meet his buddy, who casually mentions that the police commissioner has tasked the entire force with digging into missing cases. The detective thinks that seems a bit off, and not just a coincidence. Casual conversation leads to her friend letting her know that the police commissioner has thrown the whole force into tracking down missing cases. The detective thinks this is a bit odd and suspects it's not just a coincidence. He spots a criminal who was behind bars but is now a girl casually reading a book, totally clueless that one of the cops could be a mastermind playing the long game. The detective is stunned because the sketch Rhea gave is a perfect match. He asks his buddy what this girl is doing here. Then he sees the sketch Rhea drew and he's shocked because it looks exactly the same. He asks his friend, "What's this girl doing here?" His buddy tells him that she's caught up in some tax evasion thing or something like that, and the commissioner himself told him he needs to keep a close eye on her for 2400 hours. He then insists that he should double-check that for him. So who ordered this? His friend informs him it was the police commissioner of the Western District. As he starts to leave, his buddy asks why he's so interested in this. Is it because of that girl? You know, there's a girl in a wheelchair sitting all alone in the detention center, so wouldn't you wonder why she's there? He calls Detective Vikram and lets him know he found her. And guess what? It was one of those crazy coincidences. She just showed up. Vikram asks who he's talking about, and he tells him it's that gang leader who's been hiding from us for a long time. She's finally been found, and now she's in a temporary detention center at the police station. Vikram was super keen on this and wanted to see the girl himself, so he goes to that very police station with the detective. The detective's friend asks him why he's back here. Did he forget something? He replies that he had more work to do and tells his buddy they should go outside for a breather. They head out for a drink, and he asks the detective who's tagging along. The detective says it's a new trainee who's here for training with him. Acting in front of his friend, he adds that he should stay here and keep an eye on that girl. The district commissioner's orders are to keep a watch on her for 2400 hours, and he's not going anywhere. They both leave, and watching all this, Vikram thinks everything is going according to plan so far. After that, he steps up to the girl and getting really close says, "Did you think you were the smartest cookie in the jar? You had a pretty solid plan. You thought you'd be all safe in the police station with the help of your demon and take down the other health creators. Nice plan, but you made one colossal mistake." He smirks like a devil. His eyes glowing red, he asks her, "Have you eaten properly?" At that moment, the girl recalls whose voice that is. It's the same bombshell she spoke to on the phone, and now she feels completely defenseless. Why? Because her demon has always protected her. Now her demon is nowhere close to her, and it's too far away. She's done nothing all this time. She just sat behind her demon for obvious reasons. But everything changed when she ended up in jail and she had left behind her final escape route. Her mind is racing as she processes what went wrong. She thinks, did she mess up? In my opinion, she just had a bad streak of luck. She could never have imagined that a health creator could be a cop, and that cop would be her buddy. And with so many police stations in the city now, the detective shows up at this very police station. It was just a stroke of bad luck, and today is certainly not her lucky day, because Vikram shows her his cool keys. They were glowing. The girl in the wheelchair knew this was a game of survival. If you're unlucky on any given day, it could mean your end, and just looking at those keys made her really freak out, which made Vikram grin. Not in a devilish way, but more like a boy next door smile since his little trick had worked. This wasn't a real key. It was a fake he made on a 3D printer with a tiny red LED light. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough to scare someone. He had no idea if it would work, but what did he have to lose by trying? And in her overwhelming fear, she believed the key had just been activated. The girl was so intimidated, she bolted thinking it would be better to die here than end up in hell. She started to bite her tongue, which could lead to serious blood loss, but at that very moment Vikram stops her and says, "I'm not opening the gates of hell." She pauses and asks, "What does that mean?" Tears starting to form in her eyes, Vikram tells her, "I didn't come here to kill you, but I need to ask you something. Can your demon really possess other bodies?" And she's taken aback. She isn't surprised, because during the businessman's party, she had switched bodies multiple times. Surely she had noticed that. The girl asks him, what does it matter to him? What does he want? Vikram reaches for his keys. He holds them out and says, "Just answer my questions. How many times have you used this ability? How often can you use it? What are the drawbacks, and what are the conditions for using it?" She's freaking out. She replies, "I'll tell you." Then she starts outlining all the conditions one by one, the first being that she must touch the body she intends to possess. In one go, she can only possess one body, and to possess another, she has to wait 24 hours. The more she uses it, the weaker the potion or possession becomes, and there's no limit to how many times she can use it. She can use it as often as she wants. And hearing this, Vikram thinks this is the most awesome demonic ability ever. By using it, he could take over some seriously high-profile people. And he could boss them around, possibly even find the other two creators, maybe even track down Dante. And he mentally decides it's time to bring another person into his team. He sits down on the ground and tosses the keys aside in front of the girl to make it clear that he's not there to kill her, just to talk. He asks her, "How did you get caught up in this game? Why don't you live a normal life?" The girl tells him, "I don't want to lose my demon," and Vikram asks, "Is there someone important in your demon you need to keep there?" She replies, "I've trapped my dad in it because he's the reason I've been in this wheelchair my whole life. I could have walked. I wasn't always like this, but he... How did you get caught up in all of this? Why aren't you living a normal life?" The girl tells him that she doesn't want to lose her health, and Vikram asks if there's someone important in her recovery plan. She replies, "I've actually trapped my dad in it, since he's the reason I've been stuck in this wheelchair my whole life. I was supposed to be able to walk. I wasn't always like this, but he made sure I was. I made it this way, and I don't want it to end until time runs out." Hearing this, Vikram chimes in, "Isn't it a coincidence? My dad's also in my hell. And I definitely don't want my hell to disappear either. Plus, I'm not keen on taking anyone else's life." The girl in the wheelchair looks over thinking, "I figured you'd be the type who couldn't care less about anyone. After all, that's the point of the game. You either survive or rot in someone else's hell for eternity." After pondering it for a while, Vikram reveals we could finish this game without killing each other, and our hells wouldn't be destroyed either. What's inside us will keep rotting right where it is, and we wouldn't need to off each other. So how about it? Are you ready to help us? The girl, surprised, asks, "Is there really a game or something like that where we can do this?" Vikram explains his grand plan. He's hunting for this guy named Dante. After hearing all these details, she raises an eyebrow and says, "Sounds like a plan, but what's the guarantee we'll actually succeed? And what if we flop?" Vikram reassures her, "If we bomb it, we'll all be fried in the same pot, and Lucifer will be the chef." Hearing this, she gets a bit spooked and says, "If there's that much risk involved, I'm out." Just then, Vikram picks up his keys and says, "You've got another option. You can join me in hell, and you'll suffer there for all eternity." Then, with a softer expression, Vikram adds, "Either way, you'll be heading to hell. You can either join my team or waltz right into the inferno. Even if you beat me, Lucifer will still throw you in the fryer." The girl feels super frustrated because Vikram is blackmailing her into joining his team or facing eternal damnation. She didn't exactly love the idea, but Vikram was offering a shot at saving her life. So she concedes and says, "All right, you win. I'm joining your team." This time, Vikram won the chess game like always. A little later, a detective and his buddy show up, and they find Vikram right where they left him. The cops have no suspicions at all. They say their goodbyes and leave the police station. After stepping outside, Vikram tells the detective, as soon as that girl uncovers a bit about the other hell creators, she'll surely help us dig up info, and we can find the rest of the creators in no time. Vikram thinks that now his team is up to 5 members, and they might actually be able to execute this plan. He then tells the detective that he only gave the girl an incoming call phone so he can remotely send her orders and have her do whatever he wants, ensuring that Lucifer doesn't catch on. The detective says that while they're hunting for the rest of the hell creators, they can also tap into the police commissioner to help locate Dante, as they need plenty of intel and a big fish to gain access to the detective. Vikram is thrilled about this project, and states that there's still a boatload of work to do, and they don't have any time to waste. After this, the girl in the wheelchair leaves the police station and heads back to her office, but this time she's flying solo. Her demon isn't with her. Her demon was still in the commissioner's body, and in response to Vikram's request, it had received some orders, including putting Jane on the wanted list for drug distribution. This means she was pushing drugs, and the laws in their country are stringent. If you deal drugs, you'll face the consequences. But if you're shipping drugs from a foreign country, that's even worse. Now, this whole news is exploding across major news channels, which means it's only a matter of days before she gets caught. After this, we see a man reading all this information. He calls for his assistant and states that he's a member of the National Assembly, previously a detective. He tells all his deputies to get moving because that guy absolutely hates drugs and won't stand for this nonsense in his country. Meanwhile, another commissioner from a different district tells his detectives, "You gotta find this guy, even if you have to work overtime or go undercover, just find him, because this is coming down from the top. Whoever finds him gets a special prize." The entire hunt is in full swing, even with police officers sidelined. Still, there are 100 detectives scouring the area looking for him. They're checking cars on the road, and Styles looking at his travel history, tracking where he spent his money by visiting different hotels, ensuring he wasn't dodging cash. The entire city is in chaos, and all the detectives and cops are on the lookout for him. But amidst all this, there's an important question. Vikram has taken so many steps, but is Lucifer wise to his plans? Vikram receives a phone call that informs him that a foreign woman is heading toward her hotel. Vikram thinks, "Oh man, her luck went south to be going up against us. Getting caught is definitely in her future." Vikram then contacts the demon and sends a message saying, "What's the move? We've got to capture this foreign woman for sure." After reading the message, he sends alerts to all his detectives and the police saying, "This woman is here. We must capture her and be ready for anything." This is noted. The arrest warrant for Jane was already in place. All that's left is for her to cross. The police arrive at her hotel, stride into her room, armed with an arrest warrant, and tell her, "You are under arrest." They outlined her crime as distribution of narcotics. It means she sold drugs, and over there, if you're peddling that, you face serious time. But if you're shipping drugs in from a foreign country, the penalty gets worse. And now, this entire news report has blasted across major news networks, which means it's just a matter of days before they catch her. After all this, you come from another country and are sending drugs over, you're in for a world of hurt. And now this whole story is all over the big news networks, which means she's just days away from getting caught. After that, we meet a guy who's hunched over reading all this information. He calls over his assistant and mentions that he's a member of the National Assembly, formerly a detective. He tells all his deputies to start searching right away, because this guy has a strong hatred for drugs and doesn't want them in his country. Meanwhile, a commissioner from a different district is barking. He tells the deputies to find her right this second, because that guy had a serious vendetta against drugs and wouldn't want that stuff in his country. Meanwhile, another district commissioner offers a hefty, "They've got to find her because these orders are coming down from on high. Whoever catches her will get a special reward." Even without the entire force on this manhunt, there are still 100 detectives on the case, checking cars on the street, reviewing her travel history, and following the money trail. They're diving into which hotels she booked and if she paid in cash for a room. The whole city is in chaos with all the detectives and police officers pouring their energy in reward. Even if we take the cops off the hunt, there are still hundreds of detectives scouring the area. They're checking every car and going through her travel history looking at her. Money trails following where she spent her cash hopping from hotel to hotel, checking if she booked a room in cash somewhere. The whole city's turned upside down, and every detective and police officer is hot on her trail. But with all this, a crucial question looms. Vikram has taken many steps, but will Lucifer find out he's got something brewing if Vikram's officers are still searching for her? But the important question remains. Vikram has taken so many steps, but could Lucifer catch wind of his plans? If Vikram can't find his demon, we're stuck tracking down the last creator, and the detective is furious. Will he take this personally and put all his effort into finding Jen? Vikram knew he had to. Vikram gets a phone call letting him know that a foreign woman is heading to her hotel. He thinks to himself, "Talk about bad luck, she's gone against us. Getting caught is now a sure thing." And right at that moment, Vikram contacts Dean, sending a message that simply asks what to do next. The message emphasizes that they need to capture this foreign woman. Reading that, he dispatches notifications to all his detectives and police saying, Demon reaches out and sends a message saying what they need to do. It states they definitely need to capture this foreign lady. After reading the message, he sends out alerts to all his detectives. As a bonus, the police already had an arrest warrant for Jane. Now, it was a race against time for the police to catch her or for her to just saunter right into them. The police arrive at her hotel, march right into her room with that arrest warrant in hand and tell her, "You're under arrest." Time's ticking down for the police to either catch him in the act or for the cops to catch him. The police arrive at his hotel, storm into his room, armed with an arrest warrant, and declare, "You're under arrest." In the case of distribution and possession of narcotics, she can't help but be like, "You must be kidding me. What drugs are you even talking about?" Then the cop starts laying down her rights, saying, "You can stay quiet, but if you say anything, it could be used against you in court. During the interrogation, you have the right to have a lawyer present. If you can't pay for one, then the government will provide you a lawyer." Jane's like, "An arrest warrant doesn't just pop up out of nowhere. This is clearly the work of some serious troublemaker," and she figures out that someone in the police or some high-ranking position made all of this happen. But she takes a deep breath and gets ready to play this game. First things first, she thinks, "I need to tackle this mess." Seeing all these cops, she calls her demon, and the cops think she's still high on drugs because the stuff coming out of her mouth is just wild. Her demon shows up throwing things around to grab her keys while making sure the cops aren't onto him. His skills off the charts. The maximum range for cracking a lock, 8 meters. At one time, you could send 8 people straight to hell. But you have to recognize that the person in front of you has done the deed. Her demon shouts, "Time to do my thing," just as the cops are inching towards Jane. With a flick of his power, he shortens that distance from 8 meters to 6, meaning she can send 16 folks straight to hell instead. Her hell's ignore hands power means if you ignore something, her demon goes into hyperdrive. The cops have no clue why they are there, whether she committed the crime or not, and why their superiors are so keen on finding missing persons and catching her. They're all playing follow the leader and just ignoring the obvious, which kicks her power into gear. Just then, the cops are debating on arresting her when bam, a hellgate shows up, and the police are thrown into a panic like, "What the heck is going on?" They're freaking out. And she just shrugs and says, "Sorry, but I've got to send you to hell where you're gonna rot forever." The hellgate opens up a pitch-black portal. The cops get scared out of their minds, trembling and screaming for help, but it's way too late. No fault of their own, but suddenly, ropes shoot out and drag them into their new fate. Once it's all over, she's totally wiped and crashes to the ground, muttering, "Okay, what just happened? Why did it happen? And what am I going to do next?" Her demon is thrilled, saying a whole bunch of extra folks just joined his hell. He tells her, "You did a great job. My hell is filling up again." Jane realizes she needs to bounce because the cops have vanished and more are bound to show up. She rushes to get dressed and decides she needs to duck out through the exit parking lot. Then she tells her demon, "Let's get out of this mess first. Find somewhere safe. Then I need to track down which troublemaker set all of this chaos in motion." Meanwhile, Vikram gets the shocking news that all 14 officers have gone missing, and he puts 2 and 2 together. It was a hellgate sent by a hellmaker. When the cops went after Jane, it was clearly her doing. Vikram is blown away, realizing that a person could actually pull something like this off. Sending 14 cops to hell, that's serious business. Vikram checks the hotel's security footage where Jane and all those cops were hanging out. There's only one flash of light, and boom, those 14 cops vanish. But he thinks, how could she possibly send 14 folks to hell at once? Vikram recalls that the detective's notebook only mentioned 8 people at a time. So how did 14 go down? He wonders if it's maybe due to her demon's abilities. Just then, outside, someone asks him, "What's your next plan?" With 14 cops missing, this could blow the lid off our suspicions that demons, hellkeepers, and hellgates might actually exist. Vikram concurs, no doubt about it, but it could definitely work in our favor. So he calls up the demon and says, "I've got an important message for you." The demon, totally confused, responds, "Have you lost your marbles?" Vikram wants to issue a press release saying, "I know what I'm doing. You just need to follow my lead." The police commissioner could tell everyone that dealing with the drug cartel is usually a wild ride. So far, the reason behind the disappearance of 14 officers remains a mystery, but we're still combing through the security footage, trying to figure out why this all happened. And you could even write the headline yourself. The demon warns him, if they check the footage, they'll discover demons and hellmakers are real. Vikram responds, exactly what I want. If this info breaks first, who do you think will react, the average Joe or the hell creators? The demon tells him, if that news leaks, we'll all be in hot water. The demon realizes, so now I get it, you want to use Jane's news to hunt down the other two hell creators. Vikram nods. There's probably only one true hell creator around. One might have already made it to hell. If they were still alive, Lucifer wouldn't have called them over because it's a fair trade 4 against 4. But now, since Lucifer called them, it only means one thing. It's 3 against 4. That's why he wanted a fair fight, which means Vikram will have to eliminate one of his own team members. So the ones freaking out first would totally be us, Devin chimes in. So now I get it. You're using Jane's information to track down the other two health creators. Vikram smirks and replies, at this point there might just be one health creator left. One of them perhaps has already been to hell. If he were still alive, Lucifer would not have called for him, because with 4, it would be a fair fight. And now, Vikram knows Lucifer's summon is indeed a hell creator. Maybe one of those hell creators slipped down to hell ages ago. If he were still alive, Lucifer wouldn't summon him, because it would lead to a fair fight, 4 against 4. And now he realizes that the fact Lucifer summoned him means there's only one implication. It's a 3 against 4 showdown. That's why he wants to see a fair fight, and Vikram's going to have to eliminate one of his own team members, which 3 members against another 3 members. It's not just a child's play, it's a real showdown. And now Bamar finally gets why he let that chubby guy slide in the last meeting. He'll definitely hunt down that loser. And the other 3, they're off searching for 2 hellish creators. He wasn't keeping that architect around for charity. Vikram knew he was either pushing daisies or partying in hell. Meanwhile, Bamar thinks Vikram isn't playing Lucifer's game. He's created a whole new game of his own. Vikram pipes up, this is our only shot at tracking down the last creator, because Jane is just a step away from spilling all our secrets. That last creator is surely coming for her, ready to send her to his hell, so she can't reveal that hellmakers actually exist. Because if she gets caught, all that juicy info will be out in the open. After hearing all this, Deem exclaims, oh, it all makes sense now. We're on the hunt for the last creator. After that, Deem calls a press conference to school all the reporters on how they're hunting down this woman, while drug cartels have made 14 officers vanish into thin air, and nobody's been caught yet. Anyone watching this news is probably thinking, if the police can disappear in broad daylight, what chance do we have? People are seriously into panic mode, especially since one girl's identity is now out there. That girl is Jane, and all the cops are on her tail. Meanwhile, a small kid is sitting on a bench in the park, absorbing all this news, getting angrier by the second that he too might get caught because of her. Our secrets are about to fly out the window. Who's the genius here, taking down every cop in their path? His demon comes up to him and says, isn't it smart for us to sort this out? If this escalates, we could be in trouble too. The little kid replies, yeah, we have to do something. He gets up saying to his demon, Jane has to be taken down and I'm stuck in hell forever. The kid starts following those accounts on social media that are buzzing about Jane, and eventually finds himself at the exact spot where Jane was last seen just a few hours ago. The sun sets, and Jane desperately needs to find a home or a safe spot to crash. So far, everything is rolling according to Vikram's plan, but something's bound to go fritzy. Then a detective bursts onto the scene, obviously fuming. He storms over to Vikram, corners him, and says, you've gone nuts. What were you thinking? Vikram looks shocked and asks, what's going on, as the detective shows him his phone with the news flashing that those 14 officers you sent to catch Jane have all disappeared into hell. And guess what? They were all my buddies. Imagine how their families are going to feel when they learn that the breadwinner, the responsible one they loved, has gone poof, leaving them with no clue where he vanished. They did nothing wrong yet. They'll be rotting in hell for eternity. Vikram responds, I had no idea Jane was this dangerous. She'd send the cops straight to hell. It's not like I had the guts to do anything like this before. He realizes he was just using those cops to track and arrest her. If he had known it would end like this, he would have never gone down this road. The detective calms down a bit and says, we've crossed a serious line here. We can't risk normal people's lives anymore. Let's make decisions where nobody gets hurt. Then Vikram puts a hand on his shoulder and insists, we will definitely catch Jane, and then you can take your revenge on her and free your friends from hell. Vikram states, this. We messed up big time. If we can't fix this, well, we can at least get some payback. The detective realizes there's no point in continuing this conversation now and storms off in anger. As the detective walks away, Vikram's eyes turn bright red, like Deem's mentally whispering, "I knew it would come to this. If we can't find Jane, we'll track down the last creator," and the detective is raging like a bull. Is he going to take this personally and hunt down Jane with all he's got? Vikram knew that was bound to happen, and he had been using normal people as pawns all along. He wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice anyone. He's only got eyes for himself and his friends, who put their trust in him. Vikram might have said sorry to the detective, but the rest of his team didn't seem to care about what was going on. Vikram thinks, I can't keep doing this over and over. If I keep apologizing, it'll just mess up my plans. He realizes the detective's thinking is way too limited. He only cares about a few things, and that's the crux of the issue. Vikram thinks to himself, fighting Dante is just the warm-up. Who knows what kind of madness lies ahead? And then they start a game. The Hunt Jane news announces again that Jane is still on the run, and that girl knows Vikram will eventually find her. She thinks maybe she can stay at this hotel for now, since the landlady seems nice enough to keep her out of police custody. But as she sits in her room, she contemplates that it's enough for now. She needs to hide, think, and figure out survival, because winning this game can be thought about later. But the police are still scouring every inch of their area. They get wind that she might be around, and all this information reaches Vikram. Vikram decides. Vikram sighs. We messed up big time. If we can't take back what we've done, at least we can seek revenge. The detective realizes there's no point in continuing this conversation and storms off. As the detective leaves, Vikram's eyes flare up like Dean's, and he thinks to himself, I knew this would happen. If we fail to find Jane, then we'll just have to go after the last creator. All this anger from the detective. Will he take this personally and pour his heart into finding Jane? Vikram knew this was bound to happen, and he had been using normal people like pawns. He wasn't about to back down from sacrificing anyone. He only cares about himself and his friends who trust him. Vikram said sorry to the detective, but his teammates seemed unfazed by what was happening, and Vikram worried, I can't keep saying sorry. If I keep this up, it'll mess with my plans. He figured that detective's thinking was way too limited. He only cares about a few things, and frankly, that's the point. Inside, he thinks facing off against Dante is just a warm-up. Who knows what's next? After all this, they start a game. The hunt for Jane gets announced on the news again, stating that Jane is still on the run, and that girl knew it was just a matter of time before she would find Jane. That girl thinks for now she can stay in this hotel because maybe the landlady is sweet enough not to hand her over to the cops and might not even notice her. Isn't good news, and he storms off in a huff. As the detective leaves, Vikram's eyes turn fiery red like his demons while he internally curses, I knew this was coming. If we can't find Jen, we'll have to track down the last creator. All this has made the detective so furious. Will he take this personally and go all out in the hunt for Jen? Vikram knew that was the case. He'll catch that girl eventually. She thinks she can stick around at this hotel for now, believing the landlady is kind enough not to kick her out or alert the police. But sitting in her room, she thinks to herself that it's fine for now, but she needs to lay low and come up with a plan to survive. Winning this game can wait for later. He has used normal people like pawns. He won't hesitate to sacrifice anyone. He's only concerned about himself and his buddies who believe in him. Vikram addressed the detective, saying sorry, but his teammates were completely clueless about what was happening, and Vikram thinks to himself that he can't keep doing this. If he keeps saying sorry, it's going to mess with his work and his plans, and he feels the detective's thinking is way too limited. He cares about a few things, and that's the point. He mentally prepares himself thinking that what's coming next is just a warm-up. Who knows what else lies ahead? Then they kick off a game. In Hunt Jen news, there's another announcement that Jen is still on the run, and that girl knew someday she'd get caught by Jen. As the girl figured she could chill in this hotel for now, hoping the landlady is nice enough to not call the cops and that she might not even notice her. But sitting in her room, she thinks that for now, this is enough, but she has to hide and think of a plan because survival is a must. Winning this game can be considered later, but able to track her down. That girl thinks for now, she can hang out in this hotel, and perhaps the landlady is nice enough not to hand her over to the cops, and she might not even get noticed. But while she's sitting in her room, she thinks this is enough for now, but she'll have to be stealthy and come up with a plan, because surviving is priority number one. She can think about winning this game later on, but Meanwhile, the police are tirelessly narrowing down their search areas. They receive a report indicating she might be there, and Vikram gets this information. Vikram decides it's time to act quickly. Finally, we've got that location. After meeting up, he calls Rhea and tells her he needs her and she's got to head over to a specific spot, but she asks, wasn't my job to find Dante? He replies that for now, he needs her right here. If we can nail today's mission, there'll only be one task left, and that's just finding Dante. Today we can wipe the floor with the rest of the health creators. He sends her a location and says, you need to come here. Rhea hops into a taxi and starts cruising around the area trying to find those two creators. She starts sketching away and realizes the last creator is just a kid. In this game age doesn't matter. She sends another sketch, this one of Jen's room, and sends both pictures off to Vikram. Vikram gets all the info and decides it's time to hunt. They step out and start plotting. One criminal sneaks into an apartment in the building, douses everything in gasoline, and sets it ablaze, causing the fire to spread. He slips away, and on his way out, bumps into the detective saying, I've done what you said, and let's hope I never see you again. The detective then heads to the reception, informing them that there's a fire, and since this building is made of plastic, it's going to go up in flames really quickly. The receptionist checks and sees there's indeed a fire on the second floor. Next, the detective asks whether there are sprinklers in the rooms to help put the fire out and is told I already called the fire department, so you better get out of here and I'll handle this. I'm a police officer. As he leaves, the woman mentions a girl booked a room on the second floor. Do we need to evacuate her too? The news spreads rapidly. The receptionist sees smoke billowing from the second floor. The detective then asks if the rooms are equipped with sprinklers that can help control the fire, and he's told I already called the fire department, so you need to leave here while I handle this. I'm a police officer. Just as she's leaving, the woman says, a girl booked a room on the second floor. Do we need to evacuate her? I have already called the fire department, so you need to get out of here, and I'll handle everything. I'm a police officer. As she leaves, that woman says that a girl booked a room on the second floor. Should we evacuate her too? The detective says, you need to leave. I'll take care of all this. And after she's gone, he smashes the hard disk of all the CCTV cameras. Did we need to evacuate him too? The detective says she needs to get out of here. He assures her he can handle everything, and after she leaves, smashes the hard disks of all the CCTV cameras. Jen, meanwhile, is in her room and catches a whiff of something burning. She tells her demon to check out what's happening. He steps outside and sees there's a fire, and they need to leave right this instant. He rushes back in to fill Jen in, and she realizes this has to be the work of some health creator. She instructs her demon to go check the first floor and see what's going on. Her demon heads down there and spots the detective and his demon standing around. He returns to Jen with all the news, and she thinks first, I'll send them all to my own personal hell, then I'll be safe. She tells her demon to expand the radius from 8 meters to 10 meters and says the key to the hell of ignore hens is shining. She heads down and tries to unlock the detective section with the key, but the hell gates won't budge, and the detective is as chill as a cucumber. He stands there and says, this is my demon's ability, Visila. The girl thinks, I can't get close to him at 8 meters. She tries to back off only to realize there's a fire behind her, and it dawns on her that the fire wasn't just to chase everyone away. It was meant to trap her there. The detective pulls out his key and activates it, saying, you will get punished for what you've done, and that punishment is going straight to hell. He opens the hell gate and Jen steps right inside. As the detective leaves, he mutters, my job's done. Now, just that streamer's job is left, and amidst all this chaos, the streamer was still hidden in a closet. So this is my demon ability. Listen, if you do anything unlawful, my hellgate swings wide open, and you've just sent 14 innocent officers straight to hell who totally didn't deserve it. That girl thinks I can't get within 8 meters of her. She tries to back away, sees the fire blazing, and realizes that the flames weren't just for show. They were set to trap her right there. The detective pulls out his keys, activates them, and says, there will be consequences for your little stunt, and those consequences say, you're headed straight for hell. He opens his hell gate, and Jane steps right inside. As the detective exits, he quips, my work here is done. Now it's just the streamer's turn to handle the fallout from this whole incident. Jen is now out of their race, and the only thing left is to take care of the kid. They extinguish the fire and step outside. Lucifer, watching all of this unfold, is furious and thinks I told them to break up this team and send one of their members to hell, but they're flipping the script. They're gearing up to send all the other hell creators straight to hell with all their might. Lucifer ponders if maybe they'll clear everyone out and then battle it out amongst themselves. What Vikram aimed to do remains a mystery to Lucifer too, but his patience is wearing thin, and he decides to pay Dante a visit to throw him a tantalizing offer. But then he thinks, no, I'll tell him I need his help. Hearing that, Dante quips to find out more. Stay tuned for the next episode. You hit 4,000 likes pretty quick. Hearing this, Dante says, I've told you before, don't bother me. And we are not like we used to be. When I first met you, you were just a little demon, but now you're the king of hell. Lucifer counters, I could say the same about you, but you've only grown from the inside. I remember that guy who went bonkers and was ready to sell his soul to the devil. And now, look at you, a sensible man. Dante believed that to trust those around you, you need fate and religion, which is why he built his hell. The hell of believers was the only way to save sinners from falling into hell by keeping faith in God and doing good deeds. Now they're discussing how powerful they've become, and meeting like this isn't wise anymore. But Lucifer interjects with another request. Could you please do this? Dante asks, what happened? And Lucifer spills everything about Vikram. Meanwhile, Vikram has schemed up how to get that little kid to hell, and surprisingly, his plan is quite simple. He's disguised as Jen. If you keep it up, I'll stretch the next part out even longer. Hearing this, Dante warns, I already told you don't mess with me. We're not the same as we used to be. When I first met you, you were just a tiny demon, but now you're the king of hell. Lucifer replies, I could say the same about you, but you've just grown from the inside out. I remember that guy who was going crazy, ready to sell his soul to the devil, and now look at you, a sensible man. Dante believed that trusting the people around him required faith. That's why he built his hell. He had gone crazy and was ready to sell his soul to the devil, and now you've turned into a sensible man. Dante believed that trusting those around you requires faith, a kind of religion. It was a place for non-believers, and that was the only way to save sinners from hell, make them believe in God and do good deeds. Now they were discussing their newfound power and agreed that meeting each other wasn't the best idea. But Lucifer says he has one more request. Could you please do me this favor? Dante inquires, what's up? And Lucifer shares everything about Vikram, discussing how powerful they've become, and that meeting now isn't really appropriate. But Lucifer says, I have one more request for you. Can you please do it? Dante asks, what is it? Meanwhile, Vikram had concocted a plan to send that little kid to hell, and surprisingly, it was quite simple, using Zinky disguised as Johnny Jane. He enters a hotel where a streamer was already hiding in a closet, and Jinky Johnny heads to the elevator with the kid trailing right behind him. Jinky Johnny pretends not to notice him so that there's no suspicion. The kid thinks it's a good idea to sneak into his room because there won't be any CCTV cameras there. They both ignore each other to keep the suspicion at bay. Jen heads to her room just as the kid shows up brandishing his key like a trophy saying, Finally I found you. You've put me in a heap of trouble, and thanks to you, our secret was about to be revealed. And Johnny, who is disguised as Jen, says, You must be misunderstanding things here. Nothing personal. The streamer still lurking in the closet activates his key, but what about the demonic ability? What's its power? Can it even stop him? But that doesn't matter now because the hell gate had opened and it dragged the kid inside. The kid screams, I don't want to go in there. But he can't do anything as his demon starts to vanish too. He looks to Jinky Johnny and asks, So, whose plan was this? Who pulled the strings? Tell me. Johnny laughs and says, Vikram did it and he'll defeat Lucifer too. And just like that, she disappears. Afterward, the streamer calls Vikram to say the kid is now in hell. Vikram responds, Now we only have 5 of us left. The streamer asks, I was super useful. You're not going to send me to hell, right? Vikram replies, Of course not. Your trap is top-notch, and now you're part of our team, no escaping for you. The detective and Rita applaud and praise him for doing a stellar job, which makes the streamer blush with joy for the first time. He finally feels like a real part of the team. But that kid's demon was up to something special. Its ability was to put any human to sleep in their dreams, making them live out the dream they wanted, and it would feel just like reality. However, this ability could only be used on one person at a time, and right now, it's focused on the streamer. So far, we've seen the kid drop into hell, and his demon has left the scene. Vikram gave him some praise, and so did the detective and Rhea. But all that was Jinky Johnny tries to wake him up, but he refuses to budge. Wake up, bro. It's not nap time, but he can't figure out what's real and what's just a dream. Suddenly, the kid pulls a rope out of his bag, saying, "The demon child thinks we can tie you up now." A little while later, the streamer gains consciousness, looks around and says, "Wait, I thought I killed you. Where am I? Who tied me up?" The kid sits in front of him on a bench and says, "Finally, you're awake." His face lights up seeing how terrified Streamer is. Jinky Johnny's feeling pretty down, thinking, "How can you sleep for so long?" The kid then asks, "Answer my questions honestly. Who's in your team? How many members do you have? What powers do they possess? And what's your entire plan? Spill it." To make it more convincing, he waves his activated key in front of him and says, "Either you tell me or hell's got a spot waiting for you. Quick decision." Meanwhile, Vikram checks his phone and realizes the streamer hasn't been in touch for a while. That can mean only either he's dead or has been caught. Vikram was ready for this. He knew capturing this kid wouldn't be easy, so he initiates Plan B. But over on the other side, the streamer is still thinking about how he sent that kid off. What's happening? He starts panicking, realizing he's in hot water because Vikram will kick him out of the team and send him to hell for screwing up so badly. He's at a total loss about what to do. Should he give all the information up or not? If he spills the beans, the kid would just kill him anyway. All these thoughts are suffocating him. He's struggling to breathe. The kid sees he's petrified, and his eyes glow like a devil's as he says, "Your face looks just like my mom's, and I didn't like her very much either." This kid's mom was a single mother working at a fast food joint. She always wore a smile, believing that keeping a positive attitude would make life better, even through all the struggles. They faced tough times, earning little and working hard like warriors. Yet she kept smiling, drawing joy from everyone around her, ensuring there were always customers. When he'd go home, his mom would say, "You behaved so well while I was working, you deserve an ice cream." The kid would leave thinking, "My mom should have some pride, some self-respect. I can't stand her." At night, he'd watch true crime documentaries filled with all kinds of gruesome stuff that a kid shouldn't see. His fixation was on serial killer web shows, and he hated smiles, thinking those terrified faces showed more sincerity and respect for oneself than any phony grinning face. He'd help his mom with chores, but would say, "In return, I want a bird." His mom would happily oblige and get him one. The next day, he showed her that he'd killed the bird, and even then she was smiling. "So you can either give me an answer or head straight to hell. Make your choice quickly." Meanwhile, Vikram glances at his phone and realizes the streamer hasn't been in touch for a while. This can only mean two things. Either he's dead or he's been caught. Vikram was ready for this. He knew capturing that kid wouldn't be a walk in the park, so now he kicks off Plan B. But over on the other side, the streamer was racking his brain, wondering what was going on. What just happened? He started to get upset, tearing up at the thought that Vikram might kick him off the team and send him straight to hell for making such a colossal mistake. He had no idea what to do. Should he spill all the info or keep it under wraps? If he spills it, the kid might just take him out anyway. Drowning in all these thoughts, he could hardly breathe. The kid noticed how scared he was, his eyes turning devilish as he said, "Your face totally looks like my mom's, and I didn't like her either." That kid's mom was a single mother who worked at a fast food joint. She always wore a smile on her face, thinking life was better with positivity, despite facing tons of struggles, lack of cash, and too much work. But she kept on smiling, and her joy brought in a steady stream of customers. But from a young age, that kid thought that smile was pathetic and screamed loser, wanting to erase it from his mom's face. Once home, his mom told him he behaved so well while she was working that he deserved an ice cream. The kid left thinking, "My mom should have some pride, some self-respect." He couldn't stand his mom binge-watching crime documentaries filled with gruesome stuff no kid should see. He was obsessed with serial killer web shows and movies, enjoying the terrified expressions, but never wanted to see a smile. He hated smiles. He believed that scared faces represented more sincerity and self-respect than those fake grins plastered on happy faces. He helped his mom out and said, "In return, I need a bird." His mom happily got him one. The next day, he showed her that he had killed that bird. He wanted to erase it all. After going home, his mom says, "You behaved so well while I was working, so you deserve an ice cream." The kid walks away thinking that his mom should have some pride, some self-respect. He didn't like her at all and spent his nights binge-watching crime documentaries filled with gruesome bloodshed. That he loved watching serial killer web series and movies. He enjoyed those terrified expressions and could spot anything on a face except for a smile. He hated smiles. He believed that scared faces hold more sincerity and self-respect than those fake laughing faces. He helps his mom and says, "In return, I need a bird." His mom, pleased, gets him a bird. The next day, he shows her that he has killed the bird. She still smiles and says, "In return, I need a bird." Her mom, all cheerful, gets her a bird. The next day, she shows her mom that she killed the bird, and her mom still smiles and says, she sweetly tells him that he shouldn't do this, that he's not a toy. But then the next day, when his mom comes home from work, she finds their pet dead, and guess who the culprit is? Yep, that same kid. The next day, he goes and pokes a kid's eye out at school, grinning like a little maniac, saying, "Look what I did." He just wanted to wipe that smile off his mom's face and replace it with a frown. One day, he brings home a severed finger to show his mom, and that's when she finally loses it, dropping to her knees and sobbing. And at that moment, he grins like a little devil. His mom wasn't as chirpy as she used to be, and her smile was practically gone. The kid figured out he had successfully made her fear him. After a couple of more incidents, she was just terrified. He finally decides there should be a place where everyone has a horrifying, scary face with no smiles allowed. That's when that demon shows up with an offer, and obviously he says yes. He tells the streamer that she's afraid of him, which is why she can't say a word, but she has to answer him because time's running out. "You'd better tell me who's on your team, what their powers are, or else you and your colleague are going to rot in hell like my mom did." Suddenly, there's a knock at the door with a voice saying, "Open up. We know Jane's in there." The kid knows Jane isn't inside, so he feels no fear. But then the streamer gets clever and tells his buddy Johnny that the cops are about to come in, so hurry and transform into Jane. He takes off his mask, and by the time the door opens, he's neatly in character as Jane. The kid thinks to himself, "Oh boy, this might turn into a big mess for me." The police walk in on Jane, that kid, and the bound streamer. That's when Vikram calls that demon who's in the commissioner's body and says, "Hey, these three were together." The demon informs him that the kid wanted to know all about you guys and tried questioning the streamer, but he wasn't giving anything away. Vikram thinks to himself that the streamer's powers are amazing and his trap is neat, though there are some limits. Thank goodness things ended up this way. They had decided to use Jane as bait, and she was perfect for that, since wherever she went, the cops would trail behind her. The police escort all three out, taking that kid into custody because they think he might have played a part too. A detective approaches the kid with a grin and asks, "How are you doing? Are you okay?" Meanwhile, we see the streamer has escaped and runs to Vikram for a hug, turning into a waterfall of tears as he says, "Thank you for coming to save me." Vikram praises him for not spilling any of our info, especially not knowing the cops were on their way. The streamer replies it was a hopeless situation. He had no clue what to do. "If I had given up your info to escape, you would have sent me to hell anyway." Vikram says he wasn't sure whether he could trust him, but now the kid has proven himself, so he's officially part of the team. The streamer asks, "Now, can you let me live? Can I join your team?" Vikram says, "Yes, you are already part of it." Now the streamer says, "Get rid of that kid, and there will just be 5 helmet wearers left." Suddenly, Vikram's eyes turn devilish, and he says, "You really think that girl in the wheelchair is going to survive?" 2 hours later, at the West Police Station, the commissioner is informed that someone came to meet him, and that someone is Vikram. He goes to him, and the demon asks how the operation went. Vikram tells him that now there are only 5 creatures left. Then the demon wonders why they are having this meeting in person when they could just communicate over the phone. Vikram responds, "I wanted to personally give you an order to possess a high-ranking official tied to national security." The demon says, "I can do anything." Then Vikram asks him, "What if a demon comes and takes over and doesn't destroy your hell, but lets you live? Could you then take out that wheelchair girl?" Before that, he asks, "What does she mean to you?" The demon replies, "She created hell for me, so she's my partner." Vikram says, "I don't want to kill her. I just want you to destroy her brain." The demon looks shocked. "What are you talking about?" He argues, "How will I do that?" Vikram tells him it's simple, just find another body to do it. The demon asks why he needs to do it. Vikram explains, "I only need your powers and you. The wheelchair girl is just another variable in all this. Lucifer could worm his way into her head and go against me. If that happens, we're guaranteed to lose. And considering how much blood is on her hands after all the murders she's committed, she has no right to judge anyone for their sins." Then Vikram throws it out there again. "So I'll ask one more time. Do you want to die with that wheelchair girl, or would you rather rule over your hell?" And he demands an answer right now, or else both him and the kid are headed straight to hell. As for finding Dante, I'll work it out another way. The girl in the wheelchair was sitting in her office stressing about Bam potentially betraying her. Suddenly, her demon walks in and she asks, "What's up? Has everything been wrapped up? Why did you switch bodies? But you picked the perfect time to come. I need to gather my gang once more and get back to business." But her demon approaches her. "Would you rather die with the girl or rule your hell? I need an answer now, or both you and your human will be headed straight for hell. And as for finding Dante, I'll figure out another way." The girl sat in her office stressed that Bam might betray her. Just then, her demon walks in and she asks, "What's up? You wrapped up your business already, and why'd you change bodies? You're right on time. I need to rally my gang and get back to work." But her demon approaches her. "But now the work is done, and why did you change the body? You arrived just in time. I need to gather my gang again and start over." But his demon approaches him, and he wraps his arms around her and lifts her up, and the wheelchair girl figures out who's behind all this, while Demon tells her that working with you has been a blast. "You were just one person, but thanks for that." After that, the girl asks him why he's doing this, and he weeps as he explains that the boy is a real demon, the ultimate devil. Vikram's eyes have gone full devil mode, and he receives a message that the task is complete, and that girl has been moved to a regional hospital declared brain dead. Now he's plotting to infiltrate the National Intelligence Security Commission. After all, where did he go wrong? This was a guy who wouldn't even step out of his room doing his business right there while playing video games, scared of going to school. But now he's chasing his goals like someone flipped a switch on him. Nothing phases him anymore. Whether it's a demon, a human, or a businessman, even the king of hell could show up, or the National Commission could come knocking, and he wouldn't bat an eye. He's sulking and racing toward his goals like a maniac. He'd crafted his own little world, where the only things that mattered were saving himself and his friends. For that, he'd take down Lucifer, smack Dante around, or even take out a girl in a wheelchair. He could care less. Now he's thinking he's wiped out all variables. Nearly all the Hellish creators have left this scene, leaving only one child behind, where a detective's interrogating him with questions swirling in his mind. Just like Vikram said, he has to stick this kid in jail. The child is utterly lost, unsure of what to do. He can't send this detective to hell because there are cameras, and that's all anyone will suspect. If he does that, he'll get taken out like that poor dog did with GN. If he tries to send this cop to hell, the officers outside aren't going to let him go either. And if he steps out, he could be attacked any time. It's like a chessmate situation here. Just then, the detective's colleague walks in and tells him to take a break. He tells the kid not to do anything crazy since they have CCTV. And he steps outside just as his demon arrives. They both realize something needs to happen. But then the empty chair in the room starts glowing, and weird signs appear all around it, and bam! Lucifer himself shows up. His demon drops to her knees, welcoming him like he's the royal guest of honor. Lucifer states the situation here isn't good, which is why Lucifer glances at his kid and says he's way too young, yet you chose him for this game. That must mean he's packing some serious talent. The demon informs him that she's always wanted to create a hell of her own and then show everyone. Lucifer tells the child to continue because he's already captured his attention. Then he adds that there are some low-grade demons who've rebelled against him by teaming up with their humans, and he wants to punish them. "If you want to work with me, I'll forgive and spare you." The boy cheerfully responds, "I'll do anything if you can get me out of here. If you give me the green light, I'll turn their lives into hell, right here on Earth." After that, Lucifer explains that he didn't need any of those humans or demons. If he wanted to create another hell, he could team up with Dante, or talk to someone to do it, because Dante's the gold standard for. Then we're shown a flashback where Lucifer tells Dante he needs to create another hell for him. Dante's got eternal life, and that's not because he got a magical blessing. It's because he doesn't want anything nowadays. Humans are committing so many crimes they can't be dispatched to a hell of faith. So, according to today's technology, another hell must be built for him. Lucifer insists he's not doing this for himself, but for those humans you can save. And after that, they shake hands, and that's how he could create a new hell and dispose of Vikram in the process. But a question lingers in my mind. If he destroys all of the hells, does that mean that kid's hell gets wiped out too? Lucifer admits he created this game to cut down the other R. Stevens and had been contemplating the rules for quite some time. The demon souls out there play crucial roles in running hell. There are 3 categories among these creatures. One where the lowest demons do all the dirty work maintaining hell. Then you've got the middle demons placed above them, and at the top, the high demons who showed up in this game to participate. To motivate everyone, ranks were created. The harder you worked and the better your work quality, the higher your promotion would be. The high demons had everyone eating out of their hands, following every order, spreading out their influence worldwide. But the populations of the lower and middle demons were surging, while the high demons were steadily gaining popularity and power. Lucifer thought if this kept going, it wouldn't be long before they revolted, and his throne would be in jeopardy. The high demons were confidently striding closer to his throne, and Lucifer figured it was time to show them who was boss. They needed a reality check on where they belong. The king of hell is only me. But Lucifer couldn't just wipe them out. If he did that, the lower and middle demons would realize promotions were pointless, since in the end, you just get killed, they'd quit working, and who would maintain hell? Then, that's precisely why he created this game. Their ambition would lead them to fight each other. Dante tells him that he needs to create another hell for him. Dante has gained eternal life, not because he was blessed, but because he wants nothing. And nowadays, people can't be sent to the hell of faith because they commit a ton of crimes or sins. So, based on today's technology, he needs to create one more hell. Lucifer insists he's doing this not for himself, but for those. After that, they shake hands, enabling him to create a new hell and deal with Vikram. But one question nagged at me. If he destroys all the hells, does that mean the kid's hell goes down too? And Lucifer admits he created this game to reduce the number of remaining R's Steven, which he's been pondering for quite some time. If he destroys all of hell, it means that kid's hell will be destroyed too. And Lucifer admits that he created this game to reduce the other R. Stevens for a long time. So I was wondering what kind of rules we need to make here. Right, the demons down there are super crucial for running hell. There are 3 categories of demons first, the lowest tier demons who handle all the daily grind. They maintain hell to avoid cracks and ensure no one escapes. Then you have the middle-tier demons who oversee them, and at the very top, you find the high-tier demons who are basically the big shots that participated in this whole game and need motivating through ranks. The harder you work, the better your performance, and voila, you get promoted up the ranks. The high-tier ones had everyone's orders on speed dial, spreading their influence across the entire underworld. It was a flawless system, except even a perfect system can have its hiccups. The population of lower and middle demons kept ballooning. Meanwhile, the high-tier demons were gaining popularity and power daily. Lucifer had a hunch that if this kept up, rebellion was just around the corner. He feared his throne might slip from under him, and those high-tier demons were getting way too cozy hanging around his throne. Lucifer was convinced it was time to remind them who's boss around here. After all, he was the king of hell. But he couldn't just wipe them out. If he did, the lower and middle demons would finally understand that promotions are useless if they end up getting squashed in the end. They'd stop working, and who would maintain hell? Then, that's when he came up with this twisted game, turning their ambitions against each other and forcing them to fight it out to the death. Who wouldn't want to create hell where non-believers roast and rot? Wouldn't you prefer people to start believing in God again? Then they shake hands and have a little pep talk. That kid asks Lucifer why he's spilling all the beans now, and he replies that he needs the kid's help, and yes, he'll get those names sorted out too. The kid says, "You've given us a whole truckload of information, so that means this deal is going to be fair and square. So if we help you out, you'll let us go and not destroy our hell, right?" But at the start of this series, I mentioned something: wherever the devil is, things never quite go as planned. The kid continues, "I've figured out your motives. You created a battle royale where everyone has to fight, and whoever is left standing wins. But one creator has turned it into a survival game. Now he's got his own team, and that's causing you problems." As soon as Lucifer hears this, he says, "You're pretty sharp. And now I see why he picked you. And just to clear things up, yes, there's a creator who's building a team through friendship instead of fighting, and he's gearing up to take me out. This creator has made his own rules in this game, which are throwing everything out of whack. He's got his own team, and that's why Lucifer needs this kid." The kid's thinking. His team includes a cop and even a police commissioner, plus loads of devils with powers, and I'm just a tiny kid here. How am I supposed to fight them? And then Lucifer smiles and says, "You're not alone. You'll have the first hell creator who made my hell, the king of the underworld, Dante, at your side." Lucifer then turns to Dante and asks, "Wouldn't you like to create another hell where anyone who doesn't believe in God burns and rots? Don't you want people to believe in God again?" After that, they shake hands, and Dante says, so he applied for a visa, and they were checking who got selected and made it here. After that, he calls Rhea and says she needs to head to the airport and bring the steamer along. I have one condition, all the other hells have to be wiped out. Just then, Vikram gets the scoop that the kid has vanished, and he figures out who's behind it. He then calls that wheelchair-bound girl's demon and says, "You need to infiltrate national security ASAP, and I need to know who applied for visas in this country and who got selected to be here." After that, he calls Rhea and says, "You need to go to the airport and bring the steamer along. That'll be super handy. You need to book a cab. That'll be your area. Anything that comes inside, he can send straight to his hell." And he applied for visas and was checking who got selected and is now here. Then he calls Rhea and says, "You need to go to the airport and take the steamer with you. His hell will be very useful there. You need to book a cab and that will be his area. Whatever comes in, he can send it to his own hell, and you can stay there to check who's coming and who's the creator of hell. This will come in handy. You need to book a cab and that'll be your area. Anything that comes into it you can send to your hell, and while you're there, you can keep tabs on who's coming and going." Bamar was watching all this and realized that something was definitely wrong. Vikram tells him, "We're close to the finish line and it's almost time for the final battle. Lucifer, that kid, and we're nearing the finish line and the final battle is gearing up." Lucifer, the kid, and his demon are standing on a building, looking over the city, discussing that a massive war is about to kick off. Lucifer is fuming because Vikram underestimated him. He knew his bravery, but everything was about to spiral out of control very quickly. The fight is about to start among Vikram and his team, Lucifer, Dante, and that little kid. Dante has touched down in this country, stepping off the plane. And finally, Season 1 comes to a close. Season 2 will be here before you know it. So for now, like, share, and subscribe.